Everyone loves a good meal. But some people take it a little bit too far. Cannibalism, the practice of humans consuming other humans, it's perhaps one of the most haunting and taboo topics in history. But as shocking as it sounds, careful scientific research shows us that cannibalism was indeed part of our human story in prehistoric times. So today we're going to talk about it, a tale that spans nearly 1.5 million years of human evolution, a story not gleaned from written records or legend, but rather from archaeology, the silent testimony of bones and tools. That's what we're relying on. It's a world very different to our own, yet inhabited by people recognizably human, and I think we can confront them together and repiece this uncomfortable chapter of our collective past. Hello everyone and welcome. Firstly, let's just thank our top-tier patrons and supporters keeping everything ad-free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you cannot do that, give a like, comment and subscribe. Anyway, let's get into it. Now, quick caveat. First of all, it's important to say that cannibalism did not end in prehistoric times. In fact, we have it coming all the way up to the modern era, which is quite unfortunate. And perhaps that is a story for another time. But our focus today is going to be on the prehistoric era, going back to as early as we can find through archaeological record. So what exactly do we mean by cannibalism in a prehistoric context? Well, of course, we've already went through the definition. It's humans eating other human beings. But that can take many forms, and it also can have many motivations. Anthropologists often distinguish between endo-cannibalism, that is, eating members of one's own social group, sometimes as a funerary or sacred rite, and exo-cannibalism, eating outsiders or enemies, often as a result of warfare or aggression. In the archaeological record, however, it's hard to directly read people's motives. We have to infer them from context. What we can identify are physical traces on human remains that indicate that they were treated in the same way as animal carcasses, typically when they are processed for consumption. So how exactly does an archaeologist recognize cannibalism? The key evidence comes from taphonomy, which is the study of what happens to bones after death. When prehistoric peoples butchered animals for food, they left a characteristic signature on the bones. You can tell they've got cut marks from stone knives where flesh was sliced away, percussion damage where bones were cracked open, usually to extract nutritious marrow or brain, and sometimes burning or pot polishing on bones if they were roasted or boiled. If human bones show the same patterns, the cut marks in anatomically logical places for dismemberment and defleshing, smashed long bones with marrow and cavities exposed, signs of cookings, or even human tooth marks from chewing, can't get more obvious than that, then cannibalism is certainly a strong interpretation. But here's the important thing. Archaeologists must rule out other processes that can mimic these marks. Think about it. Carnivores gnawing or trampling, things like that. But modern analytical techniques, including microscopic analysis and comparisons with experimental butchery, have become pretty adept at telling these apart. But we should also note that not all treatment of bodies involves cutting or dismemberment as cannibalism. Some cultures might cut or deflesh their dead as part of mortuary rituals, secondary burial practices, and that doesn't mean that they consume the flesh. Therefore, a scientist has to approach each discovery carefully. You must ask, were these bodies processed to be eaten, or for some other purpose? It often takes a convergence of evidence, the patterns of cut marks, the breakage consistent with meat removal, and sometimes the presence of human remains in cooking contexts. That's what we need to confidently say that cannibalism occurred. And when that evidence does appear, we are confronted with the reality that prehistoric people on occasion used human bodies as a food resource, or perhaps as part of a symbolic ritual that included the consumption of flesh. So, with those quick definitions in mind, let's proceed to the archaeological record itself. Of course, this is as of 2026, so depending on where you're watching this, archaeology might change, as it's one of those areas of science that are racing forward at Mach speed. Let's take a chronological approach and look at the key discoveries across the globe. To find the earliest hints of cannibalism, we're going to go back about 1.5 million years, deep into the early Paleolithic period. In northern Kenya, paleoanthropologists recently identified what may be the oldest evidence of cannibalism among our ancestral human relatives. The find was a fragment of a fossilized shin bone, a tibia from a hominin, possibly an early form of Homo erectus, or another early human species. Astonishingly, this 1.45 million-year-old bone bears clear cut marks that indicate it was deliberately butchered with stone tools. The cuts are oriented in the same direction, as if someone held the leg and sliced off the flesh in successive strokes. This suggests that a human ancestor was carving meat from the leg bone much as one would butcher an animal. What species were these butchers and their unlikely victims? Well, researchers can't say for sure, I'm afraid. At that time in East Africa, the species could have been Homo erectus, but it might also have been a smaller-brained hominin like the Homo habilis or even the robust Paranthropus, the Australopithecine, as they call it. If it was another species eating another, say Homo erectus eating Paranthropus, some purists wouldn't call it cannibalism, which technically implies eating one's own species, but rather anthropophagy, eating another hominin. However, in practical terms, these were closely related human ancestors, and evidently someone ended up as dinner. The researchers who made the discovery have pointed out that such an ancient date, the act was likely born of simple hunger. Unlike later humans, these distant ancestors probably attached no ritual significance to the act. They were hungry omnivores who, on occasions, had to eat the bodies of their own kind. It was just opportunistic. In a landscape full of predators and scarce resources, a hominin carcass might have been just seen as another source of food. Slightly later in time, about 800,000 years ago, we find more extensive evidence of cannibalism in Europe. One of the most famous sites is Gran Dolina, a cave in the Sierra de Atapuerca of northern Spain. Here, archaeologists uncovered a large assemblage of bones dating to around 800,000 years before present, give or take, I assume, attributed to a species called Homo antecessor, considered a possible common ancestor of modern humans and Neanderthals, or at least a close relative on that lineage. The remains of at least 6 individuals, male and female, adults and children, were recovered in a single layer known as the aurora stratum. These human fossils were intermixed with animal bones and stone tools, all in a rather haphazard pile, with no special arrangement, as you might expect from deliberate burials. Taphonomic analysis showed that the human bones, just like animal bones, had been intensively processed. They exhibit numerous cut marks from flint knives, indicating systematic skinning and carving of flesh. The long bones were broken, many displaying the telltale green bone spiral fractures and percussion pits from being hammered open while fresh, presumably to extract marrow. Some bones even show a peculiar peeling or bending break, which happens when you twist and tear apart a fresh limb. a method sometimes seen when butchering large game. But what's especially telling is that the treatment of human remains was virtually identical to that of deer and other other animals found at the site. The early humans at Grandolina were butchering and consuming members of their own species as thoroughly as they were other prey. As a matter of fact, cut mark studies revealed that about 30% of all bones in that cave layer, including fauna, bear butcher marks. A significant number of the stone tools had residue and use wear consistent with processing carcasses. In other words, cannibalism at Grandolina was not a one-time aberration. It seems to be repeated behavior. One of the vertebrae discovered belonging to a child around 2 to 5 years old even had cut marks indicative of decapitation, implying that the head was removed, possibly to access the brain or simply as part of dismemberment. Researchers like Dr. Palmyra Salide, a co-director of the excavations, have noted that every part of the body was treated like prey, and nothing indicates a special ritual or funeral practice. It appears that the Homo antecessor groups at Grandolina engaged in cannibalism as a means of subsistence. They were literally hunting and killing and eating other human beings. But why would they do this? There's a few different theories. Some suggest it could be nutritional cannibalism in times of food stress and competition. Eating rivals, even of the same species, would provide protein and eliminate competition for resources. Others have proposed territorial reasons. Perhaps newcomers or neighboring groups were killed and consumed as a form of extreme aggression, a kind of warning to others. But this touches on what might be an early form of warfare, or at least violent conflict among hominin groups. Whatever the reason, the Grandolina evidence firmly establishes that by the early Pleistocene in Europe, cannibalism was well within the behavioral repertoire of our human ancestors. These findings were so robust that scientists described the pattern as the oldest definitive example of prehistoric cannibalism known, and for many years Grandolina held the title for the earliest known cannibalism, until the Kenyan shin bone discovery pushed the timeline further back, albeit with a little less clarity on species. But before we go on, it's worth pausing to consider how shocking this evidence was when first uncovered in the 90s. I mean, it's not your normal exciting archaeological find. Anthropologists had long debated whether early humans might have eaten each other, but they just didn't have any proof. When Grandolina was discovered, well, the entire conversation changed. The fossils were so well preserved that even human bite marks were reportedly identified on some bones, an unmistakable sign that flesh was being chewed off by human teeth. The presence of bite marks is something that no secondary burial or animal scavenging scenario would possibly create. Thus, from this remote cave in Spain, we can learn that cannibalism is not a recent aberration, but rather a practice with deep roots in our evolutionary history. And of course, I'm sure we'll find another cave or pit somewhere out there. Well, let's jump ahead a little bit to the Middle Paleolithic, roughly 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, and we encounter a different kind of human, the Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalensis. Neanderthals lived across Europe and parts of Asia, and they were our closest human relative, occupying the landscape before modern Homo sapiens spread into those regions. For a long time, Neanderthals were stereotyped as brutish and primitive, but it's a little more complicated than that. Modern research shows that they made tools, controlled fire, possibly cared for their sick, and even buried their dead in some cases. Yet intriguingly, some Neanderthal sites provide compelling evidence that they too practiced cannibalism, just under certain circumstances. One of the earliest discoveries hinting at Neanderthal cannibalism came from a site in Croatia called Krapina, Over 100 years ago, excavated between 1899 and 1905, scientists uncovered an astounding assemblage of Neanderthal bones in a rock shelter at Krapina. The collection included remains of dozens of individuals, but almost all of the bones were highly fragmented and broken. Early on, the lead archaeologist, Dragutin Gorjanovic-Kramberger, noticed odd features: long bones split lengthwise, skulls smashed, and human remains mixed in with animal bones and stone tools. He hypothesized that cannibalism might be the cause. Perhaps Neanderthals butchered each other, explaining the broken skulls and the absence of any complete bones. He pointed out how no intact skull was found. Every cranium was in pieces, which he thought could be deliberate cracking open to get the brain tissue. Additionally, the pattern of breakage, broken femurs, tibias, etc., resembled what one would do to extract marrow. For decades, it was a controversial idea. Later researchers proposed other explanations. Maybe the breakage was due to the cave collapsing, or other natural processes. Maybe Neanderthals even defleshed their dead as a mortuary practice, and that doesn't imply eating them. One anthropologist in the 1980s suggested that the Krapina remains could have been secondary burials. The bodies might have decayed elsewhere, and then the bones were brought in and ritually broken or processed in some non-dietary way. There were even suggestions that rodent or carnivore activity after burial could have damaged the bones. However, more recent and detailed analysis of the Krapina material have bolstered the case for cannibalism. Cut marks consistent with butchery have been identified on several pieces, and careful study of breakage patterns supports that the bones were snapped while fresh, rather than old, dry bones breaking under pressure. Moreover, the burning on some bones indicates they were likely roasted or heated, not simply burned in a ceremonial fire. While some uncertainty remains, many anthropologists now accept that Krapina is at least a likely cause of Neanderthal cannibalism. And if so, it would mean that Neanderthals over 120,000 years ago might have occasionally nibbled on their own kind, maybe for survival, possibly for some other reason. The sheer number of individuals at Krapina, about 70 or more Neanderthals, by the way, suggests something beyond a single starvation event. Was Krapina a site where victims of violence were processed, or a long-term accumulation of intermittent cannibalistic episodes? Maybe we'll never know the full story about that, but Krapina certainly opened the door to considering Neanderthals as potential cannibals. Even more decisive evidence comes from other Neanderthal sites in Europe, discovered and analyzed with more modern methods. For example, the cave of Mola Gersi in the Ardèche region of France preserves a chilling scene from around 100,000 years ago. Excavations there in the 1990s yielded the remains of at least 6 Neanderthal individuals, including adults, adolescents, and children. These bones told a very clear story: plenty of butchery marks, with cut marks indicating skinning, dismemberment at joints and defleshing of muscles. Long bones cracked open, and many fragments had the kind of impact notches one gets from hammerstone blows. The Neanderthal bones at Mola Gersi were directly compared to the bones of deer found in that same layer. And guess what? They matched the treatment. The scientists concluded that the Neanderthals had processed their dead companions in the same way that they processed deer carcasses, and that left no doubt that cannibalism took place. Importantly, the context suggests it was likely nutritional cannibalism. There's no evidence of special burial or ritual. Instead, it appears these individuals were butchered and consumed, and then the remains were left in the cave. This site, reported in a prominent scientific journal, was widely accepted as proof of Neanderthal cannibalism, and helped overturn the notion that such behavior was just modern, or only found in extreme survival situations. Another striking case was found in El Cidrón, a cave in northern Spain, dated to about 49,000 years ago. This was late in Neanderthal times. Here, scientists found the jumbled bones of at least 12 Neanderthal individuals, ranging from young children to adults. The bones bore numerous cut marks and fracture patterns, indicating they were broken while fresh. Some had evidence of chewing, with actual Neanderthal teeth marks visible, suggesting flesh was gnawed off. Isotopic analysis and genetic work indicated that these individuals were likely members of the same kin group. So what happened? The evidence paints a grisly picture. Possibly these Neanderthals were killed and eaten by other Neanderthals. Whether it was an act of intergroup violence or an extreme case of starvation cannibalism among a family group is debated. One theory is that this was survival cannibalism. Maybe the group died during a harsh winter or food crisis and the survivors consumed the others. Another theory suggests competition or warfare. An enemy Neanderthal group could have massacred and cannibalized the bodies, which might sound shocking, but that would eliminate the group and perhaps even be a way to ritually absorb their strength or simply nourish the victors, whatever their thought patterns were. Supporting the nutritional angle, chemical analysis at El Cidrón did not indicate that those people were malnourished before death, meaning it might not have been famine that drove them, lending weight to the conflict scenario. Regardless, El Cidrón adds to the pattern. By Neanderthal times, cannibalism occurred in various corners of Europe. But we can't go past Neanderthal cannibalism without highlighting Goyet Cave in Belgium. This site provided the first clear evidence of Neanderthal cannibalism in northern Europe. In a study published in 2016, researchers examined 99 Neanderthal bone fragments from the Goyet, dating roughly 45,000 years ago, and found that about a third of them had the trademark cut marks and percussion damage. The pattern was unambiguous. These Neanderthals had been butchered for meat and marrow. Additionally, several bones had been used as tools themselves. For instance, a Neanderthal femur and shin bone with wear marks, indicating they were used as hammers or scrapers in stone tool production. These are called retouchers. So imagine the scene. After consuming the flesh, the Neanderthals took the sturdy bones of their kin and repurposed them to sharpen their own stone knives. Well, I suppose we can say that's a pragmatic approach to the remains. Nothing went to waste. At Goyet, as at other sites, the human bones were treated much like the bones of animals such as horses or reindeer. Marrow extraction was clearly a goal, as evidenced by the crushed and splintered state of the long bones. The fact that we see this behavior across multiple Neanderthal sites from Spain to France to Belgium and possibly Croatia indicates that cannibalism was not an exceedingly rare or one-off event among Neanderthals. It happened in different times and different places, likely for somewhat different reasons each time, but there's no evidence that Neanderthals engaged in cannibalism as a standardized cultural practice, like a ritual they routinely performed. Rather, these were probably responses to particular pressures or situations, starvation episodes, or eliminating and consuming defeated rivals. Perhaps a ritualistic act in isolated instances, but that's a little harder to prove. But it's important to remember that Neanderthals also did something apparently opposite to cannibalism. In certain cases, they buried their dead, such as La Chapelle-aux-Seine in France, or Shanidar in Iraq. This shows their behavior toward the dead was not uniform. They had a range that included reverent burial and occasionally consumption. Which one would you like? Well, human behavior, even in prehistory, was complex, and it was all dependent on the context. Neanderthals, much like modern humans, could treat one deceased individual with care and another as dinner. It all depends on the circumstance. By around 40,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, had spread throughout Europe and Asia, gradually replacing the Neanderthals. The Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40,000 to 10,000 years ago, was a time of remarkable cultural fluorescence. We see cave paintings, sophisticated tools, personal ornaments, and more elaborate burial practices among the more modern humans of the era. Did cannibalism just vanish with the arrival of the Homo sapien? No, of course not. The evidence shows that Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers also engaged in cannibalism at times. But intriguingly, there are cases where it seems to take on a more symbolic or ritualistic character. One of the most fascinating sites is Gough's Cave in Somerset, England. The remains here date to about 14,700 years ago, near the end of the Ice Age, and they provide an exceptionally detailed record of cannibalistic practices among a group of Magdalenians, late Upper Paleolithic people. The discoveries at Gough's Cave include bones from several humans, men, women, and children as young as about 3. These bones were a forensic treasure trove. Human chew marks on many of them, extensive cut marks from the stone tools, the smashed bones, and even the carefully modified skulls. Once again, all of our trademark signs. The evidence indicates that these people were butchering and consuming their dead. But here's what's striking about it. This one's a bit different because it's how meticulous the process was. The long bones and ribs at Gough's Cave were cracked open and scraped clean, suggesting marrow and grease were extracted. There are cut marks that even show the tongue and cheeks were removed. Muscle fillets were sliced off, and even the tough facial tissues were cut away. But then, we get a bit of a twist. 3 skulls were shaped into cups. That's right. Essentially, after defleshing, the people at Gough's Cave systematically removed the lower jaws, peeled away the facial bones, and then trimmed the edges of the cranial vaults to create bowl-like vessels from the top of the skull. These skull cups are among the earliest known directly dated examples in the world. They were so carefully made that it's clear that the intention was not simply to get at brain matter, which, as researchers noted, could have just been done by smashing the skull. Instead, they took their time, and they turned the skulls into usable containers. But what might they have used the human skull cups for? Anthropologically, we know that many cultures have used skull cups in ritual contexts, for drinking fluids, sometimes blood or alcohol in ceremonies, or as holy relics. At Gough's Cave, we can't really be sure, but the careful manufacture suggests a ceremonial aspect. Indeed, the presence of these items, along with one especially interesting artifact, a human forearm bone engraved with a series of zigzag carvings, hints that cannibalism here was intertwined with ritual. The engraved human bone, discovered and analyzed by Dr. Silvia Bello and colleagues, is the oldest known engraved human bone. Microscopic analysis showed that this bone was first defleshed and likely had flesh gnawn off, and then it was deliberately engraved with a pattern of zigzag lines. Finally, the bone was broken open for marrow. The sequence, however, is crucial. They didn't engrave a clean, unused bone. They engraved it during the butchery process, after removing muscle, but before splitting for marrow. And this strongly implies that engraving was part of the whole ritual of processing the body, perhaps as a way to honor symbolically, mark the individual being eaten. Moreover, Gough's Cave yielded plenty of animal food remains, horses, red deer, etc., and that suggests that these people were not starving. There was ample animal meat around. Thus, the cannibalism wasn't purely about survival or desperation. The logical conclusion is that it had a cultural motive, possibly a funerary ritual, sometimes called mortuary cannibalism, wherein consuming the dead of one's group was a way to honor them or keep them with the group in some spiritual way. Some anthropologists have termed such practices endo-cannibalistic funerary rites. It's a good band name, actually. Well, this is known from recent historical accounts in places like Papua New Guinea or the Amazon, where a family might consume parts of a deceased relative out of respect or to absorb their spirit. It is plausible that the Magdalenians at Goff's Cave had some belief system that made cannibalism a part of how they dealt with the dead. Supporting the idea that this was customary rather than an isolated act, similar skull cup finds have been documented at two other Magdalenian sites in Europe, Isturitz and La Placarde in France, and that indicates a broader pattern. The presence of these parallel finds suggests that late Ice Age cultures in Western Europe may have had widespread rituals involving cannibalism. These were sophisticated people in many respects, at least for the time. They produced art, they had organized hunting strategies, and clearly they had symbolic behaviors surrounding death. But of course, not all Upper Paleolithic cannibalism need to be ritualistic. There are examples that look more like survival-driven cases. For instance, at the site of Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic, famous for carvings and art, a few human bones with cut marks have been found, but the interpretation is pretty cautious. In another case, a Belgian cave called Goyet, the same site that had the Neanderthal cannibal evidence, interestingly, there are also Upper Paleolithic modern human remains with similar cut marks and breakage. The treatment in those cases could have been nutritional as well, perhaps driven by harsh cold spells or scarce resources in the Ice Age. We also have evidence that cannibalism could occur in extremely inhospitable environments as a desperate measure. Think of caves high in the Alps, or remote icy regions. If a band of Ice Age humans got trapped or faced starvation, they might turn to eating those who died first. I mean, we've all seen that movie with the plane crash, right? I can't remember what it was. It was that movie with the plane crash and they started eating each other. Yeah, you know what I mean. Maybe you do. Well, anyway, while direct evidence from such scenarios has hard to pinpoint, cut-marked human bones found in open sites or caves is sometimes interpreted as likely survival cannibalism. One such site at Predmosti, also in Czechia, by the way, where a mass of mammoth hunter skeletons was found. Some researchers speculated cannibalism, but the evidence is not as clear-cut as Goff's Cave. What the Upper Paleolithic shows us is a bit of a spectrum, you see. Cannibalism as a ceremony, and cannibalism as a survival strategy. Early modern humans were entirely capable of both, and this should dispel any lingering notion that, quote, advanced humans didn't do such things. They did, and they sometimes attach deep meaning to it. Well, as we move out of the Paleolithic and into the Neolithic period, it's the era of early farming beginning around 10,000 years ago in some areas, human societies changed dramatically. People settled into villages, domesticated plants and animals, and formed larger communities than the old small bands of hunter-gatherers. But you might wonder, did cannibalism disappear as we advanced civilization? The archaeological record suggests that it did not. In fact, some of our most dramatic evidence for cannibalism comes from Neolithic sites. However, the contexts often seem to involve mass violence or intense ritual, rather than everyday dietary practice. One of the most sensational finds comes from the early Neolithic of Europe, a site called Herxheim, in what is now in southwestern Germany. Herxheim was a village or ritual center of the linear pottery culture, dating to about 7,000 years ago, or roughly 5,000 BCE. Excavations there uncovered several long pits filled with disarticulated jumbles of human bones, thousands of pieces, representing possibly more than 1,000 individuals. The sheer scale was baffling. Men, women, children, infants, all deposited within a short span of time. The deposit seemed to have been created in maybe just a few decades at the end of the site's occupation. When anthropologists analyzed the bones, they found a pattern of breakage and marking that left little doubt of cannibalistic processing. Bones at Herxheim show precision cuts and chops. For example, many skulls were deliberately struck and split in a nearly identical manner, often cleaved along the midline. Some skulls have cut marks indicating scalping or skinning of the head and removal of the tongue. Long bones and ribs exhibit cut marks for defleshing and are smashed for marrow. Many bones also have what looks like the classic bite marks and scraping in the marrow cavities, suggesting that even the last little bits of nutrition were gleaned. It appears bodies were systematically butchered soon after death. The fractures are perimortem, meaning that they happened when the bones were still fresh, not long after dying. There is also evidence of burning on certain bones, consistent with roasting flesh or perhaps cooking. And here's another detail. Herxheim also yielded skull cups, much like Goff's cave did a millennia earlier, and hints of flesh being roasted on spits. In fact, one analysis argued that bodies might have been spit-roasted whole over fires, given burn patterns. However, isotropic analysis of teeth showed Isotropic analysis of teeth showed that many of the individuals were not local to Herxheim. They came from varied regions. Now, what does that suggest? Well, Herxheim might have been a central place where people, perhaps war captives or ritual sacrifices, were brought from afar and then killed and eaten. There are a few hypotheses for exactly what transpired. One idea is that Herxheim was a ritual center for a death cult or a sacrificial ceremony. People from various communities could have gathered there for ceremonies that involved human sacrifices and cannibalistic feasting. Perhaps during a time of crisis, famine, disease, some kind of social upheaval, they resorted to large-scale human offerings to appease gods or seek renewal. The repetitive, standardized processing of heads and bodies might imply a kind of, let's say, a ceremonial protocol. Another theory suggests intertribal warfare on a massive scale. A victorious group might have systematically massacred members of surrounding communities and brought the bodies or living captives to Herxheim to celebrate by consuming them, an act of dominance and terror. The age and sex distribution of victims at Herxheim corresponds to a normal living population, which is what you'd expect if an entire defeated community was slaughtered, many women and children, along with the men. If it were just famine cannibalism, you might expect mostly weak individuals or a smaller subset, but here we are with a whole community dead. Either way, the archaeologists themselves noted that survival cannibalism is an unlikely explanation for Herxheim, due to the sheer number of people and the organized, repeated nature of how they were processed. It all seems to be intentional and ritualized. Herxheim challenges the imagination. It suggests that early farming societies, usually thought of as peaceful village folk, could descend into episodes of extraordinary violence and ritualistic behavior. It's a reminder that prehistoric civilization had its own dark potential. Another notable Neolithic site is at Fontbrego Cave in southern France from the 5th millennium BCE. Here, archaeologists found a mix of domestic animal bones and human remains in what appeared to be a habitation or pastoral camp. The human remains, from perhaps a dozen individuals, were mixed in with butchered sheep, goat, and wild game, all showing the same cut mark patterns. The original excavators argued that the humans had been butchered and eaten just like the animals had been, essentially that cannibalism had occurred at Fontbrego. Skeptics later argued that it might have been some complicated burial rite, defleshing without eating. But after a bit of debate, many agree that cannibalism is the simpler and more likely explanation, because the treatment of human bones so closely paralleled that of animals. If people were just defleshing for burial, why bother intermixing the process? Exactly like the food refuse. It just doesn't make sense, right? Font Bregon might be representing a smaller scale or perhaps occasional cannibalistic event. Kind of a special time of the year, who knows? Possibly a family or small group that resorted to cannibalism either ritually or due to hunger. But beyond Europe, evidence of prehistoric cannibalism appears in other early farming contexts too. For example, Neolithic China. Here the straightforward evidence is rarer, but there are some human bone assemblages with cut marks. One Neolithic site in Shandong reportedly showed signs of butchery on human bones, possibly a form of ancestral ritual or punishment cannibalism. In the Near East, most Neolithic societies were transitioning to more formal burial practices. But even there, some sites show secondary burial with defleshing that could border on cannibalistic treatment. Though whether they were eaten or just cleaned, it's hard to tell, I suppose. One compelling case of Neolithic cannibalism comes from Atapuerca's El Mirador cave in Spain, around 5,700 years ago. Interestingly, the same hills gave us the 800,000-year-old Homo antecessor cannibals that we mentioned at the start. In 2025, a study was published detailing human remains from El Mirador that had been skinned, butchered, and cooked, with at least 11 individuals, including children, represented. The context suggests a violent clash between Neolithic herder communities, after which the losers were systematically eaten. Their bones had cut marks, chop marks, burn marks, and even human bite marks. Well, isotopic analysis showed that those individuals were local to the region, so it wasn't outside invaders that got eaten. Rather, it could have been local feuding or an internal conflict. The researchers explicitly concluded this was neither a funerary rite nor famine-driven. It was cannibalism as an act of aggression and annihilation. Essentially, a whole family group was wiped out and consumed. Perhaps the ultimate act of dominance in a conflict. It's certainly a power move. Well, this find is startling because it shows that even in the late Neolithic, warfare could take on a gruesome cannibalistic dimension. It also ties into known instances of later prehistoric massacres, like the mass graves of Talheim in Germany or Schletz in Austria, where entire communities were killed, though not obviously cannibalized. El Mirador shows cannibalism wasn't absent in these scenarios. It just doesn't always preserve or wasn't always done. Interestingly, El Mirador Cave also had an instance of cannibalism in the Bronze Age around 4,000 years ago, showing that at multiple points in time, the cave was a site of cannibalistic episodes. This recurrence suggests a cultural pattern or a persistent readiness in these ancient societies to resort to the practice under dire circumstance or ritual mandates. In later prehistoric periods, Chalcolithic, Bronze, and Iron Ages, cannibalism becomes harder to detect in the Old World because written records start to appear and, while mortuary practices often involve burial and cremation, which leaves less evidence for bones. However, there are passing accounts and some archaeological hints. For example, an ancient Egyptian text, like the pyramid text of the Old Kingdom around 2400 BCE, contained the so-called cannibal hymn, describing a king consuming parts of gods. More a mythic metaphor than real cannibalism, but it shows the concept did exist. Actual episodes of cannibalism in historical times usually are associated with famines, and indeed, there are records of famine cannibalism in various ancient societies as much as modern, though these are out of the strictly prehistoric scope. since they had documented writing, so perhaps a story for another time. Now, so far we've focused on Africa, Asia, and Europe, where early humans and Neanderthals left their mark. But what about other parts of the world? Let's look at the Americas, where human societies arrived later, no earlier than about 15 to 20,000 years ago, after the last ice age. These populations did not develop writing until much later, and in some regions, not at all before European contact. So many cultures remained prehistoric, in the sense of having no written records until the last few centuries. Archaeology is our main tool to understand them, and it is revealed that cannibalism also occurred in the prehistoric Americas. And one of the most debated and illuminating cases comes from the ancestral Pueblan culture of the American Southwest, areas of modern Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. These were farming villagers and cliff dwellers, living around 900 to 1300 CE. Now remember, that is still prehistoric, as they had no written language. For decades, rumors of cannibalism in ancestral Pueblo sites were considered fringe. Early archaeologists hesitated to interpret cut-marked bones as evidence, partly out of respect for the descendant native peoples, and partly because of the legacy of colonial biases branding indigenous people as cannibals without any solid proof. But starting in the 1990s, detailed osteological studies began to strongly indicate that there were indeed a few episodes of cannibalism going on. Perhaps the most famous case is Cowboy Wash, a small settlement in southwestern Colorado dated to around 1150. Archaeologists found the remains of 12 people in and around pit house dwellings. 7 of these skeletons showed unmistakable signs of extreme violence and butchery. Bones cracked open, the cut marks lined the skulls and long bones, and body parts were dismembered. Some bones had been burned in a hearth. The cooking pot still had human bone residues. The scene looked like a massacre and a meal. To clinch the case, a dried human coprolite, which is fossilized human feces, was discovered in one of the hearths. In a remarkable bit of biochemical detective work, scientists analyzed this coprolite and found human muscle protein within it, myoglobin namely, essentially proving that whoever had defecated had consumed human flesh. Myoglobin is found in muscle tissue, and finding the human-specific variant in feces is a clear marker of cannibalism. This was the first direct biochemical proof of prehistoric cannibalism in the Americas, and it left little doubt about what happened at Cowboy Wash. The interpretation is that the inhabitants of Cowboy Wash fell victim to attackers who killed them, cooked parts of their bodies, and ate them, leaving the village abruptly afterwards. The site was abandoned suddenly, with tools and food stores left behind, likely due to fear or the demise of the community. But why did this happen? One hypothesis ties it to a period of prolonged drought and social turmoil in the 12th century in that region. As resources dwindled, some groups might have resorted to cannibalism, either out of desperation or a terror tactic to scare off competitors. Archaeologist Christy Turner, who extensively studied southwest human bone assemblages, proposed that cannibalism in the region might have been introduced by outsiders, perhaps bands of people from Mesoamerica, where human sacrifice and cannibalism were part of state rituals. We know that from Aztec and other cultures. Essentially, a form of terror warfare to destabilize communities. This outsider theory is controversial, but whether the perpetrators were local or foreign, it's clear that something dire was happening. Turner and others documented possible cannibalism at dozens of sites, often characterized by assemblages of broken and scorched bones, sometimes dubbed processing stations. The phenomenon even entered Pueblo oral tradition. Some native stories refer obliquely to witches or evil ones who ate people during that dark time. Moving further south in the Americas, we encounter the major civilizations like the Aztecs and the Maya. These societies did have writing, so strictly speaking they are historical, but it's worth noting their practices because they illustrate culturally sanctioned cannibalism. The Aztecs in the 15th and 16th centuries famously conducted large-scale human sacrifices atop their pyramids in Tenochtitlan, after which bodies of the victims were often butchered and distributed for ritual meals among the nobility. Spanish conquistadors provided good accounts of these feasts, though they were a little biased and understandably horrified. Their descriptions align with indigenous records, however, and archaeological evidence. The Aztecs believed that eating the flesh of sacrificial victims was a way to honor the gods and possibly absorb the life force of their enemies. Though the Aztecs are beyond prehistoric by definition, the example is quite instructive. It shows how a society can ritualize cannibalism on a grand scale, entwining it with religion and warfare. But if we go further back in Mesoamerica, we find the Maya and others also practice forms of ritual cannibalism. There is archaeological evidence that some captives were sacrificed and defleshed among the classic Maya, circa 250 to 900 CE. For instance, cut marks on human bones at certain temples indicate post-mortem processing. The scale was smaller than Aztecs, but it was certainly present. In the Andean region of South America, the Moche culture, circa 1st to the 7th century CE in Peru, left vivid pottery scenes depicting human sacrifice and possibly cannibalism. Archaeological finds at sites like Huaca de la Luna revealed that war captives were killed and their bodies dismembered. Chemical evidence from bones suggests that parts might have been consumed or used in some manner, blood drinking or flesh eating as a part of a warrior ceremony. Later Andean peoples like the Inca generally did not practice cannibalism as far as the record shows, aside from famine situations, but they had other rituals, such as the Capacocha child sacrifices, which did not involve cannibalism, but different sacrificial rites. Lastly, looking at Oceania and other tribal societies. While not prehistoric in that European explorers eventually documented these practices in writing, many Pacific Island and Australian Aboriginal cultures did not have writings themselves and thus were in a prehistoric stage when cannibalism was observed. For example, Fiji was long known as the Cannibal Isles in the 19th century. Fijian chiefs occasionally consumed parts of enemies as a show of power. In parts of Papua New Guinea, certain groups practiced endo-cannibalism until the mid-20th century. Famously, the Four people ritually ate their deceased kin's brains as an act of love and mourning, which tragically led to the spread of prion disease, kuru, a sort of human equivalent of mad cow disease. These practices, recorded by... where am I? I lost where I was reading. There I am. Recorded by anthropologists and missionaries, demonstrate that cannibalism can be embedded in belief systems to honor the dead or to take on vengeance on foes, even in fairly recent times. They likely had roots going back many centuries in those cultures prehistory. For instance, in New Guinea's highlands, archaeology suggests warfare and cannibalism were present well before contact. Some caves have deposits of human bones that seem to have been both butchered and discarded along with food refuse, dating back a couple thousand years. The Carib people of the Caribbean, from which the term cannibal is derived via the Spanish caribales, reportedly practiced ritual cannibalism of enemies at the time of Columbus's voyages, though that has been subject to debate about how much was really true versus the colonial propaganda. Still, skeletal remains from prehistoric Caribbean sites before European contact sometimes show cut marks consistent with cannibalism, lending a bit of credence that the practice had been part of their culture as well, likely a warrior rite. So whenever we have humans living in challenging environments, there's a potential for cannibalism. It was not ubiquitous. Countless ancient communities never left any evidence of cannibalistic behavior, but it was recurrent enough across time and space that we must accept it as one thread in the tapestry of human behavior, as unpleasant as it is. But here's one thing you got to remember, and that's that prehistoric people were not so different from us in their base feelings and needs. They generally cared for their kin. They felt fear and hunger. They loved and they fought. As for cannibalism, when it occurred, it likely evoked strong feelings, perhaps dread among those who partook or witnessed it, or maybe even spiritual awe in a ritual context. I don't think it was ever mundane or trivial. Even the act of cutting and consuming another person would have required a psychological framework or extreme duress to justify. By studying the evidence without any modern prejudice, archaeologists and anthropologists attempt to reconstruct these frameworks. Oh, and as we've discussed, the frameworks definitely range widely, from seeing the consumed person as an honored ancestor or a gift to the gods, or to seeing them as a hated enemy whose very corpse must be obliterated. One theme that emerges is that cannibalism often coincided with times of crisis or transition. Humans facing new environments, perhaps Neanderthals facing competition, farming communities dealing with crowding and conflict, or societies encountering drought and societal collapse. These are moments when norms can break down, or new extreme rituals arise. Now think of that in modern times. The famines we've had in the past 200 years, these are terrible events, the wars and all the rest, cannibalism creeps in. It's just one of those things that, no matter the time or the place, oh, and no matter how civilized one is, with quotation marks around that word, it can always happen. It all comes down to desperation. Anyway, I hope you've walked away learning a few enlightening things. I'm sure you have the assurance that you've learned things seldom discussed in ordinary histories. Well, perhaps a few little facts there. In any case, I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, keeping everything ad-free. And thank you very much for liking and subscribing as well, leaving a little comment with your thoughts. Take everything you think of as human history, every civilization, every empire, every war and written word, and then compress it down to scale. Against the lifespan of Homo erectus, all of this fits inside the final sliver, less than 1/10 of 1%. Because Homo erectus lasted nearly 2 million years. No other human species comes close. They spread from Africa to East Asia to the islands of Southeast Asia, and they controlled fire, manufactured tools to a standard so consistent it implies teaching, knowledge passed down deliberately from one generation to the next. And at some point, they began doing something that no earlier species had done. They cared for individuals who could no longer care for themselves. We know this because of a toothless skull from Georgia, dated to 1.77 million years ago, belonging to someone who had lived for years without the ability to chew their own food. Someone kept that person alive. That choice, to sustain a life that offered no obvious practical return, is arguably the beginning of everything we recognize as human. So today, we are talking about Homo erectus, everything we know about it, our prehistoric ancestors. First of all, welcome to the channel. Quick reminder, we are a crowd-funded venture here, which means no ads, no sponsors, and we're only beholden to our audience. That's you. So if you want to support us, you'll find links in the pinned comment and description. There's a Patreon, a merch store, donation link, and we got memberships on YouTube. If you can't afford to do that, that's fine. Just give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That's completely free. Anyway, thank you in advance for that. Let's get on with the video. Now, the history of Homo erectus as a known species begins in 1891, because we have to use that term history quite carefully. This is more of an archaeological observation video. But if we're talking about what we can write down in the written record, well, 1891 is where it begins, on the Solo River in central Java. This was where a Dutch military physician named Eugène Dubois had come specifically to find the missing link between ape and human. Dubois was not an accidental discoverer. He had read Darwin and Haeckel, and he had reasoned that the common ancestor of humans and their nearest relatives was most likely to be found in the tropics. He had arranged a posting as a medical officer in the Dutch East Indies, precisely to give himself access to the geological formations that he believed would contain it. His confidence in his own reasoning was considered excessive by most of his contemporaries, which makes what happens next one of the more satisfying moments in the history of science. At Trinil, a fossil-rich site of the Solo River in East Java, Dubois' excavation team uncovered a skull cap and a femur, that's a thigh bone. They uncovered the skull cap in 91 and the thigh bone in 1892. The skull cap was thick, low, and broad, with heavy brow ridges that no modern human possessed. But its cranial volume was considerably larger than any ape's. The femur was almost entirely modern in its proportions, indicating a creature that walked upright. Dubois named his find Pithecanthropus erectus, the upright ape-man, and presented it to the scientific world in 1894 as precisely what he had been looking for, an intermediate form between living apes and living humans. The problem is, not everyone was on board. The reception was quite hostile. Some contemporaries argued that the skull cap was a large gibbon. Others accepted the intermediate status, but disputed whether a true intermediate could exist at all. Dubois, who was quite stung by the criticism, eventually locked the fossils in his house and refused to access them for nearly 20 years. The confirmation of Dubois' general argument came in the 1920s and 30s from China, where excavations at the cave site of Zhoukoudian, 30 miles southwest of Beijing, produced a series of skulls and skeletal fragments that were clearly related to the Java material. You might have heard of it before. The Peking man fossils, formerly designated Sinanthropus pekinensis. They were found over nearly 2 decades of excavation, beginning in earnest in 1927, representing dozens of individuals, and they transformed understanding of the species by providing evidence not only of anatomy, but a little bit about behavior. The Zhoukoudian deposits contained burned bone and charred seeds, and that suggested fire use. And the concentration of skull remains, many more skulls than limb bones, generated a debate about cannibalism that's still not quite resolved. The anatomist Franz Wiedenreich produced detailed and meticulous monographs on the Peking man material before the Second World War, and those monographs proved to be quite prescient. In 1941, as Japanese forces advanced on Beijing, the original Peking man fossils were packed for evacuation, loaded onto a US Marine transport, and disappeared. They've never been found. What a shame. Weidenreich's casts, drawings, and depictions are all that remain of the original material. The African chapter of the Homo erectus discovery story unfolded in parallel with the Asian one, and with a complexity that the Asian material did not prepare anyone for. The key African specimens, came principally from two sources: the East African Rift system, the Omo Valley and the Turkana Basin in Kenya and Ethiopia, where lake and river deposits have been preserving fossils for millions of years with a reliability that the deeper geological history of the region has made possible, and from southern Africa, where cave sites in the limestone karst around Johannesburg, that's in South Africa, the country, produced material from the 1930s onwards. The African Homo erectus specimens, now augmented by natural material from Algeria, Morocco, and Tanzania, gave the species a continental distribution in its place of origin that made the earlier picture of a predominantly Asian species look like a sampling artifact of where the early paleoanthropologist had happened to excavate. Africa, as it would prove again and again across the history of paleoanthropology, held the deeper record. But what about the name? Well, the name Homo erectus itself was formally established through the taxonomic revisions of the mid-20th century, which consolidated the various regional designations, the Pithecanthropus, the Sinanthropus, Athlanthropus from North Africa, under a single species. The consolidation was not universally welcomed, however. Some paleoanthropologists continue to argue for meaningful subspecific distinction between regional populations, and the question of how much variation can be accommodated with a single species is one that the Homo erectus record seems to push to its limits. What the taxonomic history tells us is that the species was discovered piecemeal, named multiple times in multiple places, and understood only gradually as the scattered fragments of a genuinely continental scale population were assembled into a coherent picture. Well, moving on from that, Homo erectus was, in anatomical terms, a creature that sits with striking precision in the gap between its predecessors and its successors, and the specific features of its anatomy tell us a great deal about what kind of life it was designed by natural selection to live. The cranial capacity of Homo erectus ranged from approximately 750 cubic centimeters in the earliest specimens to about 1225 in the most recent, a range that overlaps at its lower end with the largest Homo habilis individuals, and at its upper end with the smallest modern humans, and whose internal variation shows both genuine evolutionary change across nearly 2 million years and the considerable size differences between regional populations. Now, the skull is where the real distinction is. The brain case was long and low, rather than tall and rounded, with a pronounced ridge of bone running across the back, the occipital torus, and equally prominent ridges above the eye sockets, the supraorbital tori, which gave the face a heavy, overhanging quality, entirely unlike the vertical foreheads of anatomically modern humans. And if you just touched your forehead, you gotta like the video. Anyway, the bones of the skull were thick, in some specimens several times as thick as modern human cranial bones, a feature whose functional significance is debated. Now, the face was prognathic, meaning that it projected forward, with large teeth relative to modern standards, and a jaw of considerable robustness, though smaller and less projecting than in the Australopithecines that preceded the genus Homo. Below the neck, Homo erectus was essentially modern. The postcranial skeleton, the body from the neck down, was proportioned in ways that characterized the human body as an adaptation for sustained long-distance bipedal locomotion, long legs relative to arms, a narrow pelvis, a waist, and limb proportions consistent with life in open environments, where covering ground efficiently was more important than climbing trees. The Turkana boy, recovered in 1984 from deposits at Nariyokotome on the western shore of Lake Turkana in Kenya, is the most complete early hominin skeleton ever found, and it makes the modernity of the Homo erectus body vivid in a way that isolated skull fragments cannot. At death, estimated variously between 8 and 12 years of age, the Turkana boy stood approximately 1.6 meters tall. Adult height would likely have been close to 1.8 meters. And he was a runner. His body was built for the African savanna, for the kind of persistence hunting in which endurance over distance matters more than speed over short ground. And the anatomy tells this story with a specificity that the skull alone can't really give you. The transition from Homo habilis, the immediate predecessor widely proposed, though not universally accepted, to Homo erectus, is one of the most significant anatomical transitions in hominin evolution, and one of the least well understood in its mechanisms. Homo habilis, known primarily from East African sites dating to between 2.4 to 1.4 million years ago, had a brain of roughly 500 to 600 cubic centimeters, and a body that retained significant ape-like proportions. So think about long arms, short legs, a body mass of perhaps 30 to 40 kilograms, so basically double that in pounds. The shift to Homo erectus, the larger brain, the fully modern body, and dramatic increase in stature and mass, represents a discontinuity whose cause or causes remain actively debated. Climate change, dietary shift toward higher quality food, including more meat, the beginnings of cooperative hunting, the invention of cooking, all have been proposed as drivers of the transition, and all have evidentiary support that is real but not conclusive. Now, what is clear is that the transition, whenever and however it happened, produced a species that was in a fundamentally different adaptive category from everything that had preceded it. The brain, despite its greater size relative to predecessors, was still organized differently from the modern human brain, in ways that remain difficult to assess from the fossil evidence alone. Endocasts, i.e. casts of the interior of the skull that preserve a rough impression of the brain surface topography, suggest that the Broca's area, a region associating modern humans with language production, was indeed present and slightly expanded in Homo erectus compared to earlier hominins. This is evidence of nothing more than an anatomical correspondence. Whether Homo erectus possessed any form of language, symbolic communication, or merely a precursor capacity that we would not recognize as language is a question that the bones can't really answer directly. And I'm afraid the tongue and soft palate, well, they don't really last for over 1 million years, don't they? I'm sure that the debate will remain genuinely open. Maybe that's a good thing. Now, Homo erectus was the first hominin species to leave the African continent, and the timing, the route, and motivation of that dispersal have been among the most interesting questions in paleoanthropology since the mid-20th century. The earliest African specimens date to approximately 1.9 million years ago, with some researchers pushing the dates to close to 2 million years, based on material from the sites at Kubifora and Turkana Basin in Turkey, and from the Manasi in Georgia, that is the country, Georgia, not the state, which presents the further complication that if the Damanasi specimens are genuinely 1.77 to 1.85 million years old, well, they may be as old as the earliest confidently dated African Homo erectus. Now that suggests either a very rapid dispersal or a population already broadly distributed across Africa and Western Asia, before the species is clearly recognized in the fossil record. Now, we can't all be geography experts, but Georgia is certainly a long way from Africa. Now, the Damanasi site in Georgia deserves a bit of attention because it's transformed the understanding of the early dispersal in ways that were not anticipated before the major excavations of the 90s and 2000s. Damanasi lies at the junction of Asia and Europe, at an elevation in the Caucasus Mountains, where the landscape would have been dramatically different 1.8 million years ago. And the fossils recovered there represent at least 5 individuals whose anatomical variation is quite extraordinary. In 2013, the discovery of a nearly complete skull, which they called Skull 5, the combination of cranium D4500 and mandible D2600, produced a paper in Science magazine that argued the range of variation within the Damanasi population was comparable to the range of variation that paleoanthropologists had used to distinguish multiple separate species among the early African Homo. If the argument is accepted, it is substantially simplifying the early Homo family tree by collapsing several proposed species into a single variable population distributed across Africa and into Western Asia, a conclusion that not everyone in the field has accepted. Science is not a democracy, as they say, but it has forced a productive reassessment of how much variation in a single Homo species can contain. The route or routes by which Homo erectus moved from Africa into Asia remain incompletely understood. The most probable corridor was through the Levant, the eastern Mediterranean coastal region that connects northeast Africa to the rest of Eurasia, a route that was available during wetter periods, when the Sahara was not the barrier it is today, and when the landscapes of the Near East could support populations of large mammals and the hominins that followed them. There is no strong evidence for a significant Middle Eastern Homo erectus presence, which may reflect real absence from that corridor, or may reflect the bias of where excavation has and has not occurred. That's the thing, this story can always change with one discovery. Now, what is clear is that the species reached both the Caucasus and Southeast Asia, and they did it at remarkable speed by geological standards, suggesting that the dispersal was a consequence of normal range expansion by a highly mobile generalist species, rather than a singular, deliberate migration. But then there's the specific question, of whether the Damanasi hominins represent genuine Homo erectus or a more primitive dispersive population. Well, the Damanasi skulls are variable enough that when first analyzed, some researchers proposed that they represented as many as 3 distinct species. You had Homo ergaster, Homo habilis, and Homo georgicus, a Georgian endemic, of course. The 2013 analysis of Skull 5 effectively ended this interpretation by demonstrating that the within-site variation at Damanasi encompassed all the proposed species in a single clearly associated sample, meaning that either all of them were the same species, or the concept of discrete species boundaries was being applied in a way that the actual biological variation simply didn't support. The authors of the 2013 science paper cautiously favored the former interpretation. And I say cautiously, because they're always a little bit cautious about these things. No one likes to be proved wrong 20 years later. Well, the Damanasi individuals, despite their variability, seem to represent a single population of early Homo that should probably be accommodated within a broadly defined Homo erectus. Now, this position has not been universally adopted, but it has been enormously individual in moving the field toward a more realistic appraisal of how much variation a single human species could contain. The question of what drove the dispersal connects directly to the anatomical and technological developments that we've already discussed. A species with a modern body capable of sustained locomotion over long distances, with a larger brain than any previous hominin, with stone tools adequate for processing, and with at least the rudimentary forms of social organization, well, that was a species capable of occupying a much wider range of ecological niches than any previous hominin had managed. So the dispersal of Homo erectus was not an event but a process, a gradual expansion of a successful population across landscapes that it had the physical and cognitive capacity to exploit. And exploit them they did. Well, let's get to Turkana Boy. We mentioned him a little bit, but here's the full section. Could make a whole video on him, to be honest. Well, it was a morning in August 1984. A Kenyan fossil hunter named Kamoya Kimeo noticed a small fragment of skull bone lying on the surface of an eroded hillside near Nariokotome on the western shore of Lake Turkana. Now, the fragment was tiny, smaller than a box of matches, and the site had been surveyed before without yielding significant material. Kimeo flagged the fragment, and the excavation team, led by Richard and me Veliki, began the meticulous process of recovering what lay beneath. Over the following weeks and subsequent field sessions, they uncovered the most complete early hominin skeleton ever found. The individual, known as the Turkana Boy, catalogued as KNMWT 15000, sounds like a Terminator's name, dated to approximately 1.5 to 1.6 million years ago. Good job, Kamoya. Very good find. Now, the Turkana Boy was, at death, somewhere between 8 and 12, though the interpretation of his dental development and skeletal maturation has been contested. Some researchers argue his developmental trajectory was more like a modern human's, placing him at the older end of the age range, while others suggest Homo erectus matured more rapidly than modern humans, which would make him quite younger. His stature at death was 1.6 meters, which was exceptionally tall for his age, and projections of his adult height, based on the proportions of the skeleton, place him close to 1.8 meters if he would have gotten there. But, well, he didn't, so there you go. He was long-legged, narrow-hipped, and lean in proportions that reflect the thermoregularity demands of the equatorial African environment, a body designed to shed heat while covering ground. The pathological evidence preserved in Turkana Boy's skeleton is quite informative. His vertebral canal, the channel to which the spinal cord passes, was significantly narrower than in modern humans, a feature that has led some researchers to propose that his thoracic control of breathing was less refined than ours, or which in turn may have limited his capacity for the kind of fine respiratory control that sustained complex speech requires. This is a highly inferential chain of reasoning, by the way. We are extrapolating from bone dimensions to neural anatomy, a kind of behavior capacity across a chain of assumptions, but it is representative of the kind of indirect reasoning that we have to do in this field. It's not like there's any direct evidence available. If you know any Homo erectus to ask, let me know. We could interview one for the channel. Well, what is not in doubt is that the Turkana Boy had a brain of approximately 880 cubic centimeters, that he stood in a posture indistinguishable from a modern human, and that he died from causes the skeleton cannot determine before reaching adulthood. The specific anatomical details of the Turkana Boy's skeleton have generated a productive secondary debate about the pace of Homo erectus development. Modern human children follow a distinctive life history of pattern, a prolonged childhood and adolescence, during which the brain continues to develop, and during which social and technical learning is transmitted from adults to the young. It's one of the most distinctive features that Homo sapiens have compared to other primates. Well, the question of whether Homo erectus shared this extended developmental period or matured more rapidly in a pattern closer to that of other great apes, that has direct implications for how we understand the species' cognitive and, I suppose, the social capacities too. Analysis of tooth eruption patterns and bone growth markers in Tokanaboy's skeleton has been used to argue both positions, with one group of researchers finding development consistent with a modern human-like slow maturation, and another finding evidence of a faster, more ape-like developmental trajectory. The resolution of this debate matters, because it bears on how much time Homo erectus juveniles spend in conditions of intensive social learning, which in turn bears on how sophisticated the knowledge transmitted between generations could have been. The Takana boy matters to the story, not only for what his anatomy reveals about these species, but for what his existence is knowable. Hang on, let me repeat that. But for what his existence as a knowable individual does for our understanding of what these people were. He was a specific person, not a generalization. He had a specific height, age, and bones with specific proportions and pathologies. The African Homo erectus population that produced him was living in a landscape of rivers and grasslands, hunting or scavenging large mammals, making Herculean stone tools, and managing the physical demands of an environment that selected hard for the particular body that the carnivore possessed. Well, the gap between his world and ours spans 1.5 million years, and yet the body lying in Nariok Tome was one that, stripped of its skull, a modern anatomist could easily mistake for a tall modern human from an active outdoor life and a little bit of bad luck. The Asian chapter of the Homo erectus story is in many ways the most extraordinary, because it involves a population that persisted in Java for close to 1 million years after its African relatives had given rise to subsequent hominin lineages, maintaining a recognizable anatomical identity in a geographically isolated environment, while the rest of the hominin world was undergoing the transformations that would eventually produce Homo sapiens. The Javanese specimens, found principally at Trinil, Sangiran, and Nangdong on the island of Java in what is now Indonesia, span a date range from approximately 1.5 million years ago to somewhere between 100,000 and 140,000 years ago, with some more recent estimates placing the Nangdong specimens around 117,000 years ago. The Sangiran site, a dome of eroded sediment in central Java that has been gradually exposing fossil material for over a century, has produced more Homo erectus specimens than any other location in Asia, and the material from Sangiran has been central to understanding the anatomical range and temporal span of the Asian population. The earliest Sangiran specimens from the Putangan Formation, dated to approximately 1.5 million years ago, show the characteristic thick-skulled, heavy-browed morphology of early Homo erectus, and the later material from the overlying Kabu Formation, dating to roughly 700 to 900,000 years ago, shows a broadly similar anatomy with some regional specializations, heavier brow reaches, thicker skulls, lower cranial vaults, things like this. These distinguish the late Javanese population from the African and Chinese contemporaries. The anatomical evolution of the Javanese Homo erectus populations across its long tenure on the island is a subject of ongoing research. The comparison of the earliest Sangiran material, roughly 1.5 million years old, with the latest Nangdong specimens, about 100 to 140,000 years, both show continuity and change. The late Nangdong individuals have larger brains than the early Sangiran individuals, with cranial capacities in the range of 1013 to 1251 cubic centimeters, which overlaps with the lower end of the modern human range. Their skulls remained long, low, and heavily timbered by modern standards, but the overall cranial volume represents a genuine evolutionary change across the population's tenure on the island. Whether this increase in brain size reflects selection pressure from the Javanese environment, a general trend towards the entire Homo erectus of encephalization during this period, or the genetic consequences of intermittent gene flow from the mainland Asian populations, well, that's a question that current evidence does not resolve, unless they discover something between now and the time the video is released, in which I will be quite embarrassed. But what it does demonstrate is that Homo erectus was not a static species, frozen in its ancestral form and its long duration. It was changing, adapting, and in at least some measurable respects, improving its cognitive hardware, even in a geographically peripheral population separated from the African center of hominin evolution by thousands of kilometers. The question of how and when Homo erectus first reached Java is complicated by the geography of Southeast Asia during the Pleistocene. That is, during glacial periods where the sea levels were lower, Java was connected to the Asian mainland by a broad land bridge. We call this the Sunda Shelf. It allowed large mammals, including elephants, rhinoceroses, and hominins, to walk from what is now mainland Southeast Asia to what is the Indonesian archipelago without having to get their feet wet. No one likes that. The first hominins reached Java during one of these low sea level periods, probably somewhere between 1.5 and 1.8 million years ago, though the older end of this range remains contested by a few researchers who regard the dating of the earliest Javanese specimens as insufficiently secure. Once established on Java, the population was periodically isolated by rising sea levels during warmer interglacial periods, and this isolation may have contributed to the regional anatomical distinctions that developed over time. The late persistence of Homo erectus in Java, if the Nangdong dates of approximately 117,000 years ago are correct, has these significant implications for the story of human evolution, because it means, if it is correct, that Homo erectus in Asia was still alive when anatomically modern Homo sapiens were already present in Africa and beginning to disperse. The possibility of interaction and even interbreeding between late Javanese Homo erectus and early modern humans reaching Southeast Asia cannot be entirely excluded on current evidence, though the genetic records, as currently understood, does not provide strong support for significant admixtures between the two lineages. What the late Javanese persistence does demonstrate is that Homo erectus was not an evolutionary failure. It was a spectacularly successful species whose Asian populations endured until being replaced by or absorbed into later hominin lineages. Not through any inherent inadequacy, don't get me wrong, but rather through the emergence of competitors with cognitive and social capacities that ultimately proved to be decisive. Well, let's move on and we talk a little bit more in detail about Zhoukoudian, the site just southwest of modern-day Beijing, which is perhaps the most productive site of the 20th century in terms of paleoanthropology, but the most tragic, the stories that we mentioned before about the contents going missing. Now, the excavations at Zhoukoudian began in earnest after 1927, when the Canadian anatomist Davidson Black identified a single molar tooth as belonging to a new species he named Sinanthropus pekinensis, the Peking man, and convinced the Rockefeller Foundation to fund a major excavation on the strength of that single tooth, a piece of academic entrepreneurship, what a great term that is, that was either reckless optimism or brilliant scientific intuition, depending on how you choose to frame it. Now, the subsequent excavations, led first by Black and then later after his sudden death in 1934, the German-American anatomist Franz Wiedenreich, produced a remarkable collection. Skulls, jaws, teeth, isolated limb bones from dozens of individuals, spanning an age range from childhood to old age, and representing one of the most substantial examples of any extinct hominin population ever recorded at a single site. Weidenreich produced detailed monographs on the material, with meticulous drawings, measurements, and comparative analysis that remain valuable reference documents today. The deposits at Zhoukoudian accumulated over a period of roughly 500,000 to 200,000 years ago, and the layers that represent multiple phases of occupation, separated by periods of disguise, a pattern consistent with the site that was used intermittently as a shelter or hunting base, or a place for processing food, right, rather than as a permanent residence. Now, one of the most famous aspects of the site is the evidence for fire, and it's been more contested than the popular account suggests. The original excavators reported burned bone, charcoal, and reddened sediments in the cave deposits, and those were interpreted as evidence of controlled fire use by Homo erectus inhabitants. Later analysis, however, raised a few questions about whether burning was the result of deliberate fire maintenance or a spontaneous combustion of accumulated organic material, a possibility that the chemistry of the site makes at least plausible, although I think it's a bit of a stretch, to be honest with you. Now, the current consensus is that the evidence for fire at Zhoukoudian is genuine, that the burning was too extensive and too systematically associated with hominin activity layers to be entirely natural. But the site is probably not the earliest evidence for controlled fire use, a distinction that currently belongs to sites in Africa, most notably Vonderwerk Cave in South Africa, with dates of approximately 1 million years ago. The faunal assemblages at Zhoukoudian, i.e. the animal bones found alongside the Homo erectus remains, provides a detailed picture of the ecological context in which Peking man lived, and suggests something about the dietary range and hunting or scavenging capacities of the population. The dominant large mammal in the deposits is the spotted hyena, a carnivore whose presence in large numbers suggests that the cave was a hyena den during some periods of its use and a hominin residence during others. The two occupants using the same site at different times, I suppose. Large herbivores, including deer, horse, rhinoceros, and elephant, are represented by fragmented bones that show butchery marks consistent with hominin processing. The Homo erectus skulls themselves are predominantly preserved as isolated calvaria, skullcaps, without facial bones and without the associated postcranial skeletons, a pattern that Weidenreich interpreted as evidence of cannibalism or ritual skull processing. This interpretation is, of course, challenged by researchers who attribute the selective preservation to the differential survival of thick cranial bone relative to the thinner bones of the face and limbs. But the debate about whether Peking man practiced cannibalism is not definitively resolved, and won't be for quite a while, we can say that for sure. The loss of the Peking man fossils in December of 1941 is perhaps the story that overtakes most of the attention. The Japanese forces occupied Beijing, and for the fossils to stay there would have been too dangerous, so they got evacuated, packed into foot lockers, and sent into a convoy heading to the port of Qinhuangdao, and from there they disappear. No trace of them. You see, the Marines were captured. The fossils were not recovered. Theories about their fate range from accidental destruction during the chaos of the evacuation to a deliberate concealment by parties whose identity varies depending on who is advancing the theories. What is certain is that Weidenreich's casts and the Chinese-made replicas that remain in Beijing represent all that survives of one of the most significant fossil collections ever found. The stone tools associated with Homo erectus belong primarily to what archaeologists call the Acheulean industry, or rather the Acheulean industry, named after the town of Saint-Acheule in the Somme Valley of northern France, where characteristic bifacial tools, i.e. hand axes, were first identified in the 19th century. The Acheulean hand axe is one of the most immediately recognizable objects in the entire archaeological record. A teardrop-shaped stone tool, usually between 10 and 20 centimeters in length, worked on both faces to produce a cutting edge that runs around most of its perimeter. The finest examples are objects of considerable aesthetic impact, symmetrical, carefully thinned, shaped with a precision that implies both a clear mental template for the finished form and the technical skill to realize it. And they appear in the African and Western Eurasian archaeological record from approximately 1.76 million years ago until around 300,000 years ago, a span of time across which the basic form remained remarkably consistent. Now, the consistency of the hand axe across such an enormous temporal span is one of the most discussed features of the Acheulean industry, and it demands explanation. A stone tool form that persists essentially unchanged for over 1 million years, it either represents a solution so optimal that no alternative offered an advantage, or it reflects a mode of cultural transmission so conservative that variation was actually suppressed. But maybe it also indicates a cognitive architecture, in which the capacity for innovation of tool form was limited in ways that differ from modern human cognition. None of these explanations is entirely satisfying, and the debate about what the Acheulean stability means for understanding Homo erectus cognition is one of the more productive questions in the field, I suppose, even though it remains well and truly unresolved. What the persistence does suggest is that the hand axe was genuinely effective, that it solved the problems that Homo erectus needed to solve, well enough that the incremental innovation provided no consistent selective advantage. The anomaly in the Acheulean distribution is one of the most intriguing puzzles that we have in this video. At least, I think so. In East Asia, i.e. China, Korea, Japan, and a little bit of Southeast Asia, the Acheulean hand axe is largely absent from the archaeological record. Homo erectus populations in these regions used a simpler toolkit, the Mode 1, Older 1 derived technology of simple flaked pebbles and cores without the bifacial shaping that characterizes the Acheulean. This geographic discontinuity was identified by the archaeologist Hallam Movius in the 90s and became known as the Movius Line, a boundary running approximately through India and Southeast Asia, to the west of which Acheulean technology is present and to the east of which it is absent. The explanations proposed for the Movius Line include the possibility that the initial dispersal into East Asia predated the Acheulean development in Africa, that East Asian raw materials were less suitable for bifacial working, and that the East Asian populations had access to bamboo as a tool material that left no archaeological trace. Once again, no single explanation has achieved consensus. That's just the way it is when you're talking about these kinds of topics. We just have to make peace with the fact. That's the nature of it. Now, the hunting and scavenging capabilities of Homo erectus are a related technological question. The earlier consensus, influenced by the general model of hominins as opportunistic scavengers of large mammal carcasses killed by other predators, placed Homo erectus at the margins of the meat economy, a species that attained animal protein primarily by chasing other predators off kills and processing the bones and scraps left behind. Vulture mode, as I call it. The accumulation of evidence from butchery sites in Africa, including the Ologasali Basin in Kenya and the Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania, has substantially revised the picture. Cut marks on large mammal bones from Homo erectus contexts show a pattern consistent with primary access to carcasses. The marks appear in locations that indicate the animal was processed while its meat was still attached, not after other predators had removed it. Now, this pattern suggests hunting or very early access to fresh kills, which in turn implies either cooperative hunting behavior or a level of boldness and physical effectiveness in competition with other predators that goes well beyond opportunistic scavenging. But fire is the most transformative technology of which Homo erectus has been associated with, and the evidence for its controlled use is more secure than popular accounts sometimes imply, while remaining less securely dated than confident statements about Homo erectus mastering fire would suggest. Of course, mastering is quite a word, right? The earliest robust evidence for controlled fire use comes from Van der Werk Cave in the northern Cape of South Africa, where burned bone and plant ash in deposits approximately 1 million years old provide what most researchers accept as genuine evidence of fire. Evidence from Joko Dien extends controlled fire use into China at around 500,000 years ago. The hypothesis that Homo erectus had discovered fire considerably earlier, perhaps as early as 1.5 million years ago, is supported by indirect evidence including changes in dental morphology, consistent with cooking softening food. But direct evidence for fire at these earlier dates has not been convincingly demonstrated. What fire would have provided, if and when it was adopted, includes protection from predators, warmth in environments outside of the tropical zone, and nutritional benefits of cooked food, which releases more calories per gram of raw material than uncooked food, and which may have contributed to the energy surplus that supported the enlarged Homo erectus brain. But then there was the question of what Homo erectus was like as a social being, what their groups looked like, how they communicated. We can't really say talk to each other. Well, perhaps we can, who knows? Or what they understood about the world and each other. That is when we see a more human dimension. Bones and stones give us technology and anatomy, but they don't give us a family structure. They don't give us that emotional experience. The inferences we can make about Homo erectus social cognition are always indirect, more often than not contested, and often more revealing about the assumptions of the scholars making them rather than the reality of the species being studied. The toothless Damanasi individual introduced at the start of this account is, in this context, the most important piece of evidence we have for social behavior in early Homo erectus. That individual, who had lost all of his teeth some years before death, as the fully reabsorbed jawbone demonstrates, had survived in an environment that would have made independent food procurement essentially impossible without the ability to eat solid food. The survival implies that other members of the group provided food for them, processed it in ways that made it accessible, and continued to do so across an extended period. And this is, by definition, altruistic behavior toward a non-productive group member, behavior that had a real cost to those providing it and no immediate reciprocal benefit. Now, whether this represents an emotional attachment to a known individual or some, general social norm of care, we can't know, but the behavior itself is attested by the fact of the survival. I mean, they must have been doing it for some reason, unless they have some fundamental drive towards charity, which, who knows if Homo erectus had that. The question of language in Homo erectus is where the intellectual honesty requires acknowledging the limits of inference more carefully than popular treatments usually do. The anatomical evidence, the slightly expanded Broca's area, which is the language processing center in the brain, and the more narrow vertebral canal in the Turkana boy, points in different directions, suggesting some expansion of the capacities relevant to communication, while also suggesting the limitations in fine respiratory control that would have constrained the range of vocalizations possible. The archaeological evidence is similarly ambiguous. The Acheulean hand axe, with its consistent form and its apparent cross-generational transmission, implies some form of cultural learning and social instruction, but whether that instruction required spoken language or could have been accomplished through observation, imitation, and gesture is a question the tools themselves cannot resolve. Most paleoanthropologists currently favor a model in which Homo erectus had some form of enhanced communication beyond anything seen in other primates, a proto-language of sorts, a system of calls and gesture with more referential content than chimpanzee communication. Of course, this comes without the full syntactic complexity of modern human language, and this is a reasonable inference from the available evidence if we can make those sorts of assumptions, but once again, it's not a certainty. We cannot say that Homo erectus was, saying hello like, and the other one was saying, back to him. We just don't know. But it probably would have been something like that. Now, the evidence, or rather the absence of evidence for symbolic and aesthetic behavior in Homo erectus, is another very discussed lacunae in the record of the species. Modern Homo sapiens are defined in part by the production of symbolic objects that attest to a capacity for representation, for thinking about the world in terms of abstract categories and communicable symbols. Homo erectus left nothing of this kind in the archaeological record, with one potential exception: a shell from Trinil in Java, the same site where Dubois found his original specimens. That was found to bear what appears to be an engraved geometric zigzag pattern. The shell was redated to 2014, to approximately 540,000 years ago. And the engraving, if it is deliberate, would push back the early evidence for symbolic behavior by several 100,000 years. And that's the thing. The, quote, if deliberate, is doing a great deal of the heavy lifting in that sentence. The interpretation of the Trinil shell engraving as intentional symbolic production has been challenged on the grounds that the marks could be the result of a tool-using activity related to food processing, rather than a deliberate decoration. But once again, unresolved debates. But the fact that there is a debate at all that the possibility of Homo erectus symbolic behavior is taken seriously rather than dismissed just shows you how substantially the understanding of the species has deepened over the past 20 years. No serious researcher is putting Homo erectus aside and saying that they were all just savage, guerrilla cave dwellers, these troglodytes that aren't worth mentioning. I love that word, troglodyte. Just the same as they don't do it for Neanderthals anymore. It's just poor manners. Now, the group size and social structure of Homo erectus populations can be estimated indirectly from comparative studies of living primates and from the ecological modeling of the environments they occupied. Dunbar's social brain hypothesis, which proposes a correlation between neocortex size and the social group size in primates, suggests that the Homo erectus brain would have supported social groups of roughly 100 to 130 individuals, and that's larger than the groups of any non-human primate, but within the range of modern human foraging societies. Groups of this size would have required sophisticated social coordination, the management of coalitions, the negotiation of access to resources, the transmission of knowledge across generations, things like that. Whether Homo erectus had those social technologies, think about things like reputation systems, norms of fairness, perhaps reciprocal altruism, the things that characterize modern human social groups, at least in their best forms. We can't assess that from the fossil record. Now, what the Dmanisi toothless individual tells us is that there were at least some Homo erectus groups out there that maintained care for non-productive members. And I think that is a pretty important thing to know. Well, that's all we have time for today for Homo erectus. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope you enjoyed the Neanderthal video as well. Perhaps we'll do a little bit more about Australopithecines. Perhaps we'll do a little bit more about Homo floresiensis, the Hobbit man. Ooh. Religion and spirituality. We tend to think of it in modern terms. Let's list off the big players. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, and everything in between, of course. But these belief systems didn't just spring up out of nowhere. You see, everything develops from an earlier tradition. And religion, well, that's just one more thing that has roots deeper than we can imagine. So the question really is, when did religion actually begin? Let's try to keep an open mind today. We're going to be digging through quite a bit of archaeology, as this video goes quite before written records. In any case, it's quite a fascinating peek into our ancestors grappling with those eternal questions. A lot of questions which we're still yet to answer. Anyway, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello everyone. Thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, along with the merch store and donations. Links are in the comment. If you can't do that, like, comment, and subscribe is free of charge and helps us out more than you would believe in the algorithm. That being said, I won't hassle you about it. Let's get comfortable and begin. And we really do need to go quite far back. You see, our search for the beginnings of religion or spirituality, without really putting our terms into too tight of goalposts, starts before Homo sapiens. You see, it starts with other human species who roamed the earth tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. While religion in the full sense is difficult to ascertain without written records, there are certain behaviors of these archaic humans that suggest rudimentary spirituality or ritual. In particular, attention to the dead, intentional burials, and possible funerary offerings. It is seen by archaeologists as one of the first clear signs of spiritual or religious behavior. If a group of hominins took care to bury the deceased companions that they had, rather than just, well, leaving them there to the birds and the elements, it may indicate respect, mourning rituals, or even a belief in some form of afterlife, or a spiritual significance of death. One famous example comes from the Shanidar cave in the Zagros Mountains of present-day Iraq. In the 1950s and 60s, archaeologist Ralph Sulecki excavated the graves of several Neanderthals, our robust and heavy-browed cousins. They were buried deep in the Shanidar cave sediments. One individual, known as Shanidar IV, was found surrounded by clumps of pollen from various wildflowers. Sulecki proposed that around 60,000 years ago, Neanderthals had deliberately interred this body on a bed of flowers, perhaps adorning the corpse with colorful blooms as a kind of ritual farewell. Now, this is a little bit imaginative, I know, and it's a bold interpretation. But this interpretation of a flower burial certainly does capture the imagination, because it painted Neanderthals not as these brutish cavemen, but rather as compassionate beings with a sense of ceremony to them. Now, if it is true, it would certainly be strong evidence that Neanderthals practiced a form of ritual behavior toward their dead, and arguably a religious act. But here's the thing. Science is always evolving, and later studies have challenged the flower burial hypothesis. Recent microscopic analysis of Shanidar's pollen suggests that it might have been introduced by burrowing rodents or bees, rather than by mourners gathering bouquets. I know, right? Always ruining the fun, modern science. In fact, a 2020's re-examination of the site found that pollen clumps could be explained by ancient solitary bees dragging flowers into their burrows. So, did Neanderthals really place flowers with their dead? We don't know. Sorry to disappoint you, we just don't know. This whole romantic image may or may not be accurate. But of course, there's always still plenty more bodies underground to be found, so fingers crossed. Importantly though, even if the flowers were incidental, Shanidar Cave still provides evidence of intentional Neanderthal burials, and that has to count for something. The Neanderthal skeletons at Shanidar, a total of 10 individuals by the way, appear to have been deliberately placed on prepared, or rather in prepared pits. One Neanderthal, Shanidar I, had survived crippling injuries and lived to old age, and it seems that he was cared for by his group. Then he was carefully buried. All of this suggesting a social concern for individuals and perhaps ritual treatment of the dead. Such deliberate burials imply that these archaic humans had concepts of death beyond the purely practical. Maybe some notion of an afterlife, or at least a desire to honor and remember their dead. In the realm of prehistory, that edges closer to the territory of spiritual belief. Shanidar is not the only hint, though. The first possible evidence of mortuary practice is, believe it or not, around 400,000 years ago in Spain. The famous site of Cima de los Huesos, the Pit of Bones, in the Atapuerca cave system. Paleoanthropologists found a cache of bones from at least 28 hominin individuals, likely early Neanderthals or their ancestors, Homo heidelbergensis, piled at the bottom of a vertical shaft deep underground. Alongside these hundreds of bones lay a single exquisite hand axe made of red quartzite, nicknamed Excalibur, which is pretty cool. Now, this discovery is quite haunting. Dozens of ancient human bodies seemingly deposited in a remote cave chamber, accompanied by a beautiful stone tool made from an unusual stone. Why even go to all the trouble? Why were the bodies here? There is one interpretation. It's a little controversial, but compelling. It is that Cima de los Huesos represents a very early form of a burial site or ossuary, where those archaic humans intentionally dropped their dead into the pit. The red quartzite hand axe may have been left as a symbolic offering, perhaps a grave good for the afterlife, or a tribute to a fallen member of the group. Some experts indeed support the idea that this Excalibur was a ritual offering, a meaningful object sacrificed in honor of the deceased. If that is true, it would no doubt push the roots of the mortuary ritual back to a long time before even Homo sapiens, excuse me. But here's the thing, not all are convinced. None of this is set in stone. And archaeology, just like all science, is not a democracy. Skeptics argue that maybe the bones were washed into the shaft by a natural process. And the hand axe? Well, it maybe could have just fallen in. There are no definitive signs of a formal burial like digging or grave arrangements. But given that the small bones are missing, perhaps decayed or removed by scavengers while larger bones remained, the intentional body disposal theory is taken seriously by many. In any case, at a minimum, Cima de los Huesos shows that these early humans collected their dead in one place, and that is behavior that doesn't have a clear practical benefit. Rather, it could reflect a social or spiritual motivation. So when we speak of pre-human hominins engaging in this ritual, we need to be a little bit cautious. They left no writings, of course, or any explicit icons of deities, so the archaeologist has to look for clues in their behavior and artifacts. Besides burials, other intriguing clues among the Neanderthals are their deep cave activities. You see, Neanderthals were skilled hunters and tool makers, at least for the time. But until recently, few suspected them of creating structures or art. But all that has changed with a stunning find at Bruniquel Cave in southern France. In 2016, researchers announced that roughly 176,000 years ago, long before modern humans reached Europe, Neanderthals ventured deep into Bruniquel Cave's pitch-black interior. When they got there, they built mysterious stone circles. Now, these circles, about 20 meters underground, were constructed from broken stalagmites arranged in ring-like enclosures. Analysis showed that they had lit fires inside the cave, as reddened rock and charred bones were found in and around the structures. The largest ring is about 6.7 meters across. 6'7". Made from hundreds of pieces of stalagmite. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, the sheer effort required, gathering over 2 tons of stalagmite rock, breaking them into similar lengths, organizing them into circles, all by firelight, by the way, points to a significant purpose. There's no sign this was a dwelling or a place for any mundane task. It lies far from the cave entrance, and it's in permanent darkness. So why on earth would the Neanderthals undertake this, frankly, extraordinary construction project? Once again, we have no idea. At least, no idea for sure. But scientists have speculated that it could have been a meeting place for some kind of ritual or ceremony. Perhaps small groups gathered in these cave chambers for activities that had symbolic meanings to them. Storytelling, shamanic rites, social initiations, perhaps. The fact that remains of a large herbivore's bone were burnt there hints it could have even been a site of offerings or feasts. Now, whatever the case, Bruniquel Cave reveals that Neanderthals were capable of symbolic thought and complex social planning. They weren't just surviving day to day. They invested time and effort into activities with no immediate payoff in a utility sense. Now, importantly, that is what religion often entails: devotion of resources to symbolic or transcendent goals. The Bruniquel circles whisper to us that something was deeply meaningful to Neanderthals, and it was taking place in that dark cave so long, long ago. And it was something beyond mere survival. Neanderthals also appear to have had an aesthetic sense that might border on the spiritual. For instance, at a site in Croatia, researchers have found Neanderthal-made necklaces and ornaments, eagle talons with cut marks dating to 130,000 years ago, apparently strung together as jewelry. Wearing the claws of a mighty bird could have been more than decorative. It might have been talismanic, a way to draw the power of the eagle to the wearer, a concept very much in line with totemic or animistic belief. At other Neanderthal sites, pieces of pigment like red ochre have been discovered, suggesting they used colors to perhaps paint their bodies or objects. Ochre has often been linked to ritual and symbolic behavior in human prehistory, as we will see with Homo sapiens, and if Neanderthals deliberately collected pigments, they too may have adorned themselves for ceremonial purposes, or symbolically treated their dead. So while we can't speak of an organized religion among Neanderthals and other pre-human hominins, the archaeological evidence hints at proto-religious behaviors, caring burials of the dead, possibly with offerings, the use of adornments and pigments that suggest a symbolic expression, and gatherings in those deep, dark places, for purposes unknown, of course, but potentially ritualistic. These behaviors indicate that the roots of religious sensibility were there, and as this a sense of awe, this respect for the dead, belief in unseen forces or life beyond visible death. All these things might reach back into our evolutionary family tree longer than we had expected. Our direct ancestors, the early Homo sapiens, well, they inherited this capacity. And of course, like with everything else, they would take it to new heights. Anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, emerged over 300,000 years ago in Africa. But it is in the past 100,000 years, or thereabouts, that we see clearer signs of what we could call behavioral modernity, including symbolic and possibly religious behaviors. The cognitive abilities needed for religious thought, such as imagination, symbolic communication, and empathy, were developing as our brains and cultures evolved. Early Homo sapiens were hunter-gatherers living in small bands, and like many indigenous hunter-gatherers in recent times, they likely viewed the natural world in spiritual terms, an outlook known as animism. Now, in animistic belief, and we've got to speak that in pretty broad terms because, well, it's quite a broad thing. All things, animals, plants, rocks, the wind, everything, they're all alive, and they all have spirits of their own. And while we don't have any direct window into the minds of people 100,000 years ago, comparative anthropology suggests animism was probably humanity's first spiritual worldview. In fact, a broad study of contemporary foraging societies around the globe found that animism and belief in the spirits of nature or ancestors are nearly universal among them, implying that these ideas were present in the common ancestral culture of all humans. Long before the formal gods or organized priesthoods came in, our ancestors likely believed that the forest was filled with invisible presences, that animals had souls or guardian spirits, and that the deceased might live on in another form. And this is just a different kind of religion, different kind of spirituality. There's plenty of this that exists in the modern world, and, well, you know, it's one of those things where everyone has their own beliefs. In any case, archaeological evidence from Africa and the Near East around 100,000 to 70,000 years ago strongly supports the emergence of symbolic culture, a prerequisite for religion. For example, at Blombos Cave at the southern coast of Africa, artifacts attributed to Homo sapiens have been dated to about 75 to 100,000 years ago, and they are, quite frankly, pretty remarkable. Excavators found pieces of red ochre engraved with abstract geometric patterns, cross-hatched lines, as well as dozens of small shell beads with holes drilled into them. The shells are of marine snails, perforated as if being strung on a necklace. These beads are some of the oldest known personal ornaments. But wearing jewelry, that doesn't seem like survival behavior. Its significance is social or symbolic. Perhaps the shells were worn as amulets or markers of identity, indicating the wearer's clan status or spiritual beliefs. The engraved ochre pieces likewise suggested deliberate aesthetic or symbolic art. The crisscross designs might be personal markings, or they might have held meaning within a group. You might think of them as a forerunner to religious symbols. At the very least, they show that these early humans have moved into the realm of abstraction and representation, which is essential for any religious concept, since religion often deals with beings that cannot be seen, or forces that must be symbolized somehow. Red ochre, in particular, would go on to have a long association with ritual. Its blood-like color made it a powerful substance for ceremonially coloring bodies, graves, and sacred objects. Indeed, at a number of early human sites, red ochre has been found sprinkled in burials, suggesting it symbolized blood, life, or perhaps a rebirth in the context of death. Consider the burials of early Homo sapiens in sites like Kafzeh Cave and School Cave in modern-day Israel-Palestine, dating to roughly 100,000 to 90,000 years ago. Here lie some of the oldest known intentional human burials. At Kafzeh Cave, several Homo sapien individuals, men, women, and children, were carefully buried in pits. One poignant grave, Kafzeh 11, contained the skeleton of a young adolescent, and on the chest lay the antlers of a large red deer. Well, the body had also been coated with red ochre. Placing a deer's antlers with the corpse was surely a purposeful act, and one that likely had a symbolic meaning. Perhaps the antlers were a talisman, an offering to accompany the youth into the next world, or a sign of the person's role in life, maybe a hunter. We can only speculate, of course, but clearly the living took time to arrange this burial with quite a bit of ritual care. In another Kafzeh grave, archaeologists found a stone flake with deliberate incision and traces of ochre, as if it had been marked and placed as a grave good. Shell beads imported from the Mediterranean coasts were also discovered in the cave's layers contemporary with burials. These may have been worn by the people or used in funerary rites. All these details, ochre, grave goods like antlers and shells, and the intentional positioning of bodies, indicate that by 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were engaging in complex ritual behavior surrounding death. They likely held beliefs about the spirit of the deceased or an afterlife, given the care to provide offerings or decoration that have no function for a corpse unless one imagines a life beyond death or an honor bestowed upon the dead. It's also worth noting that some of these early burials predate any evidence of organized settlements or agriculture by tens of millennia. So, far back in the Paleolithic era, humans already show a tendency to ritualize important life events, and of course, death as well. This challenges any notion that religion began only with civilization. Clearly, the seeds of religious thought were present in nomadic Ice Age cultures. The universality of careful burials among humans suggests that it was a very ancient and widespread practice. Anthropologist Paul Petit, who has extensively studied Paleolithic burials, writes that the act of burial itself may have been one of humanity's first rituals, reflecting an awareness of mortality and possibly the idea that something of a person, a soul or spirit, continues or needs guidance after death. But beyond burials, early Homo sapiens likely performed other rituals, and unfortunately we have scant evidence for them. So use your imagination. They might have performed dances, chants, or rites invoking the spirits of animals they hunted. While these ephemeral rituals don't leave any direct traces, the indirect evidence comes in the form of early art and symbols. Now, art is important because it's often deeply intertwined with religion. And I'm going to be honest with you, the best art is religious art. Go and look at Gustave Dor's illustrations for the Divine Comedy or Paradise Lost, or just the Bible. Really fantastic. Anyway,
Just my opinion. Now, art is often deeply entwined with religion, especially in pre-literate societies, where paintings, carvings, and figurines likely carried spiritual significance. The earliest known cave art appears around 40,000 years ago or slightly earlier, in both Europe and Indonesia. In Europe, a spectacular flowering of art occurs in the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40 to 12,000 years ago. The famous painted caves of France and Spain, Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira, and many more belong to this era. They contain breathtaking images of animals. You got horses, bison, mammoths, deer, bulls, often painted in these flickering torchlight on cave walls far from the daylight. But who exactly was this for? Why even bother making the paintings? Unfortunately, it's a bit late to interview the Ice Age artists. Well, many researchers do believe that the cave art had a ritual or religious function, rather than being just a mere decoration. Now, there is one theory, championed by the archaeologist David Lewis Williams, is that these painted caves were the sites of shamanic ceremonies. Now, shamans in hunter-gatherer cultures often enter trance states, journeying into their imagination of the spirit world. The cave, a dark inner sanctum of the earth, would be a natural setting for such a spiritual journey. Some cave images indeed support the idea of shamans or mythic visions. For instance, deep in Le Trois Frères cave in France, there is a striking cave painting called The Sorcerer, or The Dancing Shaman. It depicts a humanoid figure with the features of several animals, the legs and tail of a horse or deer, the paws or hands like a bear's claws, and the antlers of a stag atop a half-human, half-animal face. The creature appears to be in motion, perhaps dancing. The image looks very much like a person dressed in animal skins and antlers, essentially a shaman in the act of transformation, or a spirit that is part human, part beast. Such half-animal, half-human figures strongly imply a belief in a spirit world where boundaries between human and animals blur. A common theme for many animistic religions, that's for sure. The belief, or rather the people, who made these paintings around 13,000 years ago, might have believed in a master animal spirit, or that certain members of their community, the shamans, could take on animal forms while going into trances. Another scene found in the Lascaux cave in France, dating to around 17,000 years ago, shows what appears to be a narrative. A man with a bird-like face, or wearing a bird mask, lies seemingly knocked down before a wounded bison. Next to the man is a bird on a stick, perhaps the shaman's staff topped with a bird figurine, and beneath him lies a spear. The scene suggests some kind of myth or ritual, possibly a shaman, this birdman, who has spiritual confrontation with the spirit of the bison. The presence of the bird imagery might indicate a soul flight, as shamans often said to transform into birds to fly into the spirit realm. We cannot be certain of the story told by this painting, but clearly it isn't just a random snapshot of daily life. It seems to depict a spiritual event, or perhaps a vision. These examples show that by the late Upper Paleolithic, humans were not only creating art, but they were using art to express complex otherworldly ideas. Perhaps the most compelling artifact pointing to early religious imagination is the Lion Man of Hohenstein-Stadel. Discovered in a German cave, this statuette carved from mammoth ivory about 40,000 years ago. It stands roughly 31 centimeters tall and has the body of a human male, but the head of a cave lion. The Lion Man, or Lion Human, is the earliest known anthropomorphic sculpture, a being that does not exist in nature, but rather in the mind. So think about what that represents. This is a creature of human artistic vision, a composite of man and animal, likely a figure of myth or ritual significance. Jill Cook, a curator and expert on this artifact, has described the lion man as possibly the oldest known evidence of religious belief. Why? Well, because creating a half-lion, half-human figure suggests the concept of beings that transcend ordinary reality. Perhaps gods, perhaps spirits or mythical ancestors. The lion man was not a toy. It was not a random carving. It took extraordinary skill, many hours of work to craft, and it was found in a cave with little evidence of everyday habitation. The figurine was discovered broken into pieces, carefully hidden in the chamber of the Hohenstein-style cave that was not a living area. It may have been a sacred object used in ceremony. The sheen and wear of parts of it show that it was handled quite frequently, perhaps held and rubbed during storytelling or ritual dances. You can imagine a Paleolithic ritual, where a clan gathers in flickering torchlight, and the shaman holds up the lion man, invoking the spirit of the fearsome cave lion to guide or protect the tribe, perhaps telling a creation legend about a time when animal and human were one. We'll never know the exact stories, but the existence of the lion man shows that early modern humans had entered the realm of myth. They could conceive of beings that are invisible, part human, part animal, residing perhaps in a spiritual dimension. That leap of imagination is a hallmark of religious thought. Portable art with possible spiritual meaning isn't limited to lion hybrids, though. The late Upper Paleolithic, around 30 to 20,000 years ago, saw the creation of many so-called Venus figurines. These are small carvings of female figures with exaggerated features, large hips, thighs, breasts, and often emphasized stomachs. These have been found from France to Siberia. Their exact purpose? Debatable. Some archaeologists have theorized that they were representations of a mother goddess or fertility deities, given their emphasis on reproductive anatomy. Others think they might have been charms for pregnant women, self-portraits by women, or symbols of communal identity. Whether or not they represent a goddess per se, their standardized form and widespread distribution suggest they had a shared meaning in the Upper Paleolithic culture, possibly related to fertility, abundance, or a venerated female spirit. If prehistoric people did venerate a Mother Earth or fertility spirit, these figurines could be devotional items. Just another window into how religious ideas such as deities or sacred symbols may have germinated during the Ice Age, long before even seeds were put in the ground. By roughly 50 to 30,000 years ago, therefore, Homo sapiens had fully awakened their symbolic mind, and with it, likely a spiritual consciousness. The evidence from burials, art, and artifacts paints a picture of Upper Paleolithic people whose lives were imbued with ritual. They may not have had religion in the organized sense of temples and scriptures, but they clearly had ritual practices, and presumably they had mythologies and cosmologies to accompany them. One key aspect of these ancient spiritual practices was the treatment of the dead. Now, we've already seen early examples from Kafse, but in the Upper Paleolithic, the practice of elaborate burials became even more pronounced. A spectacular case comes from the site of Sungir in Russia, about 28,000 years ago. Here, archaeologists uncovered the graves of a roughly 40-year-old man, and in a separate double grave, 2 adolescents around 10 and 12 years old. The burials at Sungir are astonishingly rich in grave goods and ritual features. The man was buried with thousands of ivory beads, meticulously crafted from mammoth tusk, each bead taking perhaps an hour of labor to produce. He also had ornate jewelry, including fox teeth pendants and ivory bracelets, and was laid to rest on a bed of red ochre. The two adolescents, one boy and one girl, were buried head to head in a single grave, also covered in red ochre, and accompanied by an array of offerings. More than 13,000 ivory beads, yes, that's right, sewn into their clothing, it's quite a lot. 300 pierced fox canines, polished stone rods, and long spears carved from mammoth ivory. One of the spear shafts placed with the children was extraordinarily long, over 2 meters. And of course this is too heavy for a child to use. It was likely a ceremonial spear, perhaps symbolizing authority or connecting the children to the world of the spirits. But here's something interesting. The girl wore a headband or cap, decorated with rows of pierced fox teeth, and both children had their bodies adorned with beads in patterns suggesting ritual garments. Such investment of time and wealth in burying 2 children and an adult man reveals a tremendous degree of ritualization. Scholars estimate that crafting the grave goods, the beads, the endowments, the tools in the burials, would have required about 10,000 hours of skilled work. Now, this was a deliberate, communal effort to honor the dead with the finest items their society could produce. The Sungir burials almost certainly indicate a belief in an afterlife, or at least that the dead required special treatment. After all, why else would a society which struggled daily against Ice Age conditions devote so much to those who could no longer contribute? It speaks to a spiritual or religious motive. Perhaps they believed that the dead children would live on in another realm, where those beads and spears would be needed. Or perhaps by honoring them in death, the community sought supernatural favor, or expressed a deeply held cosmological belief. The red ochre covering their bodies is quite notable. Red ochre was widely used in prehistoric burials from Europe to Africa to Australia, often symbolizing blood and rebirth, as we've mentioned in earlier sections. So it's as if they wanted to give life back to the deceased or mark them with the color of life as they entered the unknown. The care in positioning and ornamenting the body suggests a ritual choreography, possibly accompanied by ceremonies, chants, or feasting that do not fossilize but almost certainly occurred. In these lavish Paleolithic burials, we see clear proof that by 30,000 years ago, humans were doing things we would recognize as religious. Moreover, these practices were not isolated. Other Upper Paleolithic sites confirm the pattern. In Italy, the Grimaldi caves held a double burial of 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, once again sprinkled with ochre and buried with shell ornaments and flint tools. In the Czech Republic at Dolní Věstonice, around 26,000 years ago, there's a famous triple burial. 3 young individuals, 1 female, 2 males, were buried together under a mammoth scapula, with the bodies arranged in an elaborate pose, the men on either side of the women, one with his hand on her body, all covered in red ochre. Grave goods like carved ivory pendants were included. This strange arrangement might indicate a ritual storyline, or a special status for these individuals. Some have even speculated it could be evidence of human sacrifice, or a tragic event ritually commemorated. Though we can't know the exact story, and we never will, clearly this was something more than a casual disposal of a corpse. It was a ceremonial interment, likely loaded with meaning for those who performed it. Another interesting aspect is that in some Ice Age cultures, we find evidence of what might be ancestor veneration, or the keeping of skulls after death. For example, in certain Epipaleolithic and Mesolithic sites, which is a bit later, post-Ice Age, human skulls were sometimes detached and retained, sometimes again painted with ochre. This foreshadows the later Neolithic skull cults, which we will discuss, but it might have had roots even earlier. Carrying a skull of an ancestor could signify a belief that the ancestor's spirit remained as a protector of the living group, an early form of religious ancestor worship. Pretty remarkable, I think, how consistent some of these practices are across time and geography. The use of ochre in burials from South Africa 100,000 years ago to Europe 20,000 years ago. Well, that's pretty interesting. The inclusion of tools, ornaments, animal parts with the dead, it appears again and again. These patterns strongly suggest that by the Upper Paleolithic, fundamental religious concepts were present. The idea of a life essence or spirit, concern for the soul's fate after death, and a belief between spiritual connection of humans and animals. Well, from this wealth of evidence, many scholars conclude that religion in some form, at least a belief in the supernatural, practice of ritual, was part of the human experience well before the end of the Paleolithic. In other words, if you define religion broadly as a system of activities and beliefs directed towards supernatural or sacred things, well, then Ice Age hunter-gatherers, they certainly had it. And now our journey moves kind of to the threshold of history. The Neolithic period, that is the New Stone Age, beginning around 10,000 BCE. This is when humans started transitioning from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled farming life. You might assume that as people settled in villages, domesticated plants and animals, and developed new social structures, that their religious practices would also dramatically change. And indeed, they did. Organized religion, as we know it, with constructed places of worship and a more formal structure, appears to blossom in the Neolithic. But intriguingly, it seems that religious impulses might have been a driving force in this transition, not just a byproduct. Recent archaeological discoveries suggest that ritual gatherings and monumental sanctuaries predated or catalyzed the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. The most eye-opening find in this regard is Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. The first excavated by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt in the mid-1990s, Göbekli Tepe is now considered the world's oldest known temple or ritual site. Its oldest layers date to about 9600 BCE, which is around 11,600 years ago, a time when people in that region had not yet developed pottery or farming. What Schmidt and colleagues uncovered on this hilltop is astounding. A series of massive circular stone enclosures, each made of a T-shaped limestone monolith up to 5 meters tall and weighing up to 10 to 20 tons. 5 meters is about 16 feet, by the way. These pillars are richly carved with bas-reliefs of animals. You've got lions, snakes, bulls, foxes, scorpions, and vultures, and also a few abstract symbols that we're not quite yet worked out. A layout typically features a ring of pillars around the edges and 2 taller central pillars standing in the middle facing each other, almost like stylized human figures or gateposts. Notably, some T-pillars have carved arms and hands, suggesting they represent anthropomorphic beings or gods, with their hands clasped in front as if in a ritual stance. Göbekli Tepe shows no signs of domestic life, however. No clay ovens, no permanent houses, and little in the way of trash. No nearby water source either. People didn't live at the site year-round. Instead, archaeologists infer that it was a pilgrimage center, or a gathering place for a ceremony. Nomadic bands from the surrounding regions likely came together at certain times of the year to build and use these sanctuaries. Excavations have revealed vast numbers of wild animal bones, especially gazelle. This indicates that large feasting events took place there, perhaps feeding workers or celebrants. There is also evidence of brewing alcoholic beverages from wild grains, implying primitive beer or ritual drinks consumed during gatherings. Crucially, Göbekli Tepe's existence suggests that religious ritual, the act of building a temple and gathering for worship, was a primary motivator for humans to organize themselves and transform their way of life. Schmidt provocatively argued that at Göbekli Tepe we are seeing, quote, a cathedral on a hill built by hunter-gatherers, and that this large cooperative project itself may have spurred social changes. In order to construct and maintain these stone circles, groups had to gather in unprecedented numbers. They had to coordinate labor, and they had to secure ample food, perhaps pushing them toward a systematic cultivation of grains and the domestication of animals to provision this workforce. Indeed, within a few centuries after Göbekli Tepe's earliest phase, we find the first evidence of domesticated wheat and herded livestock in the same region. It is as if the people were so intent on worshipping together and building their sacred center that they stumbled onto agriculture to support those gatherings. This flips the older assumption that farming came first and religion second. Instead, communal religious ritual may have been a catalyst for the Neolithic Revolution. The profound implication is that organized religion, in the sense of dedicated sacred architecture and possibly a priestly class, is as old as, or even slightly older than settled village life. Göbekli Tepe's builders likely had some form of shared cosmology or worship. The carvings of dangerous animals and vultures might reflect a spiritual iconography, perhaps the veneration of animal spirits or deities associated with death and the sky. Some interpret the vulture motifs as hint of excarnation rituals where bodies were left for vultures, a practice known in later Neolithic cultures. The human-like pillars could represent ancestors or gods gathering in a stone circle frozen in time. But without writing, we can't know the myths they told. But clearly, they had abstract religious concepts elaborate enough to invest enormous effort into temple building. As the Neolithic progressed, more evidence of religious practice appears in early farming settlements across the Near East and beyond. In Jericho and other Levantine villages around 7 to 6000 BCE, archaeologists found a striking form of ancestor worship: plastered human skulls. Villagers would remove the skulls of their dead, perhaps after decomposition, and model lifelike faces on them using clay or plaster, almost said pasta, often with shells inset for eyes and paint to add details. These skulls were then kept within the homes or communal buildings. It suggests a kind of ancestor cult, I suppose. Like, the living maintained this tangible connection to their dead, preserving their skulls and possibly ritually consulting or honoring them. It suggests that early agricultural societies believed that the spirits of their ancestors had a kind of power and presence among the living, a belief still common in many traditional societies. The practice of plastered skulls have been found at places like Jericho, Ain Ghazal, and Catalhoyuk, pointing to a broad religious custom in the Neolithic Near East, focusing on remembering and venerating ancestors as spiritual guardians of the community. Now, speaking of Catalhoyuk, this large Neolithic town in Anatolia, Turkey, around 7000 BCE, gives us a pretty good picture of early settled religious life integrated with daily life. The people of Catalhoyuk lived in mud brick houses, decorated with what can only be described as shrine-like features. Many rooms had altars or platforms adorned with bull horns, and painted murals of hunting scenes or fantastical figures. The bull, a powerful animal, seems to have been a key sacred symbol. Bull heads, called bukrania, mounted on walls likely served as ritual focal points, perhaps evoking a bull deity or the strength of nature. female figurines have also been found, including one famous seated female figure flanked by two leopards, which some interpret as a mother goddess in a throne. If the interpretation is right, maybe the people of Catalhoyuk worshipped a motherly earth goddess, along with a virile bull god. Even if those exact identities are speculative, what is clear is that religious symbolism was woven into the fabric of daily life. There was no separate temple building. Instead, each house might contain a sacred space, and this suggests religion was not centralized but rather practiced intimately within small community groups. The dead in Catalhoyuk were often buried beneath the floors of their homes, literally keeping the ancestors close, reinforcing that spiritual connection between the living and the dead, right at home. Across the Neolithic world, similar patterns emerge. Special cult buildings or sanctuaries appear in the early settlements, from the Middle East to Europe. As farming spread, people built megalithic monuments in Europe, like the famous Stonehenge in England, or the Older Passage tomb of New Grange in Ireland from around 3200 BCE. These stone constructions often align with celestial events like solstices, indicating an early form of astral religion or calendrical ritual. People were marking sacred times of the year, perhaps related to agricultural cycles and the worship of the sun or sky deities. The investment in building huge tombs or stone circles suggests communal ritual had become an even more established part of life, possibly overseen by a class of ritual specialists, shamans or proto-priests. One particularly rich Neolithic site is Kayonu in Turkey, from around 7200 BCE, which had a building dubbed the Skull Building because of the many human skull fragments found there, possibly a house of ritual where skulls of the dead were displayed or used in ceremonies. In the European Neolithic, the so-called Temples of Malta, stone temple complexes on the island of Malta dated to around 36 to 2500 BCE, show sophisticated sacred architecture with altars and oracular chambers, implying an organized cult and priesthood. By these later dates, we are nearly at the threshold of written history, but it's evident that the trajectory from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic is one of increasing social complexity in religion. What likely began as small-scale shamanistic and animistic practices among bands of hunter-gatherers evolved into more formalized worship, with constructed sacred spaces, shared rituals for fertility and funerals, and probably a richer pantheon of spirits, gods, and deified ancestors. So as soon as writing appears, around 3300 BCE in Mesopotamia, slightly later in Egypt, we immediately find well-developed religious systems in place. This tells us that by the time of the earliest civilizations, religion was already central to human society. The Sumerians of ancient Mesopotamia, for example, built towering ziggurats in cities like Uruk and Ur around 3000 to 2500 BCE, dedicated to patron deities such as Inanna, the goddess of love and war, or Nana, the moon god. They left behind cuneiform tablets recording hymns, myths, and rituals, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which among other things references a great flood and the search for immortality, echoing a lot of the older oral mythic themes. In Egypt, by the time of the first pharaohs, around 3100 BCE, there was already a complex pantheon. You had Ra, Osiris, Isis, Horus, many others, and elaborate funerary practices, including mummification and tomb texts. The pyramid texts, inscribed around 2400 BCE, the oldest known religious texts, filled with spells to guide the king's soul to the afterlife. What's striking is that many core concepts found in these early literate religions have clear pre-literate antecedents in the prehistoric record that we have surveyed. For example, there is this belief in afterlife and burial ritual. The pyramid texts speak of a king's soul ascending to the sky among the stars and gods, a grand evolution of the much earlier idea that something survives death. Tomb goods in Egypt mirror the practice of grave offerings from the Stone Age, just greatly expanded and formalized. Early Mesopotamian texts mention offerings to ancestors and gods, reminiscent of caring for ancestor spirits as seen in Neolithic skull cults. We also had deities associated with animals and nature. You see, many early gods are essentially personifications of nature. You have the earth god, the sky god, the river, the sun god. Or they have animal forms. You see that a lot in Egyptian stuff, too. Conceptually, it's not too far from those Paleolithic hybrids like the lion man or the sorcerer. A continuity that shows us this merging human and animal attributes, representing these divine qualities. Next, we have the practice of aligning temples or tombs with solstices, seen at megalithic sites. This continues. The Great Pyramids at Giza, 2500 BC, are aligned with cardinal directions, and ziggurats were essentially artificial sacred mountains, linking earth and heaven. They served as centers for communal rituals, much as Göbekli Tepe was, though now supporting a more stratified society with priest kings. By historical times, full-time priests and elaborate myths existed. We can infer that storytellers and ritual leaders had been part of societies for millennia prior, preserving oral mythologies, perhaps tales of creation, ancestral heroes, and nature spirits that were never written down, but certainly passed through generations. The presence of consistent symbols, like the Great Mother figure or horned deities. It hints at story traditions, carrying meaning across time. So in effect, when written history begins, religion's already in full bloom, but it's deeply rooted in prehistory. So when did it all really begin? Well, based on the evidence, the embryonic forms of religious behavior likely emerged with the dawn of our species. The first burials with care and possibly offerings suggest a rudimentary spirituality over 100,000 years ago. It's quite humbling to realize that the religious instinct, the impulse to reach beyond the material world, is as ancient as humanity itself. Well, I suppose every time we uncover a tomb with ancient offerings or a cave with ancient art, we are reminded that the religious curiosity is so deep in our blood. The story of religion's origin is ultimately the story of human imagination and social bonding. It might be said that as soon as humans became fully human in mind and culture, religion was born. We can't pin it to a year. We can't even pin it to a millennium. But through the artifacts and bones lovingly arranged by hands long gone, we witnessed the dawn of the sacred in human life. And, in my opinion, that is pretty cool. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. What do you think? Of course, religion, spirituality, whatever you want to call it, we paint it with broad strokes, but it's all very interesting.
Stand on the plains of Kansas 12,000 years ago and take a look around. Mammoths, 3 times the weight of an African elephant, moving in family herds through the tall grasses. Then there's the horses, the camels, American ones, native ones, of course, millions of years before the Spanish brought them back. Ground sloths, they're the size of delivery trucks. And watching from higher ground, the short-faced bear, the largest land predator North America has ever produced. Of course, there's the saber-toothed cat with canines longer than your hand, too. They're all there. Believe it or not, this was just the American Midwest, and it looked like this within the lifetime of modern humans, within the cultural memory, arguably, of the people who first walked into the Americas. But then, in a geological blink, almost all of it disappeared. The how and why of that disappearance is still debated, and it will continue to be debated for, well, who knows how long. We could talk about the extinction, but instead of getting into the dying, let's meet what was living. Today we're going to talk about Ice Age Megafauna. And if you didn't get from the title of the video, Every Ice Age Megafauna Explained, we're going to give you a general idea of the creatures that inhabited the Earth at that time. So, let's head back in time and see what we find. Just quickly before we do, thank you to those supporting this crowd-funded channel. No ads, no sponsors, because of you. If you want to join the Patreon, YouTube memberships, or the check out the merch store, or look at the donation link, pinned comment, video description, you'll find it. Otherwise, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Does wonders for us in the algorithm and stops this channel from going extinct. No one wants that, especially me. Anyway, thank you so much for that, and let's begin. Why not begin at the most quintessential Ice Age megafauna? That's the woolly mammoth, the Mammuthus primigenius. The animal that, more than any other, defines the popular imagination of the Ice Age. And its prominence in that imagination is not undeserved. It was genuinely an extraordinary creature. No one is debating that. A large-bodied, cold-adapted relative of modern elephants, whose range at their peak extended from Western Europe across Siberia and into North America, but also whose biology is documented not only by the abundant skeletal material available from the Siberian permafrost deposits, but by dozens of largely intact frozen carcasses that preserve skin, hair, fat deposits, stomach contents, and in some cases, liquid blood. Degree of biological preservation unmatched by any other large extinct mammal. We do know what woolly mammoths ate, what their hair color was, what parasites they carried, and what their genome looked like. The wonders of modern science doing quite a lot of heavy lifting for us, and not to mention archaeologists, paleontologists, and everything in between. Now, in terms of biological understanding of an extinct species, the woolly mammoth approaches the level of knowledge we have for living animals. But the anatomy of the woolly mammoth was a comprehensive adaptation for the cold. Of course, they'd have to survive in this kind of climate. That's the reason why they were so damn woolly in the first place. Makes sense, doesn't it? The coat consisted of an outer layer of coarse guard hairs, sometimes reaching the length of 90 centimeters, which I think is about 1 foot, I think. Yeah, maybe 1 foot. Overlying a dense underfur that provided the primary insulation against the Arctic temperatures. Of course, they don't call it the Ice Age for nothing. The skin was thick and covered by sebaceous glands, whose secretions waterproofed the coat. The ears were small, far smaller proportionally to those of the African or Asian elephants, reducing heat loss from the extensive surface area that large ears represent in a warm climate. The tail was similarly short. The shape of the skull, with its high-domed cranium and steeply angled forehead, supporting a large hump of fat and muscle above the shoulders that served as both the energy reserves for the lean Arctic winters and as structural support for the enormous trunk and tusks. As for the tusks themselves, which could reach lengths of 4 meters in large males, were strongly curved. They were multi-purpose instruments used for scraping away snow and ice to reach the grasses and sedges beneath, for fighting other males during rut, for social display, and for manipulation of objects in the environment. Now, in terms of meters, I'm trying to convert that into imperial units. 1 meter, I believe, is about 2 meters is 180 centimeters, so about about 7 foot. 7 feet is 2 meters, so we're talking about 14 feet long. These instruments, these tusks, pretty long, right? I will try to convert some of the imperial measurements for you. Well, the woolly mammoth's diet has been reconstructed with a specificity that the frozen gut contents of well-preserved specimens make possible. The stomach contents of the most celebrated specimen, Liuba, female calf approximately 1 month old at death, found at the Yamal Peninsula of Siberia in 2007 and dated to about 42,000 years ago, contained her mother's milk alongside grass, sedge, and a quantity of her mother's dung, the latter almost certainly ingested to acquire the intestinal bacteria she would need to digest plant material. Adult woolly mammoths were bulk grazers, consuming hundreds of kilograms of vegetation daily from the mammoth steppe, the cold, arid grassland ecosystem that dominated much of northern Eurasia and Alaska during the glacial maximum, and that supported herbivore populations of extraordinary density. But the woolly mammoth was not a single static species, but rather a lineage with a complex history of range expansion, population fragmentation, and local extinction and recolonization, driven by the climatic oscillations of the Pleistocene era. Ancient DNA studies have revealed multiple genetically distinct populations that fluctuated in size in response to climate change, with some populations going locally extinct during warm interglacial periods, and others surviving in glacial refuges until cooler conditions returned. The mainland population went extinct approximately 10,000 years ago, but a relict population survived on Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean until about 4,000 years ago, contemporary with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza and with the flourishing Bronze Age civilizations in the Near East. We don't tend to think about that, right? At the same time, the Sumerians were writing down their cuneiform. Somewhere on another part of the world, there were mammoths still wandering about. Kinda puts it into perspective, and it really makes you think, right? Well, the Wrangel Island mammoths were smaller than their mainland relatives. Another reason why they survived, of course, consuming less resources. A common pattern, of course, in island-adapted populations. And their genome shows signs of the interbreeding depression and accumulated deleterious mutations that are expected in a small, isolated population in its final stages. The mammoth steppe, the cold, arid, grass-dominated ecosystem that extended across much of northern Eurasia and Alaska, was itself one of the most productive terrestrial ecosystems in the Pleistocene period, and the woolly mammoth was not simply a member of it, but a significant architect of it. Mammoths, like modern elephants, were ecosystem engineers. What I mean by this is they broke trees, they opened forest canopy, created wallows, and maintained the grassland character of their environment through the combined effects of grazing, trampling, and physical landscape modification. The paleoecologist Sergei Zimov has argued that mammoths and large herbivore trampling also played a role in maintaining the permafrost itself by compressing snow in winter and preventing the insulating effect that deep snow cover produces, allowing frost to penetrate deeper into the ground and keeping the frozen carbon stores of the tundra locked in place. Zimov's Pleistocene Park project in Siberia which has been attempting to recreate the grazing conditions of the mammoth steppe by introducing large herbivores to Arctic grassland, has produced preliminary evidence that high-density herbivore grazing does indeed deepen permafrost in comparison to ungrazed control areas. The implication adds a further dimension of consequence, i.e., that the extinction of mammoths may have contributed to the permafrost thaw and the release of ancient carbon. This adds the dimension to the Ice Age megafauna extinctions that extends into the present climate situation. It's all about the carbon. Well, the question of whether woolly mammoths could or should be brought back through genetic engineering, i.e. de-extinction in the vocabulary of the contemporary biotechs, has moved from science fiction to serious discussion, primarily through the work of George Church at Harvard and the company Colossal Biosciences, which announced in 2021 a program to use CRISPR, that is CRISPR, gene editing, to introduce woolly mammoth adaptations into the genome of the Asian elephant. The scientific obstacles are substantial. You've got things like the differences between modern elephants and woolly mammoth genomes in the millions of base pairs, and the creation of an artificial womb capable of gestating a multi-ton mammoth does not yet exist. But the project has attracted serious investment and serious scientific talent, and the theoretical feasibility of producing something resembling a cold-adapted elephant within a decade is no longer entirely outside the bounds of mainstream scientific discussion. Whether it would be ethical, the question of, well, not how we can do it, but if we should do it, well, that's a more complicated set of questions. But if you're worried about things like poachers and all that, getting all the elephants and all that sort of thing, if you could adapt them to the cold, throw them all up in the north of Greenland or something, well, I suppose you wouldn't have to worry about the ivory dealers getting them there, wouldn't you? Anyway, let's move on to some different kinds of mammoths, because while the woolly mammoth takes the center stage, and understandably so, there are a few other ones we should talk about. Now, the woolly mammoth was only one of a genus that contained multiple species spread across the globe, and some of its relatives were in various ways even more remarkable. You ever heard of the Columbian mammoth? I don't blame you if you haven't. Like I said, the woolly mammoths always take the center stage, don't they? Well, the Columbian mammoth occupied North America, from the ice sheets southward, reaching as far as Guatemala, and was considered larger than its woolly cousin. Large males stood up to 4 meters at the shoulder. So that, once again, that's about, how many was 14, 15 feet, something like that. Roughly. Don't quote me on it. Well, they may have weighed as much as 10 tons. The Columbian mammoth was heavily insulated, more than the woolly mammoth, consistent with its occupation of warmer environments south of the ice sheet, and its tusks were even more dramatically curved than the woolly mammoths, in some specimens describing nearly full circles, kind of like one of those curly mustaches of the old times. It was the dominant mega-herbivore across a vast swath of the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and its relationship with human hunters who arrived in its range approximately 15 to 13,000 years ago is another debatable topic in North American archaeology. The Channel Islands off the coast of California produce one of the most fascinating chapters in mammoth evolutionary history. A population of dwarf Columbian mammoths known as the pygmy mammoth that reached an adult shoulder height of approximately 1.2 to 1.8 meters. Now that's roughly the size of a large pony. I'll put that into perspective. Now that's from an ancestor too that stood 4 meters tall, so twice the size of that. How did that happen now? while the dwarfing occurred through a process of insular dwarfism, a well-documented evolutionary phenomenon in which populations isolated on islands with limited food resources evolved towards smaller body sizes over tens of thousands of generations. The Channel Islands mammoths dwarfed to approximately a quarter of the body mass of their mainland relatives, and they persisted on the islands until approximately 13,000 years ago, when the arrival of humans on the islands coincided with their extinction. Which, well, funny how that works. Sorry about that to the mammoths. Similar dwarf mammoth species evolved independently over the Mediterranean islands of Crete, Sardinia, Sicily, Malta, and Cyprus, where the pygmy elephants that they gave rise to reached in some cases to the size of a large dog. Now, the southern mammoth was the earliest of the true mammoths in Europe, present from approximately 3.5 million to 700,000 years ago, and it provides a useful perspective on the mammoth lineage's trajectory. The southern mammoth was less cold adapted than its descendants, with a smaller ear reduction and a less extreme coat, and it occupied the relatively warm grassland and woodland environments of the Pliocene and early Pleistocene Europe. It was replaced by the steppe mammoth, an intermediate species that was in turn ancestral to both the woolly mammoth and the Columbian variety, a family history of approximately 3 million years of continuous adaptation to progressively colder and more open environments. The entire mammoth genus, from its African origins in the Pliocene to the last Wrangel Island survivor 4,000 years ago, represents one of the most completely documented evolutionary lineages in the vertebrate fossil record, a gift of preservation that the family's northern range and permafrost that preserved so many specimens had made possible. The Columbian mammoth's extinction timeline in relation to human arrival provides one of the clearest case studies available for the human megafauna interaction debate. Well, the earliest secure evidence for human presence in North America, the Clovis archaeological culture, characterized by the distinct fluted projectile points found at some of the sites in Alaska to Patagonia, dates approximately to 13,200 years ago, and the most thoroughly excavated Clovis sites show clear evidence of mammoth hunting. You got projectile points embedded in mammoth bone, and mammoth carcasses with butchery marks, and you can't get more obvious than that. But what is clear, in less terms, is whether Clovis hunters specialized in mammoths or hunted them opportunistically alongside other prey. The La Brea tar pits, which provide a continuous record of the Southern California megafauna from approximately 40,000 to 11,000 years ago, show that Columbian mammoths were present in the region for tens of thousands of years before humans arrived, and that their disappearance from the record coincides with the arrival of humans and the climatic transition of the terminal Pleistocene. The site's record also shows a sudden increase in the proportion of predator bones relative to prey bones in the youngest layers. You got more wolves, saber-tooths, and bears relative to herbivores, which has been interpreted as evidence of prey population crash consistent with overhunting, though climate-driven habitat change would produce a similar signature, but maybe a little column A, a little column B. The relationship between mammoths and the human cultures that encountered them is attested by an archaeological record that is both rich and contentious. The cave art of Ice Age Europe depicts mammoths with a specificity that could only have been produced by people who observed the living animals. The Chauvet cave paintings, dated to approximately 36,000 years ago, include mammoth representations that are among the most accurate and most beautiful in the entire Upper Paleolithic record. At sites across the Eurasian steppe, Mammoth bones were used as construction material for shelters, fuel for fires, and as raw materials for tools and art objects. The famous portable art of the Gravettian culture, including Venus figurines and carved ivory beads, was made predominantly from mammoth ivory. So the mammoths were not simple prey. People using them kind of like a resource base, a symbol, possibly an object of ritual significance too, but that remains difficult to fully interpret. The question of why mammoths disappeared and when they did, after surviving multiple glacial and interglacial cycles and the dramatic climate change of previous warm periods, is discussed in detail in the extinction section later on in our video today. But one point deserves emphasis here before we move on. The timing of mammoth extinction across different regions correlates strongly with the timing of human arrival. In Africa, elephants survived the same climatic changes that killed mammoths in other places. Presumably, and just presumably, because the African elephant had coexisted with human hunters for long enough to evolve appropriate fear responses. In North America and Siberia, mammoth extinction followed human arrival by millennia, not centuries, suggesting that hunting was a contributing factor, but the relationship was a little more complex than simple overkill. On Wrangel Island, where humans arrived approximately 4,000 years ago, the mammoth had survived the mainland extinction by 6,000 years, and then disappeared within 1,000 years of human colonization of the land. And that pattern is certainly not ambiguous. Well, next up, let's talk about mastodons, gomphotheres, and other proboscideans. The American mastodon is routinely confused with the mammoth in popular accounts, and that's completely understandable because both were large, tusks, trunk-bearing animals that lived in the Americas during the Pleistocene. So, yeah, they look kind of the same. But they were not closely related, belonging to an entirely separate family that diverged from a common ancestor over 20 million years ago. The mastodon was in many respects the older design. It had shorter, stockier legs than the mammoth, a lower and longer body profile, and most diagnostically, teeth that were fundamentally different in structure. While mammoth teeth were high-crowned and ridged, designed for the efficient processing of tougher grasses, mastodon teeth were lower-crowned with a pattern of rounded cusps, better suited to leaves, twigs, bark, and woody vegetation, things like that. Now, the mastodon was in this sense a forest animal rather than a plains animal, and its distribution shows this. It was most abundant in the forested eastern woodlands of North America rather than in the open grasslands where mammoths predominated. The mastodon's appearance has been partly reconstructed from the exceptionally complete skeletal material available. Mastodons are among the most frequently recovered large Pleistocene mammals in North America, with specimens known from virtually every U.S. state, except perhaps Hawaii, and from the frozen or desiccated soft tissue that rare preservation conditions have provided. Unlike mammoths, for whom multiple frozen carcasses exist, mastodon soft tissue preservation is more limited, but the available evidence suggests a coat of reddish-brown hair, a smaller and differently shaped head than the mammoth, and a body that was, pound for pound, less specialized for cold than the woolly variety. Its range extended from Alaska to Honduras, and from the Atlantic coast to the Rocky Mountains, but its preference for wooded and shrubby environments meant it was never as abundant in the open grasslands as the Columbian mammoth, and its geographic distribution tracked the distribution of temperate forest more closely than any other climatic indicator. Now, the Gomphotheres were a diverse group of proboscideans, proboscideans, sorry, that one, that occupied South and Central America and were the dominant trunk bearers of the Americas before the arrival of mammoths. They are distinguished from mastodons and mammoths by primarily their dental morphology. Their many species had 4 tusks, with a second pair in the lower jaw as well as the conventional upper pair. And their diversity in South America shows the continent's long isolation and the adaptive radiation that followed the Great American Biotic Interchange approximately 3 million years ago, when the formation of the Central American land bridge allowed animals to move between North and South America for the first time in tens of millions of years. Cuvieronius and Stegomastodon were the primary South American representatives, and they persisted in parts of Central America until approximately 10,000 years ago. The Gomphotherian record in South America includes some of the oldest evidence of human megafauna interaction on the continent, with butchery-marked bones from a few sites too. The straight-tusked elephant occupied Europe and Asia during the warm interglacial periods of the Pleistocene and was genuinely an enormous animal, perhaps the largest terrestrial mammal of the entire Pleistocene in the Old World, with shoulder heights estimated up to 4.5 meters in large mammals, about 16 to 17 feet. Unlike the woolly mammoth, it was not a cold-adapted species. It occupied the dense temperate forests of interglacial Europe, where it may have been the ecological equivalent of the modern African forest elephant, browsing on leaves and breaking trees to access high vegetation. The straight-tusked elephant's phylogenetic position was clarified by an ancient DNA study published in 2017, which produced the surprising result that its closest living relative is not the Asian elephant, as had been assumed from morphological evidence, but the African forest elephant, a finding that reshuffled understanding of elephant evolutionary relationships and demonstrated once again that the ancient DNA can overturn conclusions that decades of analysis had established. The archaeological evidence for human-mastodon interaction is pretty rare, but at several key sites it's unambiguous. At the Manus site in Washington state, a mastodon rib bone dated to approximately 13,800 years ago was found to contain an embedded bone projectile point, evidence of human hunting that predates the Clovis culture, and suggests that humans arrived in North America and were hunting mastodons earlier than the Clovis archaeological record would indicate. At Kimswick Bone Bed in Missouri, Clovis projectile points were found in direct association with mastodon remains, providing a second unambiguous kill site. The mastodon's browsing ecology, its dependence on closed canopy forest environments, that is, may have had it particularly vulnerable to human hunting pressures, because forest-dwelling species tend to occur at lower population densities than open habitat grazers and have lower reproductive rates, meaning that hunting mortality at even modest levels can drive populations below replacement rate more rapidly than comparable hunting pressure on grassland species. The mastodon's extinction, approximately 11,000 years ago, centuries after the continental mammoths in some regions, may reflect this difference in demographic resilience. Next, we have the Stegodon, a genus primitive of the proboscideans. I'm having trouble with that word, I do apologize. A genus of primitive proboscideans that inhabited Asia from the late Miocene to the Pleistocene, and was particularly diverse and abundant in Southeast Asia and the Indian subcontinent. Stegodons were not closely related to either mammoths or mastodons, but they occupied a similar ecological niche as large herbivores, and they showed remarkable flexibility in body size. While the mainland species were large, multiple island populations evolved dwarfism, with specimens from the island of Flores in Indonesia reaching adult shoulder heights of approximately 1.2 meters. These dwarf stegodons were contemporary on Flores with the remarkable hominin Homo floresiensis, the hobbit man, and may have been a significant food source for that diminutive species. The coexistence of a dwarf stegodon with a dwarf hominin on the same island, both having independently evolved small body size from a larger bodied ancestor through insular dwarfism, is perhaps one of the more thought-provoking coincidences in the evolutionary record of the Pleistocene era. Well, next we have the woolly rhinoceros. That was to the rhinoceros family what the woolly mammoth was to the elephants. A cold-adapted specialist, magnificently equipped for the Arctic steppe environment it inhabited, documented by frozen carcasses, cave art, and an abundant skeletal record. It ranged across Europe, Siberia, and northern China throughout the later Pleistocene, persisting until approximately 14,000 years ago on the Eurasian mainland, and is depicted in the cave art of France and Spain with a consistency and accuracy. The long, low-slung body, the thick coat, the distinctive double horn, the first horn often exceeding 1 meter in length. All of this testifies to the intimacy with which Ice Age artists observe their subjects. The woolly rhinoceros was roughly comparable in body mass to the modern white rhinoceros, approximately 2 to 2,500 kilograms or 5,000 pounds for large adults. But that was lower slung and more heavily insulated, with a dense underfur beneath the outer coat. In 2014, a baby woolly rhinoceros carcass named Sasha was discovered in the permafrost of the Sakha Republic in Siberia, dated to approximately 34,000 years ago, and preserving not only the skeleton but hair, skin, and internal organs in a condition that allowed detailed biological analysis. Sasha's hair was a pale yellowish brown, rather than the darker color depicted in some earlier reconstructions, and the study of her anatomy provided new information about the developmental biology of the species. The recovery of frozen woolly rhinoceros specimens is far less common than that of the woolly mammoths, because rhinoceros habitats tended towards slightly less extreme northern environments where permafrost preservation is less reliable, and each new frozen specimen represents a significant addition to biological knowledge, so fingers crossed we find a few more. The Siberian permafrost has also yielded woolly rhinoceros dung, which has been analyzed to reconstruct the plant communities of the mammoth steppe and the seasonal variation in the species' diet, predominantly grasses and sedges, supplemented by herbaceous forbs in summer. Elasmotherium sibiricum, the Siberian unicorn. Yes, I'm serious. Perhaps not exactly what you're imagining, but that's what it means. It is one of the most spectacular and perhaps misunderstood animals of the Ice Age. The rhinoceros relative, that is a serious candidate for the origin of the unicorn legend in Eurasian folklore. Elasmotherium was a massive animal. Estimates of body mass range from 3.5 to over 5 tons, making it substantially heavier than the woolly rhinoceros, with a single enormous horn growing from its forehead that may have reached 1.5 to 2 meters in length in large adults, though only the bony base of the horn is preserved in fossils. The horn's size and the animal's general proportions would have made a live Elasmotherium a very impressive sight. The species was believed until relatively recently to have gone extinct around 350,000 years ago, but a 2018 dating study use radiocarbon and uranium series methods, produce dates of approximately 39,000 years ago for several Kazakh specimens, placing Elasmotherium within the same time window as modern humans in Central Asia, which of course raises the question of whether human hunters contributed to its extinction. Really makes you think. Now next we got the Merck's rhinoceros, the forest rhinoceros of Ice Age Europe, inhabiting the temperate woodlands of interglacial periods in preference to the open grasslands occupied by the woolly rhinoceros. It was a large animal, comparable in mass to the modern black rhinoceros, at approximately 1 to 2,000 kilograms, so about 3 to 4,000 pounds roughly. Now its dental morphology, with low-crowned teeth suited to browsing on leaves and shrubs, shows a dietary niche very different from the grazing specialization of the woolly rhinoceros. Merck's rhinoceros is known primarily from skeletal material, without the frozen carcass preservation that has made the woolly rhinoceros biology so accessible. Its relation to the narrow-nosed rhinoceros, a more open habitat species, is another taxonomical debate, with some researchers treating the two as separate species and others saying they're quite related. The reconstruction of woolly rhinoceros habitat through the analysis of pollen, plant, and macrofossils has produced a detailed picture of the mammoth steppe environment from the perspective of the rhinoceros. The stable isotope data from the woolly rhinoceros bones across Eurasia consistently show a diet dominated by grasses and herbaceous plants, with seasonal variation in the proportion of more forb-rich summer vegetation. This grazing specialization meant that the woolly rhinoceros was fundamentally dependent on the maintenance of open, grass-dominated landscapes, the same mammoth steppe that supported the woolly mammoth and the steppe bison. The transition from glacial to interglacial conditions at the end of the Pleistocene was therefore a direct ecological threat. The forest that replaced the grassland was simply not the woolly rhinoceros's habitat. Whether climate-driven habitat loss alone was sufficient to drive them to extinction, or whether hunting gave it a little bit of an extra push, once again we don't quite know. Hopefully we'll figure that out one day, but don't hold your breath. Now, the family of Rhinocetoridae in the Ice Age extends well beyond the European and Siberian species, to include extraordinary diversities of Asian forms, of which the most famous historically is the Indian rhinoceros. Technically not an Ice Age extinction, since it survives today in small numbers in Nepal and Assam, but an animal whose range and abundance has been reduced by human activity from a Pleistocene distribution across much of southern Asia to a few protected reserves. The Javan rhinoceros is on the brink of extinction, with fewer than 70 of them remaining, and the Sumatran rhinoceros, the living species most closely related with the woolly rhinoceros, numbers fewer than 80. The Ice Age rhinoceros are not a simple evolutionary chapter that closed with the Pleistocene. We've still got a few of them around. So let's hope that they can get those numbers back up. Fingers crossed. Well, next up, let's talk about the saber-toothed varieties and the great felines. The saber-toothed cats are the most immediately dramatic predators of the age, and the Smilodon is by far the best-known representative of the group. But the evolution of the elongated canine teeth for predation on large mammals has occurred at least 3 separate times in carnivore evolution, and deserves to be understood as an adaptive solution to a specific ecological problem rather than a quirk of a single lineage. But here's the problem. How do you kill a very large, thick-skinned prey with a relatively modest weapon of an ancestral felid? The saber-tooth answer dramatically elongated upper canines used for a precision stabbing bite into the throat, neck, or abdomen of a prey animal, well, that was arrived at by convergently felid saber-tooths. The the Machairodonts, and the unrelated marsupial Thylacosimilus in South America. The anatomical convergence between these distantly related lineages is striking enough that early taxonomists sometimes classified them together, despite their entirely different evolutionary origins. Smilodon fatalis, the North American saber-tooth, is known from an exceptional fossil record, particularly the La Brea tar pits in what is now Los Angeles, California, where natural asphalt seeps have entrapped and preserved the remains of thousands of individuals over the past 40,000 years. More than 2,000 individual Smilodon specimens have been recovered from La Brea, making it one of the most completely documented large Pleistocene carnivores in the world. And the biological inferences possible from this sample go well beyond the simple skeletal descriptions. Analysis of the La Brea Smilodon specimens have revealed evidence of healed fractures and severe pathological bone changes in multiple individuals, injuries consistent with the kind of physical trauma that would be expected in an animal engaging large prey at close quarters, suggesting that individual Smilodon regularly survived injuries serious enough to temporarily incapacitate them. The implication of so many injured survivors is that the species was social, that injured individuals were fed by or remained within group structures, all of this allowing them to survive wounds that would have been fatal to a lone predator. The Smilodon genus comprised 3 species differing substantially in body size. The Smilodon gracilis, the earliest and smallest, lived in North America and was roughly the size of a modern jaguar. The animal, not the car, of course. Broom, broom. Smilodon fatalis, the North American species, was considerably larger, approximately the size of an African lion, weighing 160 to 280 kilograms, about up to 450 pounds. Now, they also had canines reaching lengths of up to 5 or 6 inches. Smilodon populator, the South American species and largest of the 3, was a truly formidable animal. Estimates of body mass reach up to 400 kilograms, making it heavier than any living felid and comparable in mass to the largest male lions. Smilodon's populators' canines were proportionately even larger than those of its North American relative, reaching up to 28 centimeters or 7 to 8 inches in some specimens. All 3 species had relatively short tails and powerful forelimbs, an anatomy suited for grappling and immobilizing prey rather than pursuit, suggesting a predatory style, more like an ambush predator than a coursing hunter. Homotherium, the scimitar-toothed cat, was a different design entirely. Where Smilodon was heavy-built and likely an ambush predator, Homotherium was long-legged, lightly built, and evidently capable of sustained pursuit, an adaptation that would have made it highly effective in the open steppe environments that it inhabited across Africa, Eurasia, and North America. Its serrated canines were shorter and more blade-like than Smilodon's, designed for slicing rather than stabbing, and its brain proportions, inferred from endocast analysis, show an enlarged visual cortex consistent with a diurnal or daytime active hunting strategy. Perhaps most intriguingly, a 2019 ancient DNA study recovered genome sequences from cave deposits in northwest Canada and found that Homotherium specimens there had unexpectedly high genetic diversity, suggesting a large, panmictic, freely interbreeding that is, population across the entire northern hemisphere. Now, this is the kind of population structure associated with highly mobile social hunters rather than solitary territorial predators. And combined with the structural evidence for cursorial locomotion, it paints a picture of Homotherium as something like an Ice Age cheetah, fast, far-ranging, and possibly hunting in coordinated groups. The La Brea tar pits record extends beyond Smilodon to provide a comprehensive picture of the apex predator guild of the late Pleistocene North Americas. And on one of the most striking features of that guild is its diversity and apparent ecological saturation. In the same deposits that yield Smilodon, we find the American lion, the dire wolf, the short-faced bear, the coyote, and Merriam's teratorn, a condor, relative with a wingspan of about 3.5 meters, that probably dominated the aerial scavenger niche. The diversity of large predators and scavengers at La Brea had led some researchers to suggest that the prey base, i.e. mammoths, horses, camels, ground sloths, bison, was rich enough to support this extraordinary diversity of carnivore, and that the density of predators relative to the prey in the La Brea record reflects genuine ecological abundance rather than an artificial concentration created by the tar pit's trapping bias. The loss of this entire predator guild within a few thousand years left a vacuum in North American carnivore diversity that the surviving gray wolf, puma, and grizzly bear have only partially filled, and the trophic cascades that followed the removal of these apex predators reshaped the ecosystems in ways that ecologists are still attempting to fully categorize. Meganterion was the Old World saber-tooth that most closely parallels Smilodon in its morphology and ecological role, and its geographical range spanning Africa, Eurasia, and via the earlier land connections, North America, gives it a claim to being the most cosmopolitan large felid in the Pleistocene record. Meganterion was smaller than Smilodon, approximately the size of a modern leopard, and its canines were proportionally as large as those of its larger American relative. It is recorded at some of the most famous hominin fossil sites in Africa, including Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania and Swartkrans in South Africa, where it remains in the same depositional context of those as early Homo australopithecines, raising questions on whether it was predating early humans completely with them for the same prey. Well, the evidence from Swartkrans suggests that large felids, possibly including Meganterion, were responsible for puncture wounds on the scalps of some early hominin specimens, making these early human relatives prey rather than predator in that specific instance. Well, let's move on to something else now. We have the cave bear, Ursus spalius. Now, Ursa is a bear in the old language, is one of the most abundantly preserved large mammals of the Pleistocene, and the reason for its abundance in the fossil record is simultaneously informative about the animal's biology and slightly sad in its implications. Cave bears hibernated in caves, and a significant portion of them died in caves during or after hibernation, adding their bones to the accumulating deposits of cave sediment without any requirement for extraordinary preservation conditions. In a species that hibernated for 6 months of every year, and in which juveniles and old or weakened individuals were elevated at risks of dying during or after the fast, the annual deposition of bear bones in cave systems across Europe created the exceptional fossil record that makes cave bears so well understood. Some caves contain the remains of thousands of individuals, accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The cave bear was the largest bear of the European Pleistocene, substantially larger than the brown bear that replaced it, and comparable in mass with the polar bear. Despite the impressive size, the cave bear appears to have been primarily herbivorous, an unusual dietary specialization for such a large carnivoran. The teeth of the cave bear show heavy wear patterns consistent with vegetation processing, and isotopic analysis of cave bear bone collagen from its multiple sites consistently produces values indicating a diet dominated by plants. The dietary pattern makes evolutionary sense. The bear the size of a small car that needs to accumulate the fat reserves for 6 months of winter torpor can't rely on the unpredictable returns of large prey hunting. Vegetation is more reliably available. I mean, it's right there on the ground and it's not running away, right? It's more predictably distributed, and it requires less calories to pursue. The cave bear was, in effect, a very large and very specialized herbivore in a carnivore's body. The claim that Neanderthals maintained a cult of the cave bear, placing bear skulls in ritual arrangements in caves, was one of the more contentious ideas of the 20th century paleoanthropology, and is now largely rejected by the mainstreams of the field. The bear skull arrangements at sites like Drachenloch in Switzerland, once interpreted as deliberate placements by Neanderthals, are now understood to be products of natural cave processes. Bear skulls, being large and robust, tend to persist in cave sediments, while other bones disintegrate, and the spatial patterns they form reflect the hydraulics of cave flooding and sediment movement rather than any intentional arrangement. The idea of the bear cult having a long run in popular accounts of Neanderthal spirituality and its eventual demolition is a useful reminder that the inference of intentionality from spatial pattern in the archaeological record requires a bit of appropriate caution. Next up we have the dire wolf, Canis dirus. It was the largest member of the dog family to have lived in the Americas, a creature that superficially resembled a large, heavily built wolf, but whose evolutionary history, as revealed by a landmark ancient DNA study published in 2021, is far stranger than its appearance suggests. The study found that the dire wolf was not, as previously assumed, a close relative of modern wolves and other North American canids, but rather a deeply divergent lineage that had separated from the ancestry of living canids approximately 5.7 million years ago. By the way, that's before the ancestors of modern wolves had even reached the Americas. The dire wolf and the gray wolf were about as evolutionarily distant as a dog is from a fox. The implication is that the dire wolf evolved its wolf-like appearance through convergent evolution with the gray wolf lineage, independently arriving at the same body plan for similar ecological reasons in the same continent, and that the two species could not interbreed despite appearing similar to a casual observer. The 2021 study also found no evidence of admixture between dire wolves and modern wolves, confirming reproductive isolation that the phylogenetic distance predicts. The replacement of the cave bear by the brown bear, Ursus arctos, in the cave deposits of Europe provides one of the clearest archaeological demonstrations of competitive exclusion. The ecological principle that two species occupying the same niche cannot coexist indefinitely, and that one will eventually exclude the other. The cave bear and the brown bear coexisted in Europe for approximately 50,000 years before the cave bear disappeared approximately 24,000 years ago. Well before the end of the Ice Age, by the way, and earlier than most European megafauna extinctions. Ancient DNA studies have shown that cave bear populations declined dramatically in numbers beginning approximately 40,000 years ago, coinciding with the expansion of modern humans into Europe, and that by 30,000 years ago the population had fallen to levels that made extinction effectively inevitable. Direct evidence of human cave bear hunting is limited. Cave bears appear rarely, if ever, as prey in the Ice Age archaeological assemblages, consistent with their primarily vegetarian diet, making them low-priority hunting targets. Next up we have the short-faced bear of North America. It's the largest and, the largest terrestrial carnivoran mammal to have lived on the continent. And when standing bipedally, it was the tallest land predator in North American history, reaching a height of approximately 3.4 meters when upright, about 10 feet, 10, 11 feet, with a standing weight of up to 900 kilograms or up to 2,000 pounds for the largest males. In layman's terms, bloody massive, as we would say. Its anatomy was unusual for a bear, too. The limbs were long and slender, the muzzle was short, hence the name short-faced bear, and the overall body proportions were more suggestive of a cursorial long-distance traveler than of the typical bear plan of short legs and low body. Earlier interpretations of the short-faced bear as an active pursuit predator have been challenged by more recent analysis suggesting it may have been primarily a specialized scavenger, using its size and intimidating presence to displace other predators from kills, strategy sometimes called kleptoparasitism. The giant hyena of the Old World employed a similar niche, a bone-crushing specialist, comparable in size to a modern lion, that likely dominated the scavenger guild of Ice Age Eurasia and Africa. Next up, let's talk about the deer, the bison, and a little something else at the end. Don't want to ruin the fun. Well, the Irish elk is one of the most immediately striking animals in the Ice Age record, and its name is misleading in two significant respects. It was not exclusively Irish. Its range extended across the entire Eurasian continent from Ireland to China, and it was not technically an elk, but a giant deer, more closely related to the modern fallow deer than to any cervid commonly called an elk. Now, what it was, without any qualification, was enormous. There's no arguments about that. Adult males stood approximately 2 meters at the shoulder and weighed up to 700 kilograms or 1,500 pounds, and their antlers spanned up to 3.7 meters from tip to tip, weighed approximately 40 kilograms on their own. These are the largest antlers of any deer that has ever lived, and they were carried on a skull and neck that required specific adaptations of skeletal architecture to bear the load. The evolution and function of the megaloceros antler has been the subject of sustained debate for over a century. The classic explanation, that the antlers grew beyond functional utility and eventually caused the animal's extinction through a mechanical impracticality, was advocated in various forms through much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, and reflects a now discredited tendency to interpret evolutionary excess as pathological rather than adaptive. The modern consensus, supported by quantitative analysis of the allometric relationship between body size and antler size across deer species, is that megaloceros antlers were within the expected scaling relationship for deers of their body size. I should say deer, as that is the plural. Now, basically, they were large because the animal was large. Big animal, big antlers. And the relative size of the antlers was consistent with the pattern seen in smaller deer species. So while we can say that the antlers were 6 feet across, and that sounds ridiculous, it's all relative to the size of the rest of the body. Now, the steppe bison was the dominant large bovid of the Eurasian steppe throughout much of the later Pleistocene. It's arguably the most frequently depicted animal in the cave art of Ice Age Europe. Its distinctive silhouette, the massive forequarters, the pronounced shoulder hump, and relatively small hindquarters, appearing on cave walls from Spain to the Urals, with a frequency that reflects both its ecological abundance and its apparent importance in the symbolic and material lives of the people who hunted it. Steppe bison specimens preserved in Siberian permafrost include several frozen carcasses with skin and hair intact, and they have allowed detailed reconstruction of the animal's appearance: a coat of dark brown to reddish brown hair, lighter on the belly, with a pronounced mane and the forequarters and horns that curved outward and then up. Kind of like a modern American bison, but with longer horns. Think of it like that. The steppe bison was the ancestor of both the modern American bison and the European viscent, and its evolutionary relationship to these living species has been clarified by ancient DNA studies that trace complex pattern migration, hybridization, and popular replacement across the Pleistocene. The auroch was the wild ancestor of all domestic cattle and one of the largest bovids of the Pleistocene, with bulls standing up to 1.8 meters at the shoulder and weighing up to 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 pounds. Unlike most of the animals in this account, the aurochs was not a Pleistocene extinction. It survived into historical times across Europe, Asia, and North Africa, persisting in the forests of Central Europe until the last known individual died in Poland in 1627. The auroch is therefore a case in which we have not only the prehistoric record, but a bit of, modern historical documentation. You know what I mean. A little bit more modern compared to however many tens of thousands of years ago. In fact, Julius Caesar described an auroch in his Gallic Wars as slightly smaller than an elephant and of great strength, and noted that its capture was considered proof of virility by the Germanic tribes of the time. So there you go, a little bit extra for you. Next we have the musk ox, the most instructive survival among the Ice Age megafauna of the Northern Hemisphere, precisely because its continued existence illustrates what characteristics appear to have offered protection against the wave of extinctions claimed by its contemporaries. The musk ox is genuinely an Ice Age animal in its ecology and physiology. Its hiviot, undercoat, is one of the finest natural insulating fibers in the world. Its nutritional requirements are minimal relative to its body mass, and its defensive behavior of forming tight circular huddles with young animals in the center and horns facing outward is a strategy specifically adapted to the predators of the Pleistocene steppe. It survived at the end of the Pleistocene, survived the arrival of human hunters in the Arctic range, and persists today in small but stable wild populations in Arctic Canada, Greenland, and reintroduced populations in Scandinavia and Siberia. Now, the musk ox is what the woolly mammoth might have looked like if it made it through. And just like how we have crocodiles as relics of the dinosaurs, well, the musk ox is a true relic of the Ice Age that is still living, still adapted to a world that doesn't really exist anymore, at least not like it used to. And next up we got the giant beaver of North America. While less celebrated than the mammoths and saber-tooths that have dominated the popular imagination in the Ice Age, it deserves a mention. At full size, they could reach lengths of approximately 2.2 meters, or about 8 feet, and weigh up to 100 kilograms or 200 pounds, roughly the size of a modern black bear, making it by far the largest rodent in North American history and one of the largest rodents to have lived anywhere. Its teeth, as one would expect of a beaver scaled to its size, were enormous and formidable, but the dental structure suggests it may not have had the wood-cutting specialization of modern beavers. Its diet likely included aquatic vegetation and soft plant material, rather than the bark and woody stems that sustain its modern relatives. Its extinction, approximately 10,000 years ago, corresponds with the broader wave of North American megafaunal extinctions. Well, the absence of any beaver dam equivalents from an animal of this size represents one of the more intriguing counterfactual losses in the Pleistocene ecology. South America is one of the most remarkable chapters in the history of life on Earth. For most of the Cenozoic period, the continent was an island, isolated from the rest of the world by ocean, and the animals that evolved in that isolation followed evolutionary trajectories that have no other parallel. When the formation of the Central American Isthmus happened approximately 3 million years ago, reconnecting South America to North America, the resulting Great American biotic interchange introduced northern species to a southern fauna that had been doing its own thing for 50 million years, and the creatures resulted from this condition were among the strangest animals the Pleistocene produced anywhere on Earth. The ground sloths alone, which evolved from the same lineage as modern tree sloths but grew to body sizes that bear no resemblance whatsoever to their small hanging leaf-eating descendants, are a testament to what happens when evolution is given a large, productive continent and a very long time to work with it. Megatherium americanum was the largest of the ground sloths, and one of the largest land mammals of the Pleistocene. Adults reached lengths of approximately 6 meters and weights of up to 4 tons, comparable, by the way, to a modern elephant, and exceeded modern contemporary land mammals only by the Columbian mammoth. Megatherium was not a fast animal, of course. Its skeleton shows the massively reinforced hind limbs and pelvis characteristic of an animal that spent significant time rearing up on its hind legs, using its forelimb claws and reaching lengths of up to 50 centimeters, pulling branches within reach to dig for roots and tubers. Contrary to earlier depictions, Megatherium was almost certainly primary vegetarian, its great size being an adaptation for digesting large quantities of tough, fibrous vegetation that its bulk required, and its claws being used primarily for feeding rather than defense, though their defensive utility against any predator in South America would have been considerable, of course. Charles Darwin collected Megatherium bones in Argentina during the voyage of the Beagle in 1832, and the discovery of a complete skeleton contributed to his developing thinking about the relationship between extinct living South American animals, a relationship that was one of the pieces of evidence that eventually contributed to the theory of natural selection, of course. Now, Eromotherium was another giant ground sloth, slightly larger than Megatherium, and with a more northerly distribution that eventually extended into North America following the Great American Biotic Interchange. Multiple species of smaller ground sloths, including Megalonyx, whose bones Thomas Jefferson examined and incorrectly identified them as a giant lion, and Glossotherium, occupied North America and persisted there until about 11,000 years ago. Now, as for Jefferson, he was so convinced that Megalonyx might represent a living species that he asked Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to watch for it on their expedition to the Pacific, a request that captures both the scale of what had recently gone extinct and the degree to which early American science had not yet fully observed the concept of extinction as a regular feature of Earth's history. The persistence of ground sloths in the Caribbean until approximately 4,400 years ago is documented by subfossil remains from Cuba and Hispaniola. Now, the glyptodonts were perhaps the most immediately alien-looking animals of South American megafauna, relatives of modern armadillos, who had evolved a rigid, dome-shaped shell of fused osteoderms, i.e. bony skin elements, osteo meaning bone and derma meaning skin. So you have like dermatitis, skin, this kind of thing, okay? This covered the entire back and sides of the body, a helmet of similar material protecting the head, and in most derived genera, a tail heavily armored with rings of bone. Glyptodon itself was roughly the size of a small car, approximately 2 meters long and 1.5 tons. and the armor that enclosed it was not merely productive but structurally integral. The shell was fused to the vertebrae and could not be retracted or withdrawn, as in modern armadillos. The tail club of Dedicurus, the most heavily armed of the glyptodons, was a spiked bony mass that could apparently be swung with considerable force. Analysis of glyptodon shells have revealed impact fractures consistent with kind of intraspecific combat, suggesting that the tail clubs were used in battles between males for territory or mating rights, fighting over a girl, basically. Evidence from multiple sites in South America suggests that early humans used empty glyptodon shells as shelters, a use for which the dome shape and robust construction would have made them pretty ideal. Now, Forus radix, the terror birds, were among the most spectacular members of the South American fauna during the Cenozoic and persisted into the Pleistocene, though most had disappeared by the time humans came around. These large flightless predatory birds, the dominant terrestrial carnivores of South America during tens of millions of years of isolation, reached heights of up to 3 meters and possessed bills of extraordinary strength and size that functioned as hatchets for dispatching prey. The largest genus, Kelenken, which lived approximately 15 million years ago, had the largest head of any known bird relative to its body size. By the late Pleistocene, only the smaller Titanus and the few related genera remained in the fossil record, and the great American biotic interchange, which introduced large placental predators, including felids and canids, to South America for the first time, appears to have ended the terror bird dynasty. The ecological replacement of apex avian predators by mammalian ones in South America is one of the most comprehensively documented competitive exclusion events in the Pleistocene record. The smaller ground sloths of the Caribbean, members of the genera Megalochnus and the Acratochnus, among others, persisted on the islands of Cuba and Hispaniola until approximately 4,200 years ago, making them among the most recently extinct of all the ground sloths and placing their disappearance squarely within the period of documented human activity in the Caribbean. The Caribbean sloths were island dwarf descendants of South American ground sloth lineages, ranging in size from a large dog to a medium-sized sheep, and their late survival on islands is consistent with the general pattern in which megafauna persisted longest where humans arrived latest. The Antillean islands were colonized by humans only within the past 7,000 years, and the subsequent extinctions of the island megafauna follow the pattern of arrival correlated extinction seen on other oceanic islands worldwide. Toxodon platentis and Morricania patagonica represent two of the most phylogenetically isolated animals in the Ice Age record, creatures whose evolutionary relationships remained mysterious for over a century after Darwin first described their fossils, because they had no close living relatives, and their anatomy combined features from multiple mammalian orders in ways that no existing taxonomic framework could accommodate. Toxodon was a large, hippopotamus-like grazer, approximately 2.7 meters long, with incisors that curved inward in a way unique among mammals, and nasal structure suggesting a prehensile upper lip. Now, Macrocania was more bizarre still. A large, three-toed animal with a long neck, a horse-like body, and a retracted nasal opening high up on the skull that strongly suggests a short proboscis, not a tree trunk of an elephant, not a trunk of elephant proportions, but flexible, prehensile nose more like that of a tapir. A 2017 ancient DNA study finally resolved the phylogenetic position of both animals, placing them as members of an endemic South American placental mammal clade, with their closest living relatives in the order of the Perissodactyla, the group containing horses, rhinos, and tapirs, but so deeply divergent that they effectively represent a separate radiation that had been evolving interdependently over 60 million years. Now, last one, we've got Australia, because why not? Let's start off with the Diprotodon optatum. I know, right? Long names here. The largest marsupial that has ever lived. A wombat, relative to the size of a modern rhinoceros, standing 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing up to 2.7 tons. It is known from abundant skeletal material across Australia, including the remarkable bone beds at Curry Springs in New South Wales, and from the impressions of skin and hair in some deposits. Diprotodon appears to have been a grazer or browser, occupying the same ecological role as a large bovid or equid, bovid being cow, equid being horse, like equine, on other continents, and its four-chambered wrist joint may have allowed it to pivot its foot for better traction on soft ground. Thylacoleo carnifex, the marsupial lion, is one of the most remarkable predators in the history of life on Earth. Thylacoleo was descended not from carnivorous ancestors, but from herbivorous ones. Its closest relative was the phalangeriform marsupials, the possums and their kin, and its predatory definition was assembled not from conventional carnivore toolkits of enlarged canines and carnassial shear blades, but from enormously enlarged blade-like incisors used for gripping and slicing. Biomechanical analysis of Thylacoleo's skull has produced extraordinary findings. Relative to body size, Thylacoleo had the most powerful bite of any known mammal, more powerful than a cat, bear, or any living extinct carnivore of comparable mass. Kind of like how ants can carry a stupid amount relative to their body weight. Might only be a few grams or something, but yeah, it's quite impressive. Now, the birds of Ice Age Australia were as impressive as the mammals. Dromornis stritoni, popularly known as the demon duck of doom, which is extremely metal, a nickname that combines reasonable anatomical accuracy with an irresistible alliteration, was a flightless bird that reached heights of approximately 3 meters and weighed up to 650 kilograms, making it the heaviest bird known to have lived. Now, despite its imposing size, Dromornis was probably herbivorous. Its bill morphology and jaw musculature suggest a diet of seeds and plant material, rather than the flesh its dramatic appearance implies. Dromornis belongs to the Meerung family, an Australian endemic lineage of giant flightless birds that is not closely related to ostriches, emus, or any other living ratite, and that appears, well, to represent yet another independent experiment in large-bodied flightless bird ecology. And then there's the reptilian megafauna. Megalania was a giant monitor lizard whose maximum body length has been estimated at between 4.5 and 7 meters. The uncertainty reflecting the difficulty of estimating total length from the incomplete skeletal material available, so let's hope we find something. Now, if those estimates are correct, though, Megalania was the largest lizard, at least terrestrial lizard, that has ever lived, and almost certainly venomous. Like all other monitor lizards, it was presumably a formidable ambush predator capable of attacking and killing even large marsupials. Quincana was a terrestrial crocodile, unusual among crocodilians in being fully land-adapted, with upright legs and ziphodont teeth suited for slicing flesh, rather than the more typical holostomal teeth of crocodiles that inhabited Australia's dry interior. These reptilian predators, along with the marsupial carnivores, collectively produced a predator guild of remarkable diversity and ecological depth that was entirely eliminated within a relatively brief period following human arrival. The loss of Megalania and Quicana from Australia represents the elimination of ecological roles that have not been replaced by any subsequent colonist in the Australian fauna. You can't dig up a sentence. You can't carbon date a conversation. Language is produced by soft tissue, the muscles, the vocal cords, and neural circuits firing off. And soft tissue, unfortunately, does not fossilize. Every other major development in human evolution left physical traces, whether that be stone tools, fire pits, skeletal changes, or burial sites. But language, that didn't really leave much before its written form. It is, by a wide margin, the most important thing humans have ever developed. And it is one of the things that left the least direct evidence of how it all happened. That's why the question of how language began was for over a century considered professionally untouchable. The most prestigious linguistic institution in the world formally banned papers on the topic in 1866, believe it or not, and the ban held until other disciplines like primatology, neuroscience, genetics, and archaeology began producing indirect evidence that linguists alone could have never found. Now, that is not to say that the question is settled, but at least it's no longer unanswerable. What follows is a map of what we currently know, what we think we know, and where the genuine disagreements lie. It's an attempt to answer that question. When did humanity begin to speak? Welcome to the channel, everyone. Good to have you here. I am your host. Good to see you again. Thank you very much to those supporting, keeping us crowdfunded, ad and sponsor free here on YouTube. If you want to join that prestigious team, you can find the pinned comment and links in the description. Otherwise, just give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Helps us in the algorithm. Thank you so much, and let's begin. So what makes language unique? That is kind of where we need to start. The question of language's origin requires a prior question. What exactly is it? Such that it requires a special explanation. Because, you see, every animal communicates somehow. Vervet monkeys have distinct alarm calls for eagles, leopards, and snakes that trigger different escape responses in the group. Calls that encode not just danger, but specific categories of danger, a differentiation that resembles at minimum the function of individual words. Pretty amazing, huh? Then we've got honeybees. They perform a waggle dance that communicates to their hive the direction and distance of a food source relative to the position of the sun, encoding spatial information of surprising precision in bodily movement. Humpback whales, too, they produce songs of up to 20 minutes in length that change gradually and synchronously across the entire ocean population, a pattern of cultural transmission with no obvious parallel in other human species. These are not trivial communication systems. They are, in their specific domains, quite sophisticated. But human language, that's different from all of them, and no other species can do it like us. It's different in a degree of a kind that matters quite a lot. The most important of these differences is what the linguist Noam Chomsky identified as recursion, the ability to embed structures within structures indefinitely, producing sentences of theoretically unlimited complexity from a finite set of examples. The man who built the house that stands on the hill that overlooks the river that flows to the sea is leaving, is an English sentence that no animal communication system can approach in structure. They just can't do it, unless they're hiding something from us. Who knows? Now, a second critical difference is displacement, the ability to communicate about things not present in the immediate environment, including things in the past, the future, and even the hypothetical. The vervet monkey's alarm call is tied to the here and now, a present predator. A human can discuss a predator that appeared yesterday, one that might appear tomorrow, and one that has never even existed, but might theoretically exist. A third difference is productivity. You see, human language can generate an effectively infinite number of novel sentences, most of which no speaker has ever uttered before, and which can nevertheless be understood immediately by any competent speaker of the language. No animal communication system shows this combination productivity. They just can't do it. The contrast between animal communication and human language is sharpest when you look at what each system cannot do rather than what it can. The vervet monkey's alarm calls are tied to specific predators in different situations. There is no vervet vocabulary for discussing predators in general, for planning predator avoidance strategies, and for warning about a predator that one saw yesterday in a different location. There's no function of the maybe. There's no function of the, oh, when you're out doing something today, be careful of that snake I saw yesterday. None of that. And that's the same goes for the honeybee. That communicates direction and distance with precision, but only about food sources, and only in a stereotyped code with no capacity for elaboration or qualification, and only in one direction. Dances are produced and received, but they are not discussed, questioned, or built upon. These systems are exquisitely well adapted to specific communicative tasks that have been under selection pressure for millions of years. What they lack, though, is open-endedness, the topic neutrality, and the structural flexibility that allows a human speaker to say something new about anything on any occasion. That open-endedness is what needed to evolve, and explaining its evolution is the central problem of the field. We know where we're at, but we don't know exactly how we got here. All of these differences matter for the origin question, because they determine what needs to actually be explained. If the language were simply a more sophisticated version of what the vervet monkeys do, a larger vocabulary of fixed symbols, its evolution would be relatively traceable. Natural selection for additional signals driven by the communicative benefits of finer discrimination. But the specific features that distinguish human language, recursion, displacement, unlimited productivity, they are not obviously on a continuum with anything observed in other species. They seem to require an explanation that goes beyond more of the same. Whether that explanation involves a sudden qualitative change or a gradual accumulation of features that interacted at some threshold to produce emergent complexity, that's the unresolved dispute. Both positions have serious, scholarly defenders, and the evidence bearing on the question is genuinely incomplete. Now, one further feature of human language deserves a bit of a mention, because it bears directly on the origin question, and that is cultural transmission. Human language is not instilled by genetics alone. It's learned from a community. It changes as communities interact, separate, and recombine. The specific language of any person reflects the accidents of their birth and their upbringing, rather than the biological inheritance. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, it means that language is simultaneously a biological capacity, but also a cultural phenomenon whose specific forms are historically contingent. The evolution of the biological capacity and the history of specific languages are different problems completely, operating on different time scales, and conflating them produces some of the most persistent confusions in popular discussions of language origin. But let's look at the actual evidence in terms of anatomy. But the evidence for that in the evolution of speech begins right there in the throat. In most mammals, the larynx, the voice box, i.e. the structure containing the vocal cords, sits high in the throat, close to the base of the skull. This high position allows mammals to breathe and swallow simultaneously. The larynx seals the airway, while food passes over it on the way to the esophagus. In adult humans, the larynx has descended to a position significantly lower in the neck. You can feel it as you're talking. You can feel where the vibration comes from. If you're a male, slightly below the Adam's apple. If you're a female, I don't know, wherever it is for you guys. Anyway, it creates a long resonating chamber called the pharynx, right above the vocal cords. This descended larynx allows us to produce the wide range of vowel sounds that characterize human speech. Because the shape and size of the pharyngeal cavity can be varied to filter different frequencies from the sound produced by the vocal cords. Are you seeing what I'm saying? Do you get it? Trying to use the best terminology I can for this. But here's the thing. It has a significant cost, because the larynx no longer seals the airway when we swallow. So adult humans are at much higher risks of choking than other mammals. The descended larynx is an evolutionary trade-off of sorts, and the speech benefit is, well, substantial enough to offset the choking cost. The descended larynx does not survive in the fossil record. It is cartilage and muscle rather than bone. But what does sometimes survive is the hyoid bone, a small horseshoe-shaped bone in the throat that anchors the muscles of the tongue and connects the laryngeal complex. The shape of the hyoid reflects the overall configuration of the vocal apparatus. A Neanderthal hyoid found in Kibara Cave in Israel in 1939, dated to approximately 60,000 years ago, is essentially identical in shape to a modern human hyoid, distinct from the hyoids of chimpanzees and gorillas, that is, and closely matching the human form that is associated with the descended larynx speech anatomy. This is one of the most significant single pieces of fossil evidence bearing on the language question, because it suggests that the Neanderthals had a vocal apparatus capable, at least in anatomical terms, of producing human-like speech. Whether they did produce it on a neurological level, that's a separate question, addressed in a later section, but the physical hardware appears to have been present. So we'll talk about that a little bit later in terms of Neanderthal speech. But what about the genetics of language? That adds a further dimension. The gene FOXP2 was identified in the 90s through the study of a British family, the Kerr family, half of whom carry a mutation in the gene and half of whom do not. Those with the mutation have severe difficulties with fine motor control required for articulate speech, with speech perception and with grammatical processing also being quite difficult. So for a period, FOXP2 was widely publicized as the language gene. Now that was a bit of an oversimplification that we've found out in hindsight. FOXP2 is present in birds, mice, crocodiles, and many other animals where it plays roles in motor learning and brain development. But the specific form of the gene in modern humans, i.e. with 2 amino acid substitutions not found in primates, well, other primates rather, appears to be specifically associated with the fine motor coordination required for complex vocalization. When researchers extracted DNA from Neanderthal fossils, they found that Neanderthals carry the modern human form of FOXP2, rather the ancestral primate form. The mutation that appears to be necessary for articulate human speech was already present in Neanderthals, placing the relevant genetic change at least 500,000 years ago, before the lineages of modern humans and Neanderthals had separated. The brain evidence is more complex and more contested. Broca's area, a region in the left frontal lobe, whose damage produces the excessive speech disorder known as Broca's aphasia, and Wernicke's area in the left temporal lobe, whose damage produces the receptive disorder known as Wernicke's aphasia, have become the neurological centers of discussion about language-brain basis. Homologs of these regions exist in the brains of great apes, and studies of their function in non-human primates show involvement in manual gesture, vocalization, and imitation. Endocasts, natural or artificial casts of the internal surface of fossil skulls, show that the asymmetric development of Broca's area characteristic of modern humans was already present in some Homo habilis specimens from over 2 million years ago. The brain's language-associated architecture appears to be far older than language itself, which implies that whatever the function of those regions originally served before language existed was later co-opted for the demands of speaking and understanding speech. But moving on from that, before we get back to it later on, one of the most influential proposals in the contemporary origin of language debate is the gesture-first hypothesis. The argument that human language did not begin as sound, but as gesture, and that the vocal communication that now dominates language was a later addition to a capacity that originally expressed itself through the hands, face, and body. Now, this hypothesis has several layers of support. Great apes, i.e. chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas, they show much greater flexibility in their manual and gestural communication than in their vocal communication. Attempts to teach apes to speak vocally have consistently failed. The vocal tract anatomy and neural control of vocalization in apes does not permit the kind of fine control that articulate speech requires. But don't pass them up too quickly. Apes can learn arbitrary gestural symbols with considerable success. The chimpanzee Washoe learned hundreds of American Sign Language signs in the 60s and was observed spontaneously combining them in novel sequences. The bonobo, Kanzi, studied by Sue Savage Rembaudt, learned to use a keyboard of abstract symbols to communicate with humans at a level of sophistication that continues to be debated, but is undeniably beyond anything achieved through vocal training. And still pretty cool, right? You imagine the ape on the keyboard telling you what he wants. That's quite an achievement, I think. The neurological underpinning of the gesture hypothesis requires mirror neurons, a class of neurons first identified by the early 90s in the premotor cortex of macaque monkeys by Giacomo Rizzolatti and colleagues at the University of Parma. Mirror neurons fire both when an animal performs a specific action and when it observes another individual performing the same action. They represent actions in a way that is shared between the self and the observed other. In the primate brain, the mirror neuron system is located in a region that corresponds to Broca's area in humans. The proposal, developed most fully by Michael Corbalis and others, is that the mirror neuron system originally supported gestural imitation and communication, and it was progressively recruited for increasingly complex communicative gestures, eventually extended to include vocalization as a complementary channel that offered specific advantages, i.e., communicating in the dark, over distances, or communicating while the hands were occupied with tools or food, until vocalization gradually took over as the primary modality. The gesture-first hypothesis also has critics, but they're balanced out by the supporters. We best hear from the critics, though, because that's fair. One objection is that if gesture preceded speech, we would expect to see non-human primates with more sophisticated gestural communication than simple vocalizations. But here's the thing. We do. But also, perhaps, evidence that early hominins had a specifically gestural rather than vocal communication advantage over other primates. Now, the architectural, or rather archaeological evidence for this is quite limited, because of course it's going to be. Stone tools tell us a bit about manual dexterity and cognitive planning, but not specifically about gestural communication. Second objection concerns the cross-modular transfer. Even if language began as gesture, at some point the primary communication channel shifted from hand to voice, and this transition requires its own explanation. The social environment of early hominins, increasingly cooperative hunting, division of labor, and the need to maintain a growing social group, may have provided the pressure for the shift, since vocal communication does not require visual contact and frees the hands for other tasks. But the transition from a gesture-dominated to a voice-dominated communication system is a major evolutionary step that the gesture-first hypothesis has to account for without simply assuming that it happened. One piece of evidence that has been involved in this context is the observation that in human infants in the early stages of language acquisition combine gesture and vocalization in specific ways that suggest that the two channels are not entirely independent. The pointing gesture, excuse me, which happens in human infants around 9 months and is virtually absent in non-human primates, has been argued by Michael Tomasello to be the foundation of human language rather than a precursor to it, a specifically human act of joint attention that says, in effect, I want to share your attention to that thing. And that requires a theory of mind unavailable to non-human primates. So the gesture-first hypothesis in its modern form is not simply, quote, gesture before speech, as detractors would slanderously abbreviate it to, but rather shared intentionality before words. That's how we should put it, with the specific content of both the gesture and the subsequent vocalization emerging from a uniquely human form of social attention. A complementary and in some ways competing hypothesis focuses not on gesture but on the social function of vocalization, beginning with the question about group size. Robin Dunbar, a British evolutionary psychologist, noted in the 1990s that neocortex size in primates correlates with the typical group size of the species. Species with larger neocortices relative to the rest of the brain tend to live in larger, more complex social groups. The reason, he argued, is that navigating a complex social world requires cognitive processing power, and the larger neocortex provides more of that. For primates, the primary mechanism for maintaining social bonds within a group is physical grooming, picking parasites and debris from one another's fur, a time-consuming activity that also triggers the release of endorphins in the recipient and serves the social currency of alliance and affiliation. The problem Dunbar identified is that the social groups of early Homo were growing beyond the size at which physical grooming could serve as the primary bonding mechanism. As group sizes grew, driven by the larger neocortex the increasingly complex social environment was selecting for, the time budget required for grooming all necessary relationships exceeded what was practically available in a day. Language, Dunbar proposed, solved this problem by enabling vocal grooming, the maintenance of social bonds through conversation rather than physical contact. Talking serves the same neurochemical function as physical grooming. It releases endorphins, affirms relationships, and signals attention and affiliation. But it has the enormous advantage of, rather than being a one-to-one activity like grooming, this is a one-to-many activity. You can talk to several people at the same time, and the talk's social bonding function operates for everyone in earshot. In Dunbar's framework, language did not begin primarily as a means of conveying information about the world. It began as a means of managing social relationships at a scale that physical grooming cannot really reach. The content of most human conversation, which Dunbar's observations suggest is predominantly social and relational rather than practical, reflects this origin. Darwin himself, in The Descent of Man, 1871, speculated that human language began not with words but with music, that the ancestor of language was a musical proto-language, in which individuals used melodic and rhythmic vocalizations for social and emotional expression, courtship, and group cohesion, and that discrete referential words, i.e., sounds with specific meanings attached, were a much later development, extracted from this musical continuum. The archaeologist and cognitive scientist Stephen Meathen developed this idea in his 2005 book, The Singing Neanderthals, proposing that the immediate predecessor to human language was a communication system he called Yes, I'm not joking, that's what he called it. Holistic, manipulative, multimodal, musical, and mimetic. That's what it stands for. Well, in Mithen's model, Neanderthals communicated through holistic vocal phrases, complete utterances expressing a single situation or emotional state without the compositional structure of modern language, combined with gesture, facial expressions, and bodily posture. Modern language then emerged relatively recently and specifically in the Homo sapiens lineage. Through the compositional analysis of these holistic phrases into discrete meaningful units, the extraction of words from music in essence. The model makes a specific prediction that music and language, in modern humans, are cognitive cousins rather than unrelated faculties, both derived from the ancestor, which is consistent with the observation that music and language share neural resources, and that the emotional resonance of music may tap the effective substrate from which language truly evolved. Now, the other thing we have to say is having words is not really having language. This is the insight at the heart of the linguist Derek Bickerton's influential proto-language hypothesis, first developed in the 80s. Now, Bickerton proposed that the evolutionary path to language had two distinct stages. First, the acquisition of a large vocabulary of symbols, mental representations, that is, with arbitrary sound or gesture labels attached, allowing reference to objects, actions, and eventually abstract concepts. And second, the acquisition of grammar, the system of rules that allows these symbols to be combined into structured sequences, whose meaning derives from both the symbols and their arrangement. His term for the first stage is proto-language, a communication system of isolated symbols with no grammatical structure, something like the communication produced by great apes in the sign language studies we talked about, by very young children too in the one-word stage of acquisition, and by adults who have suffered certain kinds of brain damage that spares vocabulary while destroying syntax. In proto-language, you can express concepts, but you can't express the relationship between concepts in a systematic way. You can say dog, bite, man, but not reliably distinguish the dog bit the man from the man bit the dog. The evidence Bickerton drew on for the grammar stage of language evolution was the study of Creole languages, languages that emerge when speakers of several mutually unintelligible languages come into sustained contact, typically in colonial plantation settings, and need to communicate beyond the reach of any shared language. The first-generation contact language is a pidgin, a minimal, grammatically impoverished system of shared vocabularies with little consistent structure. But the children raised in pidgin-speaking communities do not simply speak to their parents' pidgin. They consistently produce a Creole, a fully grammatically structured language with consistent rules for word order, tense, aspect, and other grammatical categories that the pidgin lacked. The creolization happens spontaneously across children from different linguistic backgrounds, producing Creoles with strikingly similar grammatical structures in different parts of the world. Things end up being like a kind of Esperanto almost. Now, Bickerton's interpretation was that children, in the absence of grammatical input from the pidgin environment, fall back on an innate grammar template, what Chomsky had called universal grammar, and use it to structure the vocabulary they have acquired into a real language. The Creole, in this view, is the closest thing we have to a living specimen of the grammar stage of language evolution. The most compelling single example of spontaneous language creation in the 20th century is Nicaraguan Sign Language, which emerged in the late 1970s and early 1980s, when deaf children across Nicaragua were brought together in schools for the first time. The adults in these schools taught signing based on Spanish words. The children, interacting with each other, created something substantially different, a gestural language with consistent grammatical structures including spatial grammar and verb agreement systems that the adults signing lacked entirely. Now, crucially, each successive cohort of children who entered the schools learned from the previous cohort and produced a version of the language with richer and more consistent grammatical structures than their teachers had used. The language was being genuinely created, generation by generation in real time, and the creation was driven specifically by children, not adults, and that suggests that the grammatical structuring capacity that Chomsky attributed to an innate language acquisition is specifically active in childhood in a way that it is not in adults. Nicaraguan Sign Language is the closest thing to a controlled experiment on the conditions under which language grammar spontaneously emerges that the historical record has ever really provided. Chomsky's concept of universal grammar, the idea that all human languages share a deep structural principle, as all human minds are equipped with an innate language acquisition device, dominated linguists from the 1960s onwards, and provided the theoretical backbone for much of the origin of language discussion. Now, if grammar is innate, then the evolution of language is partly the evolution of this innate capacity. And the question is, what mutation or sequence of mutations produce the universal grammar that every normal human child uses to acquire language effortlessly in the first few years of life? Chomsky himself proposed, in work with Mark Hauser and Tecumseh Fitch in 2002, that the uniquely human component of language is recursion, the operation he calls merge, which takes any two elements and combines them together into a larger unit that can itself be combined with other elements, and that this single operation is what produces the infinite productivity of human language from finite means. This proposal has the advantage of reducing the uniqueness of human language to a single identifiable innovation, but it has faced sustained criticism from people who argue that recursion is not unique to language and not absent in animal communication in the way that the Chomsky framework implies. The most dramatic challenge to the universal grammar framework came from the American linguist Daniel Everett, who spent decades studying the Pirahan, language spoken in the small communities of the Brazilian Amazon. Everett reported that Pidahan, Pidahan, lacked recursion in its grammar, had no number words, no color terms, and was constrained by a cultural principle he called the immediacy of experience, a norm against making claims about things not directly experienced by the speaker or someone known to the speaker. If true, these properties would constitute a direct counterexample to Chomsky's claim that recursion is a universal feature of all human languages, because it is innately specified. The claim sparked one of the most intense debates in recent linguistics. Chomsky's associates disputed Everett's grammatical analysis, but Everett maintained his position. The controversy has not been definitively resolved. What it illustrates is the question of what is innate versus culturally contingent in human language remains genuinely open, not to mention with significant implications for how we understand language's evolutionary origin being changed constantly by this. Who knows what's going to come up in the next few decades? I'm excited. The question of when language evolved runs into the same evidential problem as the question of how. As language doesn't leave any fossils, remember we said in the introduction, you can't dig up a conversation, right? But that doesn't mean that we don't know anything. What the archaeological record does provide is evidence of symbolic behavior, the use of arbitrary symbols, the production of representational art, creation of ornaments and pigments whose function is communicative, and not purely practical, which is at minimum consistent with language use and probably requires it. The most significant early evidence comes from southern Africa. Blombos Cave in the Western Cape of South Africa has produced a remarkable sequence of finds from approximately 75,000 to 100,000 years ago. Pieces of ochre, incised with deliberate geometric patterns, perforated marine shells that were clearly used as beads, and evidence of ochre processing in a kind of paint kit. There was also bone marrow, abalone shells, plant material that appear to have been prepared for application to surfaces, possibly to bodies. These finds are taken as evidence of symbolic thinking, the assignment of arbitrary meaning to materials and forms, the use of personal adornment to signal identity, affiliation, or status, these kinds of things. The interpretive leap from symbolic thinking to language, however, is not automatic. It is possible, in principle, that symbolic behavior could exist without full language, and that some researchers have made an argument for it, sure. But the opposite position, that the kind of symbolic behavior visible at Blombos and other sites could be maintained, transmitted, and developed across generations without language, seems a little bit harder to defend. Teaching the specific symbolic meaning of a particular pattern of ochre marks to the next generation, coordinating the specific associative meaning of a particular bead color or shell type across a community, these kinds of activities seem to require, or at minimum be greatly facilitated by, the kind of arbitrary referential communication that only language can provide. The Blombos evidence does not prove language at 75,000 years ago, but it does constitute strong circumstantial evidence that something with the cognitive properties of language was present. The famous explosion of symbolic and artistic behavior into the European Upper Paleolithic, beginning roughly around 40 to 45,000 years ago, with the arrival of anatomically modern humans in Europe, produced the cave paintings of Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira, alongside portable art musical instruments, including bone flutes, and elaborate burials with grave goods. The period is often described in popular accounts as the moment when human language emerged, the cognitive revolution that separated modern humans from their predecessors. But the problem with this timing is that the African evidence from Blombos and elsewhere suggests that the relevant cognitive capacities were present at least 30,000 years earlier. That means the Upper European Paleolithic Revolution was not the origin of language, but rather a particularly visible expression in a specific geographic region of capacities that have been present since at least the Middle Stone Age in other parts of the world. The apparent suddenness of the European explosion may reflect the density of archaeological research in Europe, rather than a genuine cognitive threshold crossed around 40,000 years before. The question of whether language emerged suddenly or gradually is another deeply unresolved issue in the field. There is the Great Leap Forward model associated with Jared Diamond and others. It proposes a relatively sudden biological change, a mutation or small set of mutations affecting brain organization that produced full language capability at some point in the last 100,000 years, possibly associated with the mitochondrial DNA bottleneck event that population geneticists have identified as a severe reduction in modern human population size around 60 to 70,000 years ago. The gradual model, favored by many archaeologists and evolutionary biologists, proposes instead that the relevant capacities accumulated incrementally over hundreds of thousands of years, with each addition providing its own selective advantage, and that full advantage is a retrospective description of a threshold reached gradually, rather than a discrete biological event. The gradual model is harder to test archaeologically, because incremental change leaves a less visible record than sudden appearance, and because the absence of evidence in the earlier record may reflect preservation bias rather than the actual absence of the behavior. The population genetics evidence adds a constraint to both models. The mitochondrial DNA evidence indicates that all living humans descend from a population that passed through a severe bottleneck, a dramatic reduction in population size, sometime around 60 to 70,000 years ago, immediately before the expansion out of Africa that brought modern humans to almost every habitable place in the world within the following 50,000 years. If the Great Leap Forward model is correct, and language emerged through a specific mutation, well, that mutation must have been present in the bottleneck population and spread from there. But if the gradual model is correct, language-relevant cognitive capacities must have been accumulating through the entire period of African modern human evolution, predating the bottleneck by tens or hundreds of thousands of years. Two models make different predictions about what we would expect to find if we could sequence ancient genomes from the pre-bottleneck modern humans in Africa, which is becoming slowly a practical possibility as ancient DNA preservation in tropical conditions improves. So once again, watch this space. Now, what about Neanderthals? Well, the question of whether they had language is, well, it's quite a common topic, I suppose. And the answer would tell us whether language was an innovation specific to Homo sapiens, or whether it had deeper roots in the genus. The evidence bearing on this question comes from multiple sources, and they point in different directions. The anatomical evidence, as discussed earlier, is broadly supportive. The Kebara hyoid bone matches the modern human form. FOXP2 in the modern human version was already present in Neanderthals, at least 400 to 500,000 years ago. And endocasts of Neanderthal skulls show asymmetrical development of frontal regions associated with language processing. The behavioral evidence is ambiguous, but increasingly suggesting some form of complex communication, evidence of ochre use and pigment processing, perforated shells and things like that, possibly cave art at certain Spanish sites dated to 65,000 years ago, before modern humans arrived in Europe and the Neanderthals all died out. The dating of symbolic behavior in Neanderthals has become significantly more complicated because of all these discoveries. The 2018 uranium-thorium dating of cave paintings at La Pasiaga and other Spanish sites to approximately 65,000 years ago, before any confirmed modern human presence in Europe, by the way, potentially places representational or geometric art making in the Neanderthal repertoire. The interpretation is contested. The dates themselves have been questioned by some researchers, and the relationship between dated pigment and Neanderthal occupation requires establishing that no modern human presence preceded the dated layer. The debate has not been settled, and I don't think it's going to be settled anytime soon, dare I say. But the significance is certainly clear. If the dates are correct, the capacity for symbolic visual representation, which most researchers treat as cognitively continuous with language, predates the arrival of Homo sapiens in Europe and cannot be attributed to modern human influence or interaction. So that means the Neanderthal cognitive portrait that is emerging from this evidence is considerably richer than the old arguments would have implied. Against this, the paleontologist Philip Lieberman has maintained for decades that the Neanderthal vocal tract anatomy was not capable of producing the full range of vowels that characterize modern human speech, and specifically that Neanderthals could not produce the vowels I, A, and U that are universally present in modern languages, and that are particularly efficient for rapid communication, because they are maximally distant from each other in acoustic space. Liebman's argument is based on reconstruction of Neanderthal vocal tracts from skeletal evidence, and it predates the Neanderthals, even with the FOXP2 hardware in place. They would have spoken a slower and less acoustically efficient language than modern humans, if anything. The Neanderthal counterposition, supported by the 1989 Kebara hyoid and by the subsequent analysis of other Neanderthal remains, maintains that Liebman's reconstruction underestimates the Neanderthal larynx position, and that the difference between Neanderthal and modern human vocal anatomy is smaller than his model assumes. The debate's not been settled. So, yeah, wait for more information, I suppose. The comparative evidence from songbirds has added a dimension to the genetic debate that was not available in the 19th century. You see, songbirds are one of the few animal groups that, like humans, learn their vocalizations culturally, rather than producing them by instinct. A zebra finch raised in isolation will not produce the normal song of its species, but it has to learn from adult tutors. This vocal learning turns out to involve some of the same neural circuits as some of the same gene expression patterns, including FOXP2, as human speech learning needs. The convergence between the vocal learning systems of birds and humans evolved independently across hundreds of millions of years of separate evolution, and it suggests that there are specific identifiable neural solutions to the problem of learned vocalization, that human speech is one instance of a more general biological phenomenon rather than an isolated evolutionary miracle. Some people like to put it that way. But the most intellectually honest person on Neanderthal speech would have to admit that we don't know whether they had full language in the modern sense. Partial language of some kind, perhaps, or even a sophisticated but non-linguistic vocal communication. It's one thing to have the capacity to do something in terms of the genes and the bones for the support of larynx and everything, but everybody has the capacity to do a lot of things. It just doesn't mean they do them, right? The evidence is consistent with several of these possibilities, though, and the absence of Neanderthal writing, recording technology, or any other direct trace of their communicative content means the question may never definitively be settled from the fossil record alone. Perhaps we'll have to just deal with the fact that these are one of those questions that we can't quite answer. Maybe for Homo sapiens we can have a bit more clarity, but for Neanderthals, not sure. And of course the other different species of pre-human ancestors. Now, what the ancient DNA evidence has added is the intriguing implication that whatever communicative capacity Neanderthals had, some of it was transferred to modern humans through interbreeding. The genetic variants that modern humans carry from Neanderthal ancestry continue some association with vocal anatomy and language processing. So we may, in a specific sense, speak partly with Neanderthal genes. And of course, there is quite a lot of our genealogy that is inherited from Neanderthals, so don't use the word as an insult too much. We explained a lot of this in the previous video on Neanderthals, everything we know about them. Now, the ancient DNA evidence has added a specific twist to the Neanderthal language debate. Modern humans carry those genetic variants of Neanderthals in regions of the genome associated with vocal anatomy, auditory processing, and some aspects of language-relevant cognition. The ROBO1 gene involved in the wiring of auditory motor circuits relevant to speech carries a Neanderthal-derived variant in some modern human populations. The specific nature of these transfers, which genetic variants passed from Neanderthal populations into modern humans through interbreeding, and what selective pressures then maintained and elevated the frequencies, is becoming an increasingly tractable question as more ancient genomes are sequenced and compared. Thank you for the hard work of those in the laboratories. So we may be approaching, and I say that very cautiously, the point where we can say something specific about which aspects of modern human language relevant biology were already present in Neanderthals and which were innovations specific to the Homo sapien lineage. Maybe. But once again, you're just going to have to wait. So whatever the details of its origin, language did something to human evolution that no other cognitive capacity has done. It created the conditions for cumulative cultural transmission at a scale and speed that biological evolution cannot approach. The ratchet effect in cultural evolution depends on language, i.e. the ability of each generation to build on the innovations of the previous one, retaining and refining rather than rediscovering from scratch. A technique for napping flint could be a route to a water source, things like this. None of them can be transmitted reliably across generations without the ability to represent them in communicable symbols, to explain rather than to merely demonstrate, and to describe what is not present and what has not happened yet. Language is the compression algorithm for cultural knowledge. It allows an enormous amount of information to be stored, not in individual brains, but in the collective symbolic memory of a community, retrievable by any competent speaker of that tongue.
This capacity for cultural transmission is also what underlies the dramatic expansion of human cooperation beyond the scale achievable by any other species. Non-human primates form coalitions, and they cooperate within groups. But the scale of cooperation is limited to groups whose members can directly monitor each other's behavior and maintain relationships through personal interaction. Human cooperation extends to thousands and millions of strangers who will never meet each other, coordinated through shared symbolic systems, laws, currencies, religions, ideologies. In the modern day, brands, I suppose. All of these are languages in the broad sense, systems of symbols whose meanings are shared by a community. And all of them depend on the capacity for language in the specific linguistic sense to exist and function. The species whose unique adaptive success comes from individual intelligence, rather not from individual intelligence, but from the capacity to accumulate collective intelligence. Now, that's what makes humans human, I suppose. Language is the mechanism that makes that accumulation possible. The relationship between language and the theory of mind, the capacity to represent other individuals' mental states, is particularly intimate. Theory of mind is found in limited form in great apes and some other animals, but the full human version of theory of mind, which allows us to represent not just what another person knows, but what they believe they know and what they think you know, and what you believe that they think that you believe that you know how it goes. Well, it all unfolds through multiple layers of embedded mental attribution. It's strongly associated with language in both its development of children and its expression in adult behavior. So we can say too that language also changed the nature of the self. The ability to narrate one's own experience is a specifically linguistic operation. The psychologist and neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga identified what he calls the, quote, left hemisphere interpreter, a narrative generating function of the language-dominant left hemisphere that constructs a coherent and continuous story of the self's experience from the fragmentary and often contradictory outputs of multiple brain systems. So we are, in a significant sense, the stories that we tell about ourselves. And we can only tell those stories because we have language. The capacity for self-narration is connected to the construction of extended social identities, group memberships, historic traditions, religions, legal systems, everything. All of these specifically human institutional and symbolic worlds that distinguish our social life from that of other species. So, just before we finish up, there is a final irony in the story of language's origin that's worth stating plainly. Language is what allows us to ask questions about where language came from. The capacity being investigated is the same capacity doing the investigating. It's kind of like when you clean the vacuum cleaner, you become the vacuum cleaner. Ever think of that? Every hypothesis about proto-language and every little argument about the recursive merge, the Neanderthals and everything else, is conducted in the medium whose origin it is attempting to explain. And it's not merely a philosophical observation. I think the implication is methodological. The categories we use to describe what early hominins might have communicated are all categories that language has given us, shaped by the specific history of the languages in which the research is conducted. The effort to describe what came before language necessarily uses language as tools, and those tools may not be adequate to the task of accurately representing what they had not yet produced. So we are, in a specific sense, looking at ourselves in a mirror that did not exist before we were looking
So where the research stands now in many ways is more complicated than what it was when the Linguistic Society of Paris issued the ban on writing essays about this. We know more, but what we know has revealed the depths that we do not know. The anatomy of speech is reasonably well understood. The genetics of some relevant capacities have been partly mapped, and the archaeological evidence of symbolic behavior provides a rough boundary. But what remains is genuinely unsettled, and that's the sequence of events. Which capacities emerged when, in response to what selective pressures, and in what order do they relate to each other? Now, the Linguistic Society of Paris was right that the confident answers to this question are premature. What has changed is that the questions are now precisely enough, and the evidence is rich enough that the uncertainty is productive rather than hopeless. We are in the position of knowing, with increasing clarity, exactly what we do not know about the most distinctively human thing we do. And sounds all a bit Socratic, doesn't it? Yeah. All I know is that I know that I don't know. That's not a bad thing. Admitting that we don't know things is not flaw, it's just intellectual honesty. And I think that's probably something we can all do a little bit more often. The Stone Age is not what you think it is. It's not a single era. It's not a brief, primitive prelude to a more real story of civilization, and it is certainly not simple. The Stone Age spans over 3 million years and encompasses the development of every fundamental human capability that everything since has been built upon: tool-making, fire, art, language, social organization, and finally agriculture. The entire period of recorded history occupies less than a fraction of a percent of the Stone Age's duration. And the people who lived in it, they were not the crude, mouth-breathing troglodytes of imagination. 40,000 years ago, one of them, in a Spanish cave, produced a hand stencil using a technique, i.e. blowing pigment through the mouth to create a precise silhouette, that requires planning, material preparation, and ultimately an impulse to leave a mark that has no practical survival value whatsoever. On that impulse, whatever it was, is one of the most important things to have ever happened to our species. Today is a story about small steps towards what is more recognizably human, towards what we could call a civilization. It's the story of the Stone Age. Needless to say, we are relying on archaeology for this one, so no written sources, I'm afraid. But I don't have to tell you that. What I do have to tell you is that we are a crowd-funded, crowd-supported channel, and we rely on the support from Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and the donation link in the description and pinned comment. So if you want to go and check them out, go ahead. If you don't, give it a like, comment, and subscribe, because that's free, and it helps us out a lot. Anyway, that being said and done, let's get on with it. The story begins earlier than anybody expected it to begin, and that beginning keeps getting pushed back further and further. Until 2015, the oldest known stone tools were those from Gona in the Afar region of Ethiopia, dated to approximately 2.6 million years ago, and assigned to the Oldowan industry, the simple pebble-flaking technology that represented the first systematic production of sharp-edged stone implements by any living being. Then, in a paper published in Nature in May 2015, researchers reported that the discovery of stone tools from a site called Lomekwi 3 on the western shore of Lake Turkana in Kenya dated to approximately 3.3 million years ago. The Lokemwi 3 tools pushed back the beginning of the Stone Age by several 100,000 years and created a significant problem for the existing narrative, which had a association with the invention of tool making with the emergence of the genus Homo. Well, at 3.3 million years ago, Homo did not yet exist, Homo of course being Latin for man. Whatever was making the Lemekwi 3 tools was an Australopithecine, which is basically a bipedal, ape-like hominin belonging to the lineage that included Australopithecus and the related genus Kenyanthropus. Now, the Lemekwi 3 tools are actually cruder than the older one material that follows them by 700,000 years. The fact that at first seems paradoxical. I mean, shouldn't tools get better over time? But it makes sense when you consider that Lemekwi 3 tools may represent a separate and ultimately unsuccessful experiment in tool making, one that did not directly lead to the older one industry. Now, the older one, which appears in the African record at around 2.6 million years ago, is now associated with the emergence of the genus Homo and represents a genuine qualitative step in tool production. The systematic identification of raw material, followed by the controlled removal of flakes to produce sharp edges, and the reuse of cores across multiple napping episodes. That's napping with a KN. Now, these are not random actions. All of these things require a mental template for the desired outcome and the motor control to achieve it, both of which represent cognitive capacities that frankly exceed anything we observe in living non-human primates in their natural state, unless they're doing it in secret and not showing us, which I suppose is a possibility. Anyway, the raw material choices made by the first older one tool makers are themselves quite informative. At Gona and the contemporaneous sites of Lokalale in Kenya, the tool makers were selecting specific types of stone, particularly fine-grained volcanic rocks and chert from among available material, sometimes carrying suitable stone several kilometers from its geological source to the location where tools would be made and used. What does this imply? Well, if you hadn't guessed it, it implies an ability to evaluate the quality of raw material before beginning the process of napping it, to retain the memory of the source location over days and weeks and go back when you need more, and to plan for the future of tool making rather than just responding to the immediate requirements, which of course we can go into different sections of cognitive functions that require addressing future planning rather than just immediate needs. That's also something that needs to develop in early humans or even in Australopithecines. These are executive cognitive functions, and they are not trivial. Their presence in a hominin with a brain roughly one-third the size of a modern human brain is one of the more remarkable facts in the cognitive history of our lineage. Now, the uses to which the earlier stone tools were put to are attested with a directness that the tools themselves can't really provide. By the cut marks found on animal bones from the same geological horizons, we can kind of tell a bit of a story. At Tikika in Ethiopia, bones dated to 3.4 million years ago, and even earlier, by the way, than the Lemekwi 3 tools, bear what appears to be stone tool cut marks, suggesting that the use of stone tools to process animal carcasses may actually predate the formal production of flaked tools. The earliest tool makers may have been using naturally sharp stone flakes rather than deliberately produced ones. It's got to look for something, suitable for the job. It's kind of like finding a stick when you're out on a hike. You've got to find one that's the suitable length and sturdiness to get the job done. Now, by the time the old one industry is fully established, the evidence for butchery is unambiguous. Cut marks on the bones of large animals, including hippopotamus and horse, appear in consistent patterns that indicate the systematic removal of muscle from bone and the breaking of bones to extract marrow. And a quick little fact about hippopotamus. Well, two little facts. So hippopotamus, it means river horse, right? Hippo being an old word for horse. And potamus, meaning river. We have this same sort of rendering in Mesopotamia. Potam, like river. But the other thing about hippopotamus is that within Africa, it is the most deadly animal to humans. More than snakes, more than lions, the hippopotamus is pretty brutal. So don't go swimming. Anyway, the cognitive and social implications of this dietary shift toward a higher quality, higher calorie diet that included significant quantities of animal protein and fat have been a central topic in the study of human evolution for several decades, with the consensus generally favoring a strong positive feedback loop between improved diet, increased brain size, and the cognitive demands of more sophisticated tool production. The older one persisted for approximately 800,000 years, from 2.6 million to around 1.8 million years ago, at which point it was joined and gradually replaced in many regions by the Acheulean industry. The persistence of the older one for nearly 1 million years without significant change is a pattern that we will find occur repeatedly in the Stone Age record. I say record as in archaeological record before anyone starts typing there were no records. Yes, I know. And that carries important implications for understanding the cognition of the tool makers. You see, change in stone technology doesn't happen because tool makers figure out a better way to make things, at least not on the time scale of centuries or millennia. It's more of a case that it happens on the time scale of tens to hundreds of thousands of years, suggesting that the rate of cultural innovation in the Paleolithic was governed by this process. Genetic change, demographic expansion, ecological pressures, all of this operated at very different speeds from the cultural innovation that we are familiar with from recorded history. I think of it like in the modern day when someone has a new idea and within 48 hours, due to the wonder of the internet, the entire world knows about it. Back then someone could have a new idea and it would be hundreds of thousands of years before the people, 100 miles to the north of them knew about it. That's just the way it is. Or rather it was. You know what I mean. Now we mentioned the Acheulean, or rather I should say the Acheulean, excuse me, correcting my pronunciation, but Acheulean is still okay. The Acheulean hand axe is one of the most studied and most discussed, and in many ways the most mysterious object in the entire archaeological record. Named after the site of Saint Achille in the Somme Valley of northern France, where the characteristic bifacial tools were first formally identified in the 19th century, the Acheulean industry spans from the period of approximately 1.76 million years ago, its earliest well-dated occurrence at sites in Africa, including Konso in Ethiopia, to around 300,000 years ago. This is a duration of approximately 1.4 million years, which the fundamental form of the primary tool, i.e. the teardrop or oval-shaped bifacially worked hand axe, remained recognizable. The hand axe from a site in southern Africa dated to 1.5 million years ago, and the hand axe from a site in northern Europe dated to 400,000 years ago. They would be identified by any trained lithic analyst, lithic being stone, by the way, as products of the same technological tradition. Pretty cool, huh? Separated by so much distance and time. And like we said, things move quite slowly, but they do move. The cognitive implications of the hand axe's production are significantly greater than those of the older one. Making a hand axe requires the ability to hold in mind a three-dimensional form, the finished tool, while working from a shapeless block of stone toward that form that through a series of controlled removals, each of which changes the geometry of the piece and constrains what subsequent removals are possible. The finest Acheulean hand axes, the thin, symmetrical, perfectly proportioned examples from sites like Boxgrove in southern England or Orolesili in Kenya. They are objects whose production requires a level of manual dexterity, planning that modern experimenters have found genuinely quite demanding to replicate. Well, they also show evidence, in the most refined examples, of what some researchers have called over-engineering. They're more symmetrical, more finely made than any functional requirement for cutting or butchering tools would demand. Several have proposed that the aesthetics of the hand axe production may have been subject to sexual selection, with skilled hand axe production functioning as a signal of quality that influenced mate choice. The better you are at making axes, the more likely it is you're going to secure a girlfriend, perhaps. Suppose there's not many other things to be good at, hunting, axe making, Demonstrate some competence. It always helps. Now, the geographic distribution of the Acheulean raises a puzzle that has been called the Movius line, after the archaeologist Hallam Movius, who identified it in the 40s. West of a line running approximately through northern India, Acheulean hand axes are found throughout the archaeological record. East of that line in East Asia and Southeast Asia, they're largely absent, just haven't found any yet. Now, the Homo erectus populations of China, Korea, and Java, which is the main island of Indonesia, were making stone tools throughout the Acheulean period, but their tools were of the simpler Mode 1 type, flaked pebbles and cores without the bifacial shaping that characterizes the Acheulean. Now, the explanations proposed for this east-west split, we've not quite figured out yet. Still trying to get to the bottom of that one. But there is a widely accepted view, and that's that the initial dispersal of Homo erectus into East Asia occurred before the Acheulean had developed in Africa, meaning that the East Asian populations never had access to the innovation. A supplementary explanation notes that East Asian raw materials, including the abundance of bamboo, which could have served as a sharp cutting-edge material, leaving no archaeological trace, may have reduced the selective pressure for Acheulean-style stone working. The end of the Acheulean is not a clean boundary, but a gradual fragmentation into the diverse regional tool industries of the Middle Paleolithic, a process that occurred at different times in different regions, and that coincides with the diversification of the hominin lineage into multiple archaic Homo forms. So we got Homo heidelbergensis, Neanderthals, and ultimately modern humans, Homo sapiens. Now, that characterizes the period between 400,000 and 200,000 years ago. In some regions, the transition can be observed stratigraphically within a single site. The basal layers contain classic Acheulean hand axes, and the upper layers contain these smaller, more varied tools of the subsequent industry, with a transitional zone of mixed technology in between. This gradual transition suggests the shift was not the product of a single innovation or migration event, but a cultural evolution within existing populations, the accumulation of small changes in tool production techniques that eventually added up to a qualitatively different technological repertoire. One of the most striking features of the Acheulean record, and one that bears directly on the question of what the hand axe makers were like as social beings, is the evidence for raw material transport over long distances. At numerous sites across Africa and Europe, Acheulean tools have been found made from stone whose nearest geological source is tens or even hundreds of kilometers from the find spot. At Boxgrove in Sussex, England, the flint used for hand axe production was obtained from cliff faces several kilometers away. At sites in the Sahara, hand axes made from stone types found only to the far south indicate transport routes of over 100 kilometers. This behavior implies not only the cognitive capacity to plan for the future tool-making needs across timescales of days and weeks, but some form of social network through which knowledge of distant raw material sources was transmitted and through which the logistics of obtaining them were organized. So long-distance raw material transport is, in this reading, evidence not merely of technological sophistication, but of a social world more complex than a simple family band roving around. Now, next up we've got the Neanderthals. They are the best known and most intensively studied of all archaic human species, partly because their range in Europe and Western Asia placed them in the landscape of the continent's earliest scientific archaeology, and also because their relationship to modern Homo sapiens, temporal, spatial, and now we know genetic, gives their story a specific resonance that purely extinct lineages lack. A lot of people think that Neanderthals were a primitive failure. They were not. They were a highly adapted, cognitively sophisticated human species that occupied a difficult environment for approximately 300,000 years before disappearing sometime between 40 and 30,000 years ago. Their disappearance coincides with the arrival of anatomically modern Homo sapiens in Europe, and the question of what happened when the two species met, whether it was replacement, assimilation, or some combination, has been one of the big debates in paleoanthropology. The Neanderthal tool industry is called the Mousterian, after Le Moustier, the rock shelter in the Dordogne region of France, and it represents a significant technological advance over the Acheulean in several respects. The Mousterian is characterized by prepared core technology, a method of shaping stone before removing flakes from it. The tool maker was allowed to predetermine the shape and size of the flakes it produced. The most developed form of this, the Levallois technique, involves preparing a tortoise-shaped core and then removing a single large pre-shaped flake from it, a process that requires planning several stages ahead and produces flakes of remarkably consistent form. Levallois technology appears in both Neanderthal and early modern human contexts, and its wide distribution across Africa, Europe, and Western Asia is one of the pieces of evidence used to argue for convergent cognitive evolution, rather than a single origin for this level of technical sophistication. The evidence for Neanderthal symbolic and ritual behavior has accumulated over the past 30 years, to the point where the earlier characterization of Neanderthals as purely pragmatic, symbolically inert beings is now no longer taken seriously. The most significant single piece of evidence is the occurrence of intentional burial. At Shanidar Cave in Iraqi Kurdistan, a Neanderthal individual buried approximately 65,000 years ago was found associated with large quantities of pollen from multiple plant species, initially interpreted as grave goods, flowers placed on the body, though later analysis has raised the possibility that the pollen was introduced by burrowing rodents. The burial itself, however, is not in doubt. The deliberate placement of the body in a specific position, the evidence of attention to the arrangements of the remains, it all constitutes behavior that implies at minimum an awareness of death as a distinct category of experience and social response to it that goes beyond the simple disposal. The use of pigments and decorative materials by Neanderthals has been documented at multiple European sites and represents some of the strongest evidence for symbolic behavior in the species. Perforated and pigment-stained shells, interpreted as personal ornaments, have been recovered from several Iberian sites and dated to periods before the arrival of modern humans in the region, establishing that these were genuine Neanderthal productions rather than material acquired through contact with modern humans. Eagle claws bearing cut marks consistent with feather removal have been found at Krapina in Croatia and dated to approximately 130,000 years ago. Manganese dioxide lumps bearing used wear consistent with grinding and application as a black pigment have been found in the French Neanderthal context. The accumulation of this evidence has shifted the scholarly consensus significantly. While the symbolic life of Neanderthals was probably not as elaborate or as rich as that of the Upper Paleolithic modern humans, it was certainly real, and the beings who produced it were not the brutish, symbolically empty creatures of the 19th century imagination. I like to think that we've moved long past using Neanderthal as an insult. At least I hope so. Now, the genetic relationship between Neanderthals and modern humans, established by the ancient DNA work published by Svante Pääbo, I hope that's the right way to say it, I believe so, and his colleague at the Max Planck Institute beginning in 2010, confirmed what the morphological and archaeological evidence had long suggested. Neanderthals and modern humans interbred. The genome of non-African modern humans contains between 1 and 4% of Neanderthal-derived DNA. That's right, there's a little bit of Neanderthal in all of us, and that reflects one or more interbreeding events that occurred as modern humans expanded out of Africa into Western Asia, when Neanderthal populations were already established. The interbreeding was not trivial at all. Some of the Neanderthal-derived variants that persist in modern human genomes appear to have been positively selected, suggesting that the Neanderthal conferred advantages in terms of DNA, perhaps in immune function or cold adaptation, to the populations that carried them. The Neanderthal did not just disappear. We used to think they did. It was all a bit of a mystery. But once we found out through that DNA analysis that the Neanderthals were a part of us, well, we can say that, I suppose, a part of the Neanderthal never disappeared at all. You're listening to one. Well, monkey noises notwithstanding, while the Neanderthals were flourishing in Ice Age Europe, something was happening in sub-Saharan Africa that would eventually change the whole world. The gradual emergence, in the anatomically modern human population of southern and eastern Africa, of behaviors that we can recognize as unambiguously modern, at least on a large scale. We have symbolic thought, personal ornamentation, complex long-distance exchange networks, and of course the production of objects whose purpose was not purely functional. People were just making stuff because that's what they do. We make things. The period in which this happens is called the African Middle Stone Age, or the MSA, roughly equivalent in time to the European Middle Paleolithic. And the site that first demonstrated its significance to a wide audience was Blombos Cave, on a cliff face above the Indian Ocean in the Western Cape of South Africa. We've mentioned it a little bit, but it requires a bit more detail. Of course, we talked a lot about it in a Neanderthals video and a few other prehistory videos, but it's all within the context of this Stone Age. Now, Blombos Cave was excavated systematically from the 90s onward by Christopher Henshelwood and his colleagues, and the material they recovered from layers dated between 75 and 100,000 years ago constitutes some of the most important evidence in archaeology of modern human cognition. The most famous finds are pieces of ochre, a red iron oxide pigment, bearing engraved geometric patterns. You got things like cross-hatching parallel lines and more complex designs that represent deliberate markings of surfaces with no functional purpose. These are the oldest known examples of deliberate graphic production by our species, predating the European cave art by tens of thousands of years. The Blombos ochre engravings were accompanied by perforated marine shells, Nassarius species, stained with ochre, clearly used as beads and therefore as personal ornaments. Personal ornaments are cognitively significant because they function as signals to other people. They encode information about identity, status, group membership, or individual qualities in a form designed to be read by observers, implying a theory of mind that is one of the hallmarks of modern social cognition, i.e. an awareness that others perceive and interpret external signals. Now, the evidence for modern human symbolic behavior in Africa extends well beyond Blombos Cave and includes sites that push the relevant dates back considerably further. At Pinnacle Point, also on the western cape of South Africa, excavations led by Curtis Marianne have recovered evidence of ochre use and heat treatment of silkrete, a raw material made more workable by controlled heating, dated to approximately 164,000 years ago. The heat treatment of silkrete is pretty significant because it requires a bit of planning. You have to collect it, build a fire and control it, bury the stone in the fire for a specific period, and allow it to cool down slowly. It's not a process that you discover by accident. It requires the transmission of technical knowledge between generations, and that implies some form of cultural learning and social instruction that preserves technical information across time. At Sibudu Cave in KwaZulu-Natal, bedding material, i.e. plant matter deliberately gathered and arranged, dating to around 77,000 years ago, suggests a degree of domestic organization and attention to the quality of sleeping environments that goes well beyond simple shelter seeking. The technology of the African Middle Stone Age also shows significant advances of the Acheulean that preceded it. In addition to the heat treatment of raw materials, MSA tool makers, remember Middle Stone Age MSA, in southern and eastern Africa were producing backed bladelets, small elongated tools with one blunted edge, designed to be hafted into the handles or shafts. These represent a level of composite tool production not seen in earlier industries. A hafted tool is a conceptually complex object. It combines two or more components whose individual functions are distinct. The sharp stone edge cuts. The wooden shaft provides leverage and a hand grip. These come together in a single implement, whose overall function depends on the correct assembly of its parts. Production and maintenance of hafted tools requires planning, the management of multiple raw materials, and the transmission of technical knowledge. The presence of these tools in the Southern African MSA context, dated to 70,000 years ago or more, and it places the development of composite technology firmly in Africa long before the explosion of technology diversity in the European Upper Paleolithic. But then there's the question of why modern human behavior, in its fully elaborated form, appears relatively late in the fossil and archaeological record, given that anatomically modern Homo sapiens had been present in Africa since at least 300,000 years ago, the date of Jebel Irhoud specimens in Morocco. Well, it's one that the MSA record helps, but of course does not entirely resolve. One influential model proposes that the behaviors associated with modern cognition were present as capacities long before they were regularly expressed, and that their expression was triggered by demographic and social factors, population density, group size, and the intensity of social interaction that fluctuated with climate and environment across the long Middle Stone Age. Periods of reduced population, driven by the climatic extremes of glacial cycles, may have suppressed behavioral modernity. Periods of demographic expansion, particularly in coastal environments where resources were rich and predictable, may have triggered its expansion. The MSA record, with its intermittent phases of apparently advanced behavior followed by apparent technological simplification, is consistent with this model, though the evidence is still accumulating. Well, next we move on to the Upper Paleolithic. Between about 50 to 40,000 years ago, something happened at both Africa and Eurasia that has no precedent in the previous 3 million years of human evolution. There was a rapid, widespread, and apparently irreversible expansion of the range of human cultural production, technology, and symbolic activity that has been called, with varying degrees of enthusiasm, the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the creative explosion, the great leap forward. That's what they call it. I don't know. It's not really important. I tend to stick with the Upper Paleolithic Revolution. But whatever you want to call it, it doesn't really matter, because the phenomenon is real. The archaeological record before 50,000 years ago is dominated by the same few classes of artifact, stone tools and occasionally ochre, that had characterized human material culture for millions of years. The record after 40,000 years contains, in addition to stone tools, bone and ivory tools of considerable technical sophistication, personal ornaments in multiple materials, musical instruments, representational and abstract art, and diversity of technological traditions that changes perceptibly across both time and space. The cave art of Ice Age Europe is the most visually spectacular product of the Upper Paleolithic, and one that has generated the most scholarly engagement. The Chauvet Cave in Ardèche Valley of southern France, discovered in December of 94 by 3 cavers, contains paintings of rhinoceroses, lions, mammoths, horses, and other animals executed with a technical mastery and artistic sophistication that initially led some experts to doubt about the early dates when they were published. The Chauvet paintings have been radiocarbon dated to between 32 and 36,000 years ago, making them the oldest known large-scale representational art in the world. They are also, by any art historical standard, pretty magnificent. The artists used shading to suggest three-dimensionality, arranged animals to suggest movement and interaction, and they exploited the natural contours of the cave walls to give their figures a sculptural quality that static 2D photographs don't fully convey. Pretty clever for, quote, cavemen, right? Not bad at all. And then there is the Lascaux cave in Dordogne, discovered by 4 teenagers and a dog in September 1940, which to me sounds like Stand By Me, or even like the novel It by Stephen King, if we're going to go down a more hideous path with it. But you know what I mean. 4 teenagers and a dog discover a cave. Like, come on. Anyway, it's the most famous for the decorated caves and gives a different view of Upper Paleolithic art. Now, where Chauvet is dominated by predators and large, dangerous animals, at least drawn on the walls, Lascaux is primarily a gallery of herbivores, horses, cattle, deer, and bison, rendered with a vivid energy and a command of animal anatomy that suggests deep familiarity with the creatures being depicted. The Lascaux paintings date to approximately 17,000 years ago, nearly 20,000 years after Chauvet, and the comparison between the 2 sites shows an important point about Upper Paleolithic art. It was not a single tradition, but a series of regional and temporal traditions whose connections and differences show a social world of considerable complexity. The people who painted Lascaux and the people who painted Chauvet were separated by 20,000 years, presumably by many hundreds of generations, roughly the same interval of time that separates us from the earliest of Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Venus figurines, small carved female figures found across a broad swath of Europe from the Pyrenees to Siberia, dating between 4,000 and 11,000 years ago, represents the other major category of Upper Paleolithic visual art, and one whose interpretation has generated more controversy than perhaps any other class of prehistoric object. The Venus of Willendorf, the most famous example, is a limestone figure approximately 11 centimeters tall, dated to around 28,000 years ago, and found in Austria in 1908. It depicts a female figure with exaggerated proportions, hips, and a face that is not individualized in any recognizable way. The Venus of Hohlefels, found in Germany in 2008, and dated between 35 and 40,000 years ago, is the oldest known figurative art of any kind, older than the Chauvet paintings, and it shows the same emphasis to female reproductive anatomy. Whether the Venus figurines represent fertility symbols, goddess figures, erotic objects, self-portraits, or something else entirely, we don't quite have a resolution, in part because the category of interpretation available to a 21st century scholar is inevitably constrained by frameworks of meaning that may not apply to the people who made them. The Upper Paleolithic also saw the development and rapid global expansion of a new stone tool technology based on blades. It got long, narrow flakes at least twice as long as they are wide, struck from prepared prismatic cores, with a regularity that the earlier Levallois technique foreshadowed but didn't quite achieve. Blade technology produces a far greater length of sharp edge per kilogram of raw material, and it's more amenable to modification and standardization. It provides the basic blanks from which a wide variety of specialized tools can be produced, whether that be burins, scrapers, microliths, etc. The spread of blade technology across Eurasia, the Upper Paleolithic, and the simultaneous diversification of tool forms and tool uses represents a step change in the relationship between human cognitive capacity and the material world, the beginning of a trajectory of technological acceleration that, while it proceeded at a pace barely perceptible on a human lifetime scale, was qualitatively different from anything that had preceded it. Well, the Upper Paleolithic and the late Pleistocene were the age of megafauna, of giant animals whose disappearance from the world's landscape constitutes one of the most significant changes in the past million years, and whose cause remains one of the most contentious debates. Well, on every continent except Africa, the arrival of modern humans was followed within a geologically brief interval by a wave of large mammal extinctions. The mammoth and the woolly rhinoceros in Eurasia, the ground sloth and the glyptodon in the Americas, the giant wombat and the marsupial lion in Australia, and the moa and the giant eagle in New Zealand. The pattern is too consistent across too many continents and too many different ecological contexts to be coincidental, but the precise mechanisms, whether human hunting, climate change, or some combination of the two, they're still debated. In Europe, the megafauna hunters of the Upper Paleolithic lived in intimate familiarity with a bestiary that no modern European can directly visualize. Woolly mammoths up to 4 meters tall at the shoulder, rhinoceroses, cave lions larger than a modern lion, and cave bears occupying the same limestone caves that human artists were decorating. The evidence from archaeological sites indicates that these animals were hunted with considerable efficiency. At sites like Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic, dated to around 26,000 years ago, the bones of hundreds of mammoths have been recovered, along with evidence of semi-permanent settlement, ceramic figurines, and a social complexity that goes well beyond what a simple band of mobile hunters would require. The mammoth hunters of the Eurasian steppe are among the most archaeologically visible human populations of the entire Paleolithic, in large part because their technology and material culture was adapted to an environment with limited natural shelter. The open steppe grassland of a glacial Europe, with its thin tree cover and extreme cold. But they responded to this environment by creating their own structures. At Mezerik in Ukraine, the remains of 4 houses have been excavated, each constructed from mammoth bones, jaws, skull, tusks, arranged in complex interlocking patterns, something you can't do on your own, and something you certainly don't get right the first time. The largest of the Mezerik structures required the bones of approximately 95 individual mammoths. It is a deliberate architectural statement made by people who understood structural loading and who had access to sufficient quantities of mammoth remains to use them as building material. The debate about the causes of the megafauna extinctions has been particularly intense in the case of the Americas, where the extinctions were both swift and comprehensive. At the end of the Pleistocene, approximately 13,000 years ago, North America lost roughly 80% of its large mammals within a period of perhaps 2,000 years. The mammoths were gone, so were the mastodons, the ground sloths, the short-faced bears, the American horses and camels, the saber-toothed cats. The overkill hypothesis, developed primarily by ecologist Paul Martin in the 1960s and 70s, argues that the extinctions were caused by the arrival of human hunters who had, over hundreds of thousands of years in Africa, evolved as highly effective predators, but had never encountered the American megafauna, which therefore had no evolved fear responses to human hunters and could be killed with relative ease. The Blitzkrieg model predicts the swift, comprehensive extinctions actually observed, and finds support in the correlation between the spread of the Clovis culture, the first well-documented human presence in North America, and the megafauna extinctions. The climate change alternative argument, i.e. that the megafauna extinctions were primarily caused by the rapid climatic shifts at the end of the last glacial maximum, cannot be dismissed either, because the last glacial-interglacial transition was genuinely dramatic. However, megafauna in Africa, where modern humans and their predecessors had been present for hundreds of thousands of years, survived the same climatic shifts that killed their American and Australian relatives, suggesting that the critical variable was not the climate, but rather the presence of an effective predator against which the animals had no evolved defense. The most parsimonious explanation for the global pattern is a combination of both factors. It's usually somewhere in the middle. Human hunting was the primary driver, with climate change as a contributing stress that reduced the resilience of already depleted populations to withstand additional pressure. The consequences of the megafauna extinctions for the subsequent development of human societies were profound. In regions that lost their large herbivores, the option of large-scale pastoral and agricultural development based on locally domesticated animals was eliminated, forcing societies towards subsistence strategies that would eventually diverge dramatically from those in regions where larger mammals survived. Now, the Mesolithic is the orphan period of the Stone Age, sandwiched between the dramatic cave paintings and the big game hunting of the Upper Paleolithic, and the revolutionary agriculture of the Neolithic. It tends to receive less popular attention than either. Now, the relative neglect is somewhat unjust because the Mesolithic is a period of genuine and significant adaptation. The response of human populations to the dramatic climate and ecological transformations that occurred at the end of the last ice age approximately 11,700 years ago. When the great ice sheets retreated, sea levels rose by over 100 meters. The megafauna of the northern regions was largely gone. and the open grasslands of glacial Europe gave way to the dense temperate forests that the continent now supports. These changes did not happen gradually on any human timescale. They were dramatic, disorienting, transforming the landscapes that communities had occupied for thousands of years within the span of generations. And you think about that, most people live by bodies of water, right? You've got to wash things, you've got to catch fish, all that sort of stuff. So, when sea levels rise, all of a sudden you have to move house. But here's the other thing too. There's a lot of stuff underwater. Stone Age tools, all that sort of thing. Well, it's probably all withered away now, but most of our finds, we're extremely lucky to have them in dry areas. Anyway, the characteristic stone tool of the Mesolithic is the microlith, which is a tiny geometrically shaped blade element, typically between 1 and 3 centimeters long, which is about 3 centimeters is about an inch, kind of. Now, it's designed to be hafted in wood or bone in composite configurations, multiple microlithic points and barbs embedded in a shaft to create arrows, spears, or harpoons, whose cutting and penetrating capacity was greater than that of any single stone tip. The microlith was the technological response to a world in which the hunting of large herd animals was no longer possible at the scale it had been, and in which the diversity of available food sources, smaller animals, fish, shellfish, birds, a vastly expanded range of plant foods, I suppose that was the trade-off, required a more varied and adaptable toolkit. Mesolithic hunters in the forests of post-glacial Europe were pursuing red deer, wild boar, and elk through terrain that would have made the open grassland tactics of their mammoth-hunting ancestors frankly quite useless. The coastal and riverine Mesolithic cultures of northern Europe are among the most archaeologically visible of the period, in large part because the middens, the refuse heaps, that accumulated at their favored sites contained not only stone tools but organic material. Bone, shell, antler, wood, plant remains, it's all there, preserved by conditions of waterlogging or alkalinity that are rare in other places. The site of Starcar in Yorkshire, England, dated to approximately 11,000 years ago, produced, among other things, a series of stag skull frontlets, with antlers still attached, and with perforations that suggest they were worn as headdresses, either for ritual purposes or for hunting disguises, perhaps for both. The Ertebela culture of the Danish coast, dating to around 7,000 to 5,000 years ago, left middens of extraordinary size and material richness, containing the bones of fish, seabirds, sea mammals, and land animals, ceramic vessels predating those of Neolithic farmers to the south, and cemeteries whose grave goods suggest a degree of social differentiation that is sometimes assumed to be agricultural innovation, but was clearly present in this hunter-gatherer context. Then there's the domestication of the dog, the first domesticated animal, almost certainly occurring during the Mesolithic or Upper Paleolithic, with genetic evidence suggesting a date between 15 and 40,000 years ago, and a geographic origin that remains contested between East Asia, Central Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, depending on the methodological approach and dataset used. The functional significance of dog domestication for human hunting and food strategies was likely quite substantial. A dog assisting in the tracking and flushing of game in dense forests, the characteristic Mesolithic landscape in temperate Eurasia, provides advantages in detection, pursuit, and retrieval that would have increased hunting efficiency. Now, the social and psychological dimensions of the human-dog relationship, mutual recognition and emotional bonding that characterizes our interaction with dogs to this very day, are a feature of the Mesolithic world that the archaeological record, in the form of dogs buried with careful attention alongside their human companions, makes quite tangible. The spiritual and ritual life of Mesolithic communities is more visible in the archaeological record than older assumptions about the culture of simplicity of foragers would suggest. At Lepensky Vir, on the Danube Gorge in what is now Serbia, a site occupied between about 9500 and 6000 BC, excavations revealed a settlement of trapezoidal houses arranged around a central open area, each with a plastered hearth and, in many cases, large sculptures carved from river boulders depicting human-fish hybrid figures whose faces combine human features with the wide-mouthed visage of the giant catfish of the Danube. These are sophisticated objects. They are consistent. They're clearly connected to specific symbolism whose content we cannot fully recover, but the character is unmistakable. So the Mesolithic ended by a process of contact, interaction, and eventual assimilation, and eventual replacement, as well as Neolithic agricultural communities expanded from their origins in the Near East across Europe over the period of approximately 7000 to 4000 BCE. The nature of this contact has been one of the most productive debates in European prehistory for several decades. Ancient DNA evidence from Mesolithic and early Neolithic European skeletal material has substantially clarified the picture. The replacement, particularly in Central and Northern Europe, was genuine and substantial. The early European farmers, who spread across the continent from 6000 BCE onward, were genetically distinct from the Mesolithic foragers that they replaced, sharing ancestry primarily with Anatolian farming communities rather than with the existing European population. So the transition to farming was, at least in part, a population replacement. Then we have the Neolithic Revolution, the New Stone Age. So we have Neo, New, Lithic, Stone, is the most consequential development in human history between the control of fire and the Industrial Revolution. And it happened not once, but at least 7 times independently, in different parts of the world at different times with different kinds of situations. Now, the earliest and most extensively studied center of origins is the Fertile Crescent, the arc of productive land extending through what is now southern Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and the Levant, where the wild ancestors of wheat, barley, peas, lentils, and chickpeas grew naturally, and where the wild ancestors of sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs were available for domestication. The beginning of the Neolithic in the Near East is associated with the Natufian culture of the Levant, which flourished between 14,000 and 11,500 years ago. The Natufians were not yet farmers, but they were no longer simple mobile foragers either. They built permanent or semi-permanent structures of stone and wood, harvested wild cereal grasses, intensively enough to have developed the sickle to do so, a specialized stone blade tool designed for cutting grass stems. You know the one. And they also maintained cemeteries that indicate a settled, place-based social identity. The Natufians were also one of the first cultures to show clear evidence of social inequality embedded in burial practice. Some individuals were interred with elaborate grave goods. Others were buried with nothing. The emergence of inequality is one of the consequences of the more complex social arrangements that sedentary living and food storage makes possible. And then there was the discovery of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, and the subsequent excavation led by Klaus Schmidt from 1995 until his death in 2014 overturned one of the most deeply embedded assumptions about the Neolithic, and that is the assumption that monumental ritual architecture was a product of settled agricultural societies, made possible by the food surplus that agriculture generates. Göbekli Tepe, dated to approximately 9600 BCE, consists of a series of large circular enclosures, each containing T-shaped limestone pillars up to 6 meters tall, and weighing up to 10 tons, decorated with reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The people who built it were hunter-gatherers. No domesticated plant or animal remains have been found in the construction layers of the site, and the implication of that is significant. Rather than agriculture making monumental ritual architecture possible, Schmidt proposed that it might have been the requirements of building and maintaining a large ritual site that created the selective pressure for the development of agriculture, which means the temple came before the farm did. Now, the actual process of plant and animal domestication was not a deliberate choice, but rather a slow co-evolutionary process in which human behavior gradually transformed the biology of the domesticated species, creating forms better suited to human exploitation and simultaneously creating human dependencies that made a return to purely foraging strategies increasingly difficult. The genetic changes associated with domestication are now well documented through DNA. Domestic wheat and barley show changes in seed dispersal mechanisms, i.e. wild cereals scatter their seeds when ripe while domestic ones retain them on a stalk, things like that, a trait that is useless for the plant but essential for the farmer harvesting the grain. Then there was the invention of pottery, the firing of shaped clay to produce watertight vessels. The earliest pottery in the world comes not from farming communities but from hunter-gatherers in East Asia. Vessels from Xianrendong in Jiangxi province, China, have been dated to approximately 20,000 years ago, and pottery from multiple Japanese Jomon sites date between 15 and 12,000 years ago. This pottery made and used by mobile foragers. Its function was probably for cooking and shellfish, stuff like that, for cooking shellfish rather, and other aquatic resources. In the Near East, where pottery eventually became one of the markers of the Neolithic package, its appearance comes relatively late, after the establishment of settled agricultural villages, and its adoption was apparently quite gradual. The pre-pottery Neolithic phases in the Levant, which lasted approximately 10,200 to 6,900 BCE, show fully established agricultural villages and permanent architecture, grain storage and animal husbandry, but no ceramics. So pottery arrived as a supplementary technology in an already complex social world, not as a foundational innovation that made this all possible. Well, the final phase of the Stone Age, i.e. the late Neolithic, produced some of the most remarkable architectural achievements in human history, and one of the most enduring ones, the megalithic monuments of Europe and the Near East. Now, megalithic simply means large stone, and the structures built with megaliths across a period from approximately 4,500 to 2000 BCE range from the massive passage tombs of Ireland and Brittany to the stone circles of Britain and Scandinavia to the dolmens and menhirs scattered across the Atlantic European coastline. And then there's the extraordinary alignments of Carnac in Brittany, where over 3,000 standing stones are arranged in parallel rows that stretch for nearly 4 kilometers. Newgrange, in the Boyne Valley of Ireland, built around 3200 BCE, making it older than the pyramids of Giza, by the way, by about 500 years, is one of the most precisely engineered structures of the prehistoric world. The passage tomb consists of a circular mound approximately 12 meters high and 85 meters in diameter, containing a 19-meter stone-lined passage leading to a cruciform chamber roofed with a corbel vault that has remained watertight for 5,000 years. Above the entrance, a small regular opening called the roof box is positioned so at the winter solstice sunlight penetrates the full length of the passage and illuminates the back wall of the inner chamber. The precision required to achieve this alignment, given the constraints of megalithic construction technology, implies a level of astronomical observation and architectural planning that the term prehistoric doesn't really fit in the same sentence with. Newgrange was certainly an achievement of organized intelligence. No one is debating that. Now, then we have Stonehenge, of course, on the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, the most famous of these kinds of monuments, in part because of the unusual circumstances that its stones come from two geologically distinct sources, and therefore carry their origins with them as a kind of built-in provenance. The smaller blue stones, weighing up to 4 tons, were transported from the Preseli Hills in West Wales, at a distance of over 240 kilometers, by routes that involve both sea transport and overland movement that represent a logistical understanding of genuine ambition. The larger saracens, weighing up to 25 tons, come from Marlborough Downs, approximately 30 kilometers to the north. The construction of Stonehenge took place across multiple phases, spanning approximately 1,500 years, from 3100 to 1600 BCE, with the monument acquiring its familiar trilithon pairs of uprights capped by horizontal lintels in the majority construction phase of around 2500 BCE. Well, the social organizations required to build Stonehenge provides a window into the late Neolithic world that the archaeological record otherwise keeps largely opaque. Isotopic analysis of human remains from the site and its immediate surroundings has demonstrated that people came to Stonehenge from considerable distances, from what is now Scotland and Wales, suggesting it functioned as a regional pilgrimage site whose catchment extended across much of Britain. The Durrington Wall settlement, located approximately 3 kilometers from Stonehenge, and roughly contemporaneous with its major construction phase, was a large temporary settlement capable of housing thousands of people. Apparently the workers and participants in the construction and ceremonial events associated with the monument. The pig bones recovered from Durrington walls show that the animals were slaughtered at ages consistent with midwinter feasting, and that suggests the majority of gatherings at Stonehenge occurred around the winter solstice, precisely the astronomical event that the monument's alignment emphasizes. And so the Stone Age ends, not with a single event, but with a threshold. The different societies crossed at different times and at different starting points. In the Near East, the first use of copper, initially as a worked native metal, then as a smelted product, begins around 7000 BCE, long before the Stone Age in Northern Europe was anywhere near its end. In Britain, where Stonehenge was still being modified well into the 2nd millennium BCE, the adoption of bronze metallurgy occurred around 2200, brought by the Beaker people, a migration from the continent that ancient DNA analysis has shown replaced a significant portion of the existing British population within a few centuries. In parts of sub-Saharan Africa and the Pacific, stone tool use continued until the modern era, and the Stone Age is not a past condition, but a living memory within the span of recorded history. What the Stone Age ultimately represents is not a primitive beginning from which humanity has escaped, but the period in which essential features of human life as we recognize it were developed, tested, and refined, all of this across 3 million years of trial and error. The hand on the wall at El Castillo was pressed there by someone who had inherited a world of immense complexity. And all those paintings in the caves at Lascaux in France, they were all there by people who were very real. Someone wanted you to know that they were there, they were thinking, and they wanted to be remembered. Humans are not really built to hunt. Think about it. We don't have any claws. We don't have any fangs, no venom, no significant natural speed. Compared to almost any predator that has ever lived, we're not too impressive. And yet, for hundreds of thousands of years, we have dominated. Humans and their ancestors killed animals far larger, faster, and more dangerous than themselves, consistently, successfully, and with ever-increasing sophistication. How we managed to do this is one of the greatest stories in human evolution. It begins with scavenging, early humans picking meat from carcasses that better-equipped predators had already killed. And it ends with hunting traditions so refined. By 300,000 years ago, an archaic human species was producing throwing spears whose aerodynamic balance matches a modern javelin. Those spears were found in a German coal mine back in 1994, along with the butchered remains of 15 horses. They were made by our distant ancestors, using knowledge that took uncountable generations to develop. And the history of hunting is the history of how a physically mediocre species became the most effective predator on Earth. It's a story worth telling, and it's what we're here to do today. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to the channel. I am your host. It's good to see you again. We are a crowd-funded, ad and sponsor-free channel, which means we're supported by people on Patreon memberships, the merch link, and the donation link too. What am I saying? You know the ones. They're all in the pinned comment and description if you want to go look at them and support us. And if you don't want to do that, fair enough, but give us a like, comment, and subscribe because it helps push us out a little more. Anyway, let's begin. When exactly did the human lineage become hunters rather than scavengers? Good question. It's a question that's debated quite contentiously in paleoanthropology, and the answer, insofar as one has emerged, is that the transition was gradual, regionally variable, and probably never complete. You see, the same species that hunted at one site in one season, at one stage of its evolutionary history, was likely also scavenging at others. The debate began in earnest with the work of Louis Binford back in the 1980s, who argued from the spatial distribution of cut marks and carnivore gnaw marks on bones from the Olduvai Gorge that early hominins were primarily passive scavengers. They would arrive at carcasses after the primary carnivores had fed, and processing the bones for marrow rather than the meat that had already been removed. Binford's scavenging hypothesis generated an enormous response, and the subsequent decades of research have substantially complicated the picture, without, of course, entirely resolving it. But the earliest evidence of hominin meat consumption comes from the bones at Dikika in Ethiopia, and they are dated to approximately 3.4 million years ago, bearing what appear to be stone tool cut marks, marks that, if correctly identified, predate the earliest formal stone tool industry by nearly 1 million years. But these marks could represent either hunting or scavenging, and the debate about whether they are genuine butchery marks at all has not been fully resolved either. By the time the Alderaan tool industry is established at approximately 2.6 million years ago, the evidence for systematic meat processing by hominins seems to be unambiguous. The patterns of cut marks on bones from sites in the Turkana Basin and the Omo Valley of Ethiopia indicate that hominins were accessing large mammal carcasses and extracting both muscle and marrow with stone tools. What the evidence cannot tell us, at least not directly, is whether those hominins had killed the animals themselves or found them already dead. The distinction between hunting and scavenging matters not just as taxonomic exercise, but because the two activities imply radically different cognitive and social capacities.
Active hunting, particularly the hunting of large and dangerous prey, requires the ability to plan and coordinate with other hunters, to anticipate the behavior of prey animals, to use the terrain, and to accept a significant risk of physical injury, hoping that the game is going to be worth the candle. Passive scavenging, that's a bit different. It requires primarily the ability to locate carcasses and the boldness to displace smaller scavengers, a capacity that many living carnivores possess without any of the complex social coordination that hunting implies. The transition from passive scavenger to active hunter was therefore not merely a dietary challenge, but a cognitive and social transition, and its timing in the hominin lineage has direct implications for understanding when the social and cognitive capacities we associate with modern humans began to develop. And then there is the concept of power scavenging, i.e., actively displacing carnivores from their kills through group intimidation, rather than just waiting for them to finish. It represents an important and intermediate stage between passive scavenging and active hunting, and one that modern chimpanzees and baboons occasionally exhibit, albeit at small scales. For Homo erectus, with its significantly larger body, its upright posture and capacity for group intimidation, power scavenging of carcasses from lions, leopards, and hyenas may have been a regular thing, and a significant food-getting strategy that predated the organized large prey hunting in groups. The anthropologist Robert Blumenschein has argued that the Olduvai Gorge in the Pliocene provided ideal conditions for hominid scavenging. The riverine woodland environment concentrated the carcasses of animals that had died at water sources, and the specific combination of tooth marks, cut marks, and bone processing patterns visible on Olduvai fauna suggests hominids arriving at carcasses after the primary carnivore had consumed the meat, but while the marrow-rich bones remained, extracting the fat and calorie-dense marrow with stone tools that no carnivore possessed. This marrow scavenging model gives the older one tool industry a specific functional context. The stone tool was not a primary weapon, but more of a bone-cracking and marrow-extracting instrument for a species whose dietary niche was the exploitation of a food resource, i.e. bone marrow, that the carnivores who preceded them at the carcass could not efficiently access. By the time of Homo erectus, at approximately 1.9 to 1.7 million years ago, the balance of evidence has shifted toward active hunting as at least a significant component of the dietary repertoire. The evidence from overkill sites in Africa, locations where large numbers of a single prey species have been butchered by hominins, with evidence of primary access, meaning the cut marks appear on bones in positions indicating the animal was fresh when processed, suggests that Homo erectus was killing and not merely scavenging animals of substantial size. At Olorgesailie in Kenya, concentrations of Acheulean hand axes around the remains of large mammals, including baboons, hippos, and equids, equids of course being horse-like animals, comes from equine, in context suggesting repeated use of the same location across thousands of years, point toward a deliberate, organized exploitation of animals at specific places in the landscape. The picture that emerges from all this is of a species that had crossed the threshold from opportunistic meat-getting into something that deserves to be called hunting, even if its methods were not yet those of fully equipped Upper Paleolithic hunters. You gotta start somewhere, right? The Schoningen spears
are the most spectacular but not the earliest evidence for dedicated hunting weapons in the hominin record, and tracing the archaeological signature of weaponry back through time requires attention to a class of evidence whose relationship to hunting is inferential rather than direct. The stone tools that functioned as points, cutting edges, and hafted blades, whose design implies a purpose beyond simple food processing. The Herculean hand axe, which we mentioned before, and whose history extends from approximately 1.76 million years ago to around 300,000 years ago, is not obviously a hunting weapon. Its primary multi-purpose cutting tool, but its use in butchery is well attested, and experimental archaeology has demonstrated that a hand axe can be thrown with considerable force and accuracy, raising the possibility that some portion of the Herculean toolkit served as projectile weapons in addition to handheld cutting instruments. The Clacton spear, recovered from the Essex coast of England and dated to approximately 420 to 450,000 years ago, predates the Schöningen spears by more than a century and consists of single yew wood tips, the point of a larger spear that has not been preserved. The Clacton fragment is not balanced for throwing, and would almost certainly, was almost certainly a thrusting spear rather than a javelin, which implies close contact hunting rather than the ranged attack. The difference between a thrusting spear and a throwing spear is not merely technical but strategic. A thrusting spear requires the hunter to be within arm's reach of the prey, which at the scale of a horse or wild ox or rhinoceros means accepting a level of physical risk that makes the hunting encounter a qualitatively different proposition from the ranged attack that a throwing spear enables. This progression from thrusting to throwing weapons, from the Clacton tip to the Schöningen javelins, represents an increase in the effective distance of engagement that had profound implications for what animals could safely be hunted and how hunting groups could be organized. The hafting of stone points into wooden or bone shafts, i.e. the creation of composite weapons whose stone cutting or piercing element was attached to a handle, is one of the most significant developments in the history of hunting, and one whose origins are being pushed progressively further back by new discoveries. Evidence from Kato Pan in South Africa suggests hafted stone points dating to approximately 500,000 years ago. Evidence from Pinnacle Point and other South African Middle Stone Age sites indicates the routine production of small, carefully shaped stone points from approximately 70 to 100,000 years ago that are too small and too thin to have functioned as effective handheld cutting tools, but that as hafted points on spears or arrows would have been highly effective. The adhesive compounds needed to haft stone points, typically a mixture of ochre, plant resin, and animal fat, require the combination of specific raw materials and knowledge of the preparation process, implying both a sophisticated material science and the transmission of technical knowledge across generations. The chemistry of prehistoric hafting adhesives deserves a bit of attention as a window into the technical sophistication of prehistoric weapon production, because the preparation of an effective adhesive for attaching a stone point to a wooden shaft is neither simple nor intuitive. At Sibudu Cave, Lynn Wadley and her colleagues identified compound adhesives, mixtures of red ochre, plant-based gum, that had been heated to specific temperatures on stone tools dated approximately 70,000 years ago. The production of this adhesive requires not only the identification and combination of specific raw materials, but the application of controlled heat to achieve the chemical transformation that makes the mixture adhesive. The failure to heat it adequately or to overheat it produces a compound that just doesn't work. The implication is that the recipe was known, i.e., the specific materials and conditions. It was transmitted between individuals and was reproduced reliably across generations. And this is the kind of accumulated technical knowledge that distinguishes cultural from individual learning, presented in the archaeological record over 70,000 years ago. Pretty cool, huh? I think so. Well, the question, however, of what animals were hunted with these early weapons and how the hunting actually proceeded is answered partly by the faunal remains at kill and processing sites, and partly by experimental reconstructions that test the penetrating power of replica weapons against the stimulants or controlled animal carcasses. Experiments using replica Shoningen-type spears have demonstrated that they are accurate and penetrating enough to kill a horse or a similar-sized animal at distances of up to 20 or 25 meters, provided the thrower has the training and strength that a life of regular spear throwing would develop. The horse bones from Shoningen itself show butchery marks consistent with systematic processing of complete carcasses, and that indicates that the hunters had primary access and time and social organization to, process 15 large animals in an organized day. Certainly a group effort. But of all the hunting methods for which there is evidence in the human evolutionary record, persistence hunting is simultaneously the most distinctively human and most underappreciated. The principle is straightforward. A hunter tracks an animal, typically a large, antelope, deer, or horse, something like that, and pursues it not at sprint speed, but at a steady pace, exploiting a physiological asymmetry between human and quadruped that makes the outcome over a sufficient distance in sufficient heat quite predictable. The asymmetry is this. Human beings can run for hours in midday heat. Not me, but in theory they can, cooling themselves through sweating while they run, without their core temperature rising to dangerous levels. The animals they pursue can not. A quadruped running at speed generates heat that it can only dissipate by panting, and panting while galloping is mechanically impossible. The animal has to stop to cool down. Given enough time, and a hunter who keeps the animal moving, the prey will eventually overheat, collapse, and be unable to run any further. The hunter, who has been running for hours at a pace that would seem modest in a modern road race, walks up and just, kills it. The physiological basis for this capacity is one of the most remarkable aspects of human evolutionary biology. Homo sapiens, and the anatomical evidence suggests Homo erectus before us, possesses a combination of adaptations for sustained locomotion that no other primate shares. A plantar arch that stores and releases elastic energy with each step, an enlarged gluteus maximus that stabilizes the trunk during running, the nuchal ligament that prevents the head from pitching forward at running speed, proportionally short forearms that reduce rotational inertia, and a thermoregulatory system based on eccrine, the sweat glands that distribute across virtually the entire bodily surface. The lack of fur and the abundance of sweat glands make humans such poor competitors in cold and wet conditions precisely are the adaptations that make them extraordinary endurance runners in hot, dry ones. Dennis Bramble and Daniel Lieberman's book, their 2004 landmark paper, in Nature, argued that many of these features were specifically selected for endurance running, and that running, not walking, was the ecological context in which modern human bodies were shaped by natural selection. persistence hunting has been documented ethnographically among the Kung San of the Kalahari in southern Africa, and among the Tarahumara people of the Copper Canyon in Mexico, whose culture of ultra-distance running was described by Christopher McDougall in his popular account of their practices. Louis Liebenberg, who has studied Kung persistence hunting in detail rather, has documented the complete pattern of a successful hunt. It basically goes like this. The tracker will identify an animal, typically in early morning when the tracks are fresh, and the pursuit will begin in the midday heat when the thermal advantage is the greatest. The animal, typically a kudu or a gemsbok, is flushed repeatedly as it tries to rest in shade, forced to keep running until it enters a hypothermia, dangerous overheating, from which it cannot recover quickly enough to evade the approaching hunter. The distance covered is typically between 50 and 30 kilometers, and the hunter must maintain the ability to track the animal through terrain and to distinguish the pursued animal's tracks from those of others of the same species, a tracking skill of considerable sophistication. Now, speaking of tracking, that is the cognitive foundation of persistence hunting and of many other hunting methods, and it represents one of the most demanding forms of practical intelligence documented in any human tradition. Louis Liebenberg has argued that the tracking abilities of the Kung San represent a form of scientific thinking. The tracker forms hypotheses about the animal's behavior from incomplete data. A footprint in loose sand, a broken twig or disturbed leaf, things like that. He tests those hypotheses against subsequent evidence and progressively refines a model of the animal's route, speed, and physical condition. The tracker who identifies from the pattern of a kudu's gait that the animal is overheating and beginning to tire, and who adjusts the pursuit accordingly to prevent the animal from reaching shade where it could cool down, is engaged in a form of applied physiology as well as tracking, predicting the internal state of another organism from the external behavioral cues. The depth of ecological and anatomical knowledge this requires is not adequately captured by the term practical skill. Now, the archaeological evidence for persistence hunting is necessarily indirect, since the method leaves no specific material signatures. But the anatomical evidence is substantial. The suite of running adaptations described above appears in the hominin fossil record by the time of Homo erectus, and the loss of body hair, which cannot be directly dated from fossils but can be inferred from the genetic record of skin pigmentation and parasitology, appears to have occurred early in the Homo lineage. The reconstruction of Homo erectus as a long-distance endurance runner, operating in the heat of the African savanna, is consistent with the isotopic evidence for a high-quality diet rich in animal protein and fat, with the morphological evidence for a body designed for sustained upright locomotion, and with the ecological context of a species that was competing with large cursorial carnivores on the open plains. Persistence hunting does not require complex weapons, does not require a large social group, and takes direct advantage of the physiological specializations that evolution had provided. It may well be the oldest hunting technique in the human repertoire. Probably. I think so, at least. Anyway, moving on. Well, not all hunting required the hunter to close with the prey. Some of the most effective techniques documented in both the ethnographic and archaeological records involved using the landscape itself to create conditions in which the prey was funneled toward hunters, driven over natural features that killed or disabled them, or trapped in terrain from which escape was possible, well, impossible rather. These methods, of course, require deep knowledge of animal behavior, understanding of the local topography, and the ability to coordinate the actions of multiple hunters across a landscape in real time, cognitive and social demands that are in some respects more sophisticated than either persistence hunting or direct ambush. La Côte de Saint-Brelade, on the island of Jersey in the English Channel, provides one of the best pieces of evidence for landscape hunting in the entire Paleolithic record. The site consists of a natural ravine leading to a cliff edge, and in deposits dated to approximately 180,000 years ago, within the time frame of Neanderthal occupation of the region. The bones of at least 2 woolly rhinoceroses and 10 mammoths have been found at the base of the cliff, along with Mousterian stone tools. The bones are predominantly those of skulls and shoulder girdles, the parts of the body that would naturally detach and separate from the carcass as it fell and rolled, rather than the complete skeletal distribution that would result from an animal dying naturally at the site. The interpretation that is most consistent with the evidence is that Neanderthal hunters drove these enormous animals over the cliff edge, killing or incapacitating them in the fall and then processing the carcass at the base. Driving a woolly rhinoceros off a cliff is certainly not a simple undertaking, and the evidence that Neanderthals accomplished it repeatedly at the same site implies a level of planning, coordination, and accumulated ecological knowledge that should give anyone pause who still imagines Neanderthals as cognitively degenerate creatures. The head-smashed-in buffalo jump in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, in what is now Alberta, Canada, is the most intensively studied site of its kind, and provides the richest archaeological context for understanding the mechanics of landscape-based communal hunting. The site has been in continuous use for about 5,700 years, and the archaeological record of successive kill events, the laid bone beds at the base of the cliff up to 12 meters deep in some places, gives an extraordinary picture of a hunting technique refined across hundreds of generations. The method was to construct drive lanes of piled stones extending far back from the cliff edge, invisible from outside the lanes, but creating a psychological boundary that panicked bison would not cross, and to use beaters, people positioned behind and to the sides of the herd, to drive animals toward and into the lanes. The final approach to the cliff was at a run, and the leading animals, unable to stop on the dry grass, carried those behind them over the edge. Processing camps at the base of the cliff, where bison were butchered and their meat processed and dried for transport, complete the picture of an organized communal enterprise, involving large numbers of people with clearly differentiated roles. Desert kites are among the most striking landscape hunting installations in the prehistoric record, and their scale and distribution at places in the desert of Negev, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan implies a level of landscape engineering that challenges assumptions about the simplicity of prehistoric foraging societies. A desert kite consists of 2 long stone walls that converge from a wide opening into a narrow enclosure, sometimes with subsidiary pits or stone circles at the end, into which the panicked animals would fall. Animals, typically wild goats, gazelles, or onagers, were driven into the wide mouth of the kite and funneled by the converging walls into the terminal enclosure, where they could be killed at close range in large numbers. The earliest desert kites are dated to approximately 9,000 years ago, placing them at the transition between the Mesolithic and the Neolithic. But the technique of creating stone-walled drive lanes for communal hunting has deep roots, and some researchers have proposed that the principle, i.e. using constructed features to control prey movement, has an ancestry extending into the Upper Paleolithic. The communal hunt is perhaps the defining behavior of human species of the time, and one that raises the most fundamental questions about our psychology. What cognitive capacities are required for multiple individuals to coordinate their actions toward a shared goal that they have not yet achieved in an unpredictable environment, without any single individual having complete information about what the others are doing? Well, the answer, developed by primatologist Michael Tomasello and his colleagues, is that communal hunting of the kind documented in human societies requires something called shared intentionality, the ability to represent oneself and one's partners as jointly attending to a common goal, to track each other's roles in the cooperative enterprise, and to adjust one's own behavior in real time in response to what others are doing. This capacity, Tomasello argues, is uniquely human. No other primate engages in the kind of cooperative predation that involves individuals taking differentiated, complementary roles in pursuit of a jointly held goal. The evidence for the cognitive antiquity of social hunting comes from multiple directions. The anatomical record of Homo erectus, with its social brain size, cranial capacity approximately 800 to 1100 cubic centimeters, and its body adapted for sustained locomotion over long distances, is consistent with a species capable of these sustained, coordinated pursuits that you need for communal hunting. The tool record shows the production of multiple identical tools in quantities suggesting group activity, and the standardization of design that implies cultural transmission of technical knowledge across individuals. And then there's the ecological record, the evidence of large-scale kills at sites like Olorgesailie, where the remains of large numbers of animals are associated with dense concentrations of stone tools. That is consistent with, if not directly demonstrating, organized communal hunts rather than individual opportunistic kills. The specific division of labor involved in a communal hunt, the roles of the driver, the beater, ambusher, and the killer, leaves different archaeological signatures that, when recognized, can allow reconstruction of hunting strategies from site patterns. At sites where kill events can be reconstructed from the spatial distribution of animal remains and stone tools, the pattern of carcass processing often indicates that different individuals were working different parts of the carcass simultaneously, which in turn implies organization of the processing activity rather than the chaotic, competitive carcass sharing that characterizes kills by most social carnivores. The specific spatial organization of processing at some Neanderthal kill sites has been interpreted as evidence for the same kind of cooperative carcass management that modern hunter-gatherers practice, with different processing activities, primarily butchery, marrow extraction, hide removal, happening in different locations around the hill. Or around the kill, rather, excuse me. Now, the material infrastructure of communal hunting is the most archaeologically visible evidence of these strategies. But the social infrastructure, that's certainly more difficult to reconstruct, but arguably more significant. The division of a hunting party into drivers, flankers, and killers requires not only the assignment of roles before the hunt, but the maintenance of coordinated positions during it. The flankers who break too soon to join the kill will allow prey to escape sideways rather than forward. The drivers who move too fast will panic the prey before it's channeled into the proper killing zone. The coordination documented in ethnographic accounts of communal hunts implies a shared operational understanding that could have only been developed through repeated participation in coordinated hunts and transmitted through explicit instruction. So the communal hunt was really, I suppose, an educational institution in the most practical skills, the context in which young hunters learn the tactical and social knowledge that the activity required. I mean, what else are you going to learn about back in those days, right? The role of communication in prehistoric hunting is a subject in which the direct evidence is inevitably thin, since communication behavior doesn't leave any fossil records. But the circumstantial case for sophisticated vocal or gestural communication as a prerequisite is quite strong. The coordination required to successfully drive prey off a cliff or to maintain the coherent pressure of persistence, hunting across many hours and dozens of kilometers of tracking, well, you will need a little bit of language for that. You've got to communicate. Now, whether this communication was proto-linguistic or fully linguistic in the modern sense, that's a question that we can't really answer directly. But the complexity of the coordinated behavior it supported implies a communication system substantially more flexible and information-rich than anything observed in non-human primates. Next up, let's move on to projectile weapons, because that was certainly a revolution in itself. It represents one of the most consequential technology transitions in the history of hunting, mainly because it fundamentally alters the risk calculation of the encounter between a hunter and prey. A hunter armed with a thrusting spear has got to get up real close, with an animal that may weigh several times his body mass, and whose primary defense may either be hooves, horns, or tusks capable of impaling a fully grown man. A hunter armed with a throwing spear, well, that's a bit safer. You can kill from 10 or 15 meters away, depending on how good you are, and I'm sure they had plenty of time to practice. A hunter with a atlatl, i.e. a spear thrower that extends the lever arm and dramatically increases the velocity and range of a projectile, can kill from 20 to 40 meters. A hunter with a bow can kill from 60 meters or more. Each step in this progression reduced the physical danger to the hunter and increased the efficiency of the kill. But it also increased the technical demands of weapon production and the precision required of the hunter's aim. The atlatl is among the oldest confirmed projectile enhancement technologies in the human record, and its global distribution suggests either very deep common ancestry or convergent invention in multiple places. The earliest direct evidence for atlatl use in Europe comes from the Upper Paleolithic, with carved bone and antler hooks that served as the distal end of the throwing board, dated to approximately 21,000 years ago. In the Americas, atlatl weights, i.e. polished stone objects of specific shapes that were mounted on the throwing board, appear in the archaeological record from at least 9,000 years ago, and the projectile points associated with atlatl darts are recognizable in the record considerably earlier. The Clovis points of North America, dated to approximately 13,000 years ago, have been argued by some researchers to be atlatl dart points rather than spearheads, which would push the New World atlatl record to the beginning of the human presence on the continent. The bow and arrow represents the most technologically sophisticated system in the prehistoric hunting toolkit, and its origins have been pushed progressively further back by advances in the analysis of lithic stone tools, analysis of lithic technology, the study of stone tools, from the Middle Stone Age sites in Africa. The key evidence is the presence of small, carefully shaped thin stone points at sites including Sibutu Cave in KwaZulu-Natal and Pinnacle Point in the Western Cape, dated to between 64 and 70,000 years ago, whose dimensions and fragility make them impractical as handheld tools or spearheads, but highly functional as arrow tips. The argument rests upon measurements. These points are simply too small and too thin to be effective when used in contact with the target or attached to a heavy spear shaft, but at velocities produced by a bow, their mass is appropriate, and their fragility is irrelevant because the impact is instantaneous. The case has been developed most fully by Marlezé Lombard and Lynn Wadley, whose experimental and residue analysis work in the Sibitu material has provided supporting evidence including impact fractures consistent with high-velocity projectile use. The social and ecological consequences of the bow's adoption were profound. A hunting weapon that is effective at ranges of 60 meters or more gives access to prey that would be inaccessible to any closer range hunter. Birds in flight, fish at the water's surface, shy or fast-moving game that cannot be approached closely. It also changes the risk profile of large game hunting dramatically. A mammoth is an extraordinarily dangerous animal at arm's length and a manageable target at 60 meters, provided the arrow can penetrate to a vital organ. The specificity of projectile point design that appears in the Upper Paleolithic record, with differentiated point forms optimized for different types of prey, different penetration requirements, and different hafting methods, shows the kind of optimization that becomes possible when technology has reached the point of sufficient sophistication that incremental improvements produce measurable differences in outcome. The hunting capabilities and methods of Neanderthals have been transformed as a subject of scholarship over the past 30 years. From an earlier consensus that characterized Neanderthals as relatively poor hunters, dependent on scavenging and occasional opportunism, to a contemporary understanding of them as highly capable, specialized hunters of large, dangerous prey, whose methods were, in some respects, different from those of contemporary modern humans, but in no sense inferior. The transformation has been driven by three converging lines of evidence: the zooarchaeological analysis of Neanderthal kill and processing sites, the stable isotope analysis of bone collagen, and the pattern of traumatic injuries visible in Neanderthal skeletal remains. It all tells a story. Now, the stable isotope evidence perhaps tells it in the most direct way. When bone collagen is analyzed for nitrogen isotope ratios, the resulting value, the specific ratio of nitrogen 15 to nitrogen 14, reflects the trophic level of the individual's diet. Plant eaters have low values, meat eaters have high values, and the top predators have the highest values of all. Analysis of Neanderthal bone collagen from multiple European sites consistently produces nitrogen isotope values at or near the top of the food chain, comparable to those of wolves and hyenas rather than omnivores. Neanderthals were eating meat at a proportion of their total caloric intake that modern nutritional standards would classify as extremely carnivorous. Estimates typically place animal protein at 60% or more of the Neanderthal dietary caloric budget. The plants, berries, and tubers that earlier accounts emphasized as significant components of the Neanderthal diet were almost certainly present and important as micronutrients, but they were nutritional supplements to a diet that was overwhelmingly carnivore. The injury pattern preserved in Neanderthal skeletal remains is another dramatic piece of evidence for hunting methods, and it was first analyzed systematically by paleoanthropologist Eric Trinkows. Now, Trinkows noted that the distribution of healed fractures and traumatic injuries across the Neanderthal skeleton sample is strikingly similar to the injury distribution documented in modern rodeo riders, specifically professional bull and bronco riders. The injuries are concentrated in the head, neck, and upper body rather than the legs, and they reflect repeated encounters with large, powerful, and unpredictable animals at close range. Now, that comparison is illuminating. Rodeo riders sustain their characteristic upper body injuries because they maintain close physical contact with dangerous animals that may suddenly change direction, buck, or strike. The implication for Neanderthal hunting is that they were regularly engaging large prey in the kind of close contact encounter that produces this kind of injury pattern, rather than the range projectile hunting that would keep the hunter at a safe distance. The specific prey preferences of the Neanderthal hunting groups show a pattern that varied by region and environment, but consistently emphasized the largest available terrestrial prey. In southwestern France and northern Spain, horses and red deer dominated the kill assemblages at most sites. In Central and Eastern Europe, woolly mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and cave bears have become a lot more prominent. The site of Moran in the French Pyrenees, dated to approximately 40,000 years ago, contains the remnants of at least 137 individual bison, all butchered by Neanderthals in a bone deposit that represents repeated visits to the same kill location over an extended period. The spatial and compositional evidence from Moran is consistent with a cliff drive or bog ambush hunting strategy applied to bison repeatedly at a specific location in the landscape, a site chosen for its topographic advantages and used generationally by groups whose knowledge of its potential was transmitted. The evidence from Mauran was among the early data points that shifted the understanding toward more sophisticated appreciations of Neanderthal hunting capability. Now next, the cave bear, the Ursus spelaeus, deserves a bit of a mention as a prey species, because its inclusion in the Neanderthal kill record shows the ambition and courage of the hunting Neanderthal in stark terms. You see, the cave bear male weighs up to 500 kilograms or 1,000 pounds, and they were roughly twice the mass of a modern brown bear. They were considerably more heavily built than their living relatives, and obviously quite terrifying. Neanderthal sites in the caves of the Carpathians and the Alps contain the cave bear bones bearing cut marks consistent with systematic butchery, and in some caves, the association between Neanderthal tools and cave bear remains is close enough and patterned enough to indicate deliberate hunting rather than opportunistic scavenging of bears that had died in hibernation. Whether cave bear hunting was conducted by small groups using thrusting spears in the confined spaces of the cave entrance, or by larger groups that ambushed bears in the open, or perhaps some combination, that's a question that we probably are not going to resolve. So use your own imagination, because why not? But what it does make clear is that Neanderthals were willing to confront some of the most dangerous animals in their environment, and they had the weapons to coordinate things and do this successfully. Now, the hunting of megafauna was not a marginal activity engaged in occasionally by bolder individuals. It was a central component of the subsistence economy for many prehistoric human populations across multiple continents. The direct evidence for megafauna hunting is abundant and geographically widespread. Mammoth kill sites in North America and Siberia, rhinoceros driving over cliffs in Europe, straight-tusked elephant butchery sites in Africa, and ground sloth processing sites in South America. They all demonstrate that modern humans and their immediate predecessors were regularly and successfully hunting the largest animals in their environments. The North American mammoth kill sites provide the most clearly documented evidence of Clovis hunters engaging mammoths, with several sites yielding unambiguous associations of Clovis projectile points with mammoth remains. The Lehner Ranch site in southeastern Arizona, excavated in the 1950s, contained the remnants of at least 9 Columbian mammoths, along with the bones of horses, tapirs, bison, associated with Clovis points and butchery tools, all sealed by the geological layer that dates the assemblage to approximately 11,000 years in the past. The Murray Springs site, also in Arizona, produced a nearly complete mammoth carcass alongside a complete Clovis toolkit, and the remains of horses and bison in a spatial arrangement suggesting that the hunters had camped at a water source, killed the mammoth when it came to drink, and then processed all the prey animals in the same location. The association of horse and bison remains with mammoth at these kill sites is significant too. These were not specialist mammoth hunters, but generalist predators who killed whatever large prey was available at the time, with mammoths, of course, representing the most calorie-dense but also the most logistically challenging option. The practical challenge of killing a mammoth with a spear or atlatl dart is one that experimental and theoretical work has attempted to address, with results that are instructive about both the feasibility and methods of large game hunting. A mammoth's vital organs are protected by meters of muscle, fat, and bone. Its skin is thick and tough, and its natural defensive behavior, i.e. turning to face a threat using its trunk and tusks to strike attackers, makes approach from the front highly dangerous. The most effective killing zone for a large proboscidean, as evidenced by wounds in the preserved carcasses and inferred from the anatomy, is the flank and the area behind the shoulder, where a deep penetrating wound can reach the lungs or heart. Now this implies that the preferred hunting approach was from the side or the rear, which in turn implies that the hunters needed to approach a moving or distracted animal rather than one that had already registered their presence and turned to face them. The use of natural water sources where animals came to drink and where their attention was directed downward and they were partly immobilized in soft ground may have provided the approach opportunity that the kill sites at Arizona water sources suggest. Just catching them off guard, basically. Now, the decision to hunt a mammoth rather than a horse or a deer was a bit of a risk and reward calculation, with high stakes on both sides. You know, a successful mammoth kill is going to give you all the calories, the fat, the protein, the hide, the bone, the ivory. I mean, a single Colombian mammoth could sustain a band of 20 or 30 people for weeks. But the risks were real. A wounded mammoth that turned and charged was capable of killing multiple hunters in seconds, and the approach required to deliver a spear or atlatl dart to a vital zone, place the hunter within the animal's reach. The evidence for healed traumatic injuries in the skeletal remains of the Upper Paleolithic hunters in Europe and North America includes a significant portion of injuries consistent with encounters with large, dangerous prey, and that suggests the hunting of megafauna was genuinely hazardous. The fact that it continued and that the kill sites demonstrate both the regularity and systematic organization of mammoth hunting shows that prehistoric hunters had calculated the risk-to-benefit ratio and found it to be worth it, which in turn implies that they had sufficient experience with the specific challenges of mammoth hunting to manage the risks with some reliability. The evidence from Predmost, Przedmosti in Czech Republic, dated to approximately 27,000 years ago, gives a different perspective on mammoth hunting from the North American sites. A large semi-permanent camp associated with the remains of approximately 1,000 mammoths, processed systematically over what might have been an extended period of habitation. Predmosti was not a single kill event, but a processing and storage location associated with hunting economy organized around the mammoth as a primary resource. So the social organization implied by this level of resource exploitation certainly goes beyond anything that could be managed by a small family group. It implies a very complex level of organization. Now, of course, there is a terrestrial bias of the archaeological record, mainly because of the greater preservation of the sites that we have, and it's long obscured the degree to which prehistoric human population exploited aquatic and coastal resources. The correction of this bias, driven by excavations at coastal riverine sites in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Europe over the past 30 years, has revealed a bit more about this aspect of hunting. The earliest evidence for systematic fishing comes from the site of Katanda in what is now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where barbed bone harpoon points, dated to approximately 90,000 years ago, were found in association with the bones of large catfish and other freshwater species. The Katanda harpoons are unambiguous. They are purpose-made fishing tools, designed specifically for penetrating and retaining aquatic prey, and their presence at this early date demonstrates that the cognitive and technical prerequisites for fishing and gathering in aquatic settings were in place among modern humans in Central Africa long before any comparable evidence appears in the European record. The coastal middens of South Africa, the shell heap deposits at sites including Blombus Cave, Pinnacle Point, and other places like Eisterfontein, for example, provide evidence for systematic shellfish harvesting dated between 160 to 120,000 years ago, making South African coastal populations some of the earliest documented intensive marine resource exploiters in the human record. Now, the ability to hunt sea mammals, i.e. seals, dolphins, porpoises, and ultimately whales, well, that represents one of the most technically demanding extensions of the repertoire. The earliest confirmed sea mammal hunting in the Old World comes from the Scandinavian Mesolithic sites dated to approximately 10,000 years ago, where seal and porpoise bones appear alongside specialized bone harpoons. In the Americas, the maritime archaic tradition of the northeastern coastline shows intensive sea mammal hunting from approximately 7,500 years ago. The tradition of open ocean whale hunting, documented most dramatically in the cultures of the Pacific Northwest coast, North America, and among the Inuit of the Arctic, represents the apex of prehistoric maritime hunting technology. The coordination of multiple hunters in sealskin boats, the use of toggling harpoon heads that anchor in the prey's blubber and cannot be pulled free, and the use of inflated sealskin floats to slow the whale's dive and tire it through buoyancy rather than by direct force. It is a hunting system of extraordinary complexity that developed from the same fundamental trajectory of technological accumulations traced throughout the account of land-based food acquisition. Most people carry a rough mental image of the timeline of human civilization. First came the small bands of hunter-gatherers, and then the farming villages. That moved on to cities with kings and temples and writing. The assumption is that cultural complexity arrived with the cities. And then there's Catalhoyuk. That breaks the timeline. 9,000 years ago, thousands of years before the first Mesopotamian cities, before writing, bronze, anything we'd conventionally call a state, a settlement in central Turkey housed up to 8,000 people. They painted murals on the walls. They sculpted figurines and buried their dead beneath their floors, living on top of them for generations. They sustained a community of extraordinary density and cultural richness for 2,000 continuous years, all without streets, marketplaces, or any identifiable leader. But how did they do all that? And what did their world actually look like? That is the topic for today, and it is perhaps one of the most fascinating puzzles in archaeology. So let's take a look today at Catalhoyuk, the world's first town. Welcome to the channel, everybody. Quick reminder, thank you to those supporting and keeping us ad and sponsor free. We are a crowd-funded venture here, so we do appreciate your patronage. Links are in the description to Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and the donation link if you feel inclined. If you don't, like, comment, subscribe, tell your friends. That keeps us going. Really helps us out. Anyway, let's begin. So let's first understand what Catalhoyuk was not. We already mentioned it had no streets, no plazas, no marketplaces. It had no ground-level doors through which people entered or exited their homes. There was, in the conventional sense, no ground floor. The entire settlement was a continuous, densely packed mass of rectangular mud brick rooms. They shared walls, rooftops, and they were accessible only from above. The public space of Catalhoyuk was the roofscape, the flat clay rooftops that served simultaneously as thoroughfare, work surface, and processing area, and also a social gathering place. That was the important part that you need to remember. Now, people walked between their neighbors' roofs as a matter of daily routine. So to visit someone, you would cross the rooftops and descend through a hole in their roof. To fetch water or gather fuel, you climbed up from your home and made your way across the connected platform above. The view from the edge of the settlement, looking outward from the perimeter houses toward the plain, would have shown sheer walls of mud brick dropping 2 stories to the ground, an almost fortress-like exterior that was not, as far as the evidence shows, built for defense, but was simply the consequence of a particular architectural logic. Now, speaking of the logic, that was one of continuous growth and renewal. When a house in Catalhoyuk reached the end of its functional life, when the walls had cracked, the floors had been covered in too many layers, it was not abandoned, but ritually decommissioned. The contents were carefully removed or selected for retention. The interior was sometimes deliberately filled with clean earth or rubble. A new house was built on top of, or directly adjacent to the old one, using the same footprint with minor adjustments. So, over centuries, this process of construction, habitation, and reconstruction of the same plots produced the stratigraphy that makes the site so remarkable. 18 distinct occupational levels, each containing dozens of houses, each house potentially containing dozens of subfloor burials, and each burial potentially containing individuals whose bones had previously retrieved, rearranged, and been deposited. The mound is, in a very literal sense, a pile of death. Usually that would not make you want to live there, but hey, it is what it is. Now, the mud brick construction explains both the site's remarkable preservation and its specific material character. See, the mud brick is an excellent building material in a climate with low annual rainfall, cheap and abundant where good alluvial soil is available, and the Konya Plain provided it abundantly. Completed walls were plastered with lime-rich white plaster that preserved the surfaces against erosion in the arid conditions of the Anatolian Plateau. When a house was abandoned and its interior filled, the heavy clay fabric of the walls and floor compacted into a protective matrix around the deposits beneath. Each new building phase added weight above the previous one. The anaerobic conditions preserved organic materials that would not normally survive. The wooden posts, basketry, plant fibers, and in some cases, fragments of woven textile that constitute some of the earliest evidence of cloth in the world. The mound is not just a stack of ruins. A lot of people could view it that way at a surface level, but really, it's a stack of archives, and the specific conditions of its formation were what made it legible. Now, what about the individual houses, though? Well, they were not large by any means. A typical dwelling in Catalhoyuk occupied approximately 25 square meters, a single room that served every domestic function, divided not by walls but raised by platforms of different heights that structured movement and activity within the space. There was a low-temperature hearth and an oven, typically positioned on the northern side of the main room, with a flue through the roof that doubled as the primary light source and the entrance ladder hole. Around the perimeter of the room, raised mud plaster platforms of varying heights served as sleeping areas, work surfaces, and some sitting areas perhaps. Below these platforms were the graves. Between the platforms was an open floor area, carefully maintained and swept clean, where the daily activities of cooking, eating, making tools, and processing food took place. The room was plastered and replastered, sometimes hundreds of times over its lifetime, each new coat of bright white lime plaster sealing the dirt and debris of the previous occupational phase. Some walls at Catalhoyuk, when sectioned for analysis, show more than 100 successive layers of plaster, and each one of them represents a separate act of renewal. But one of the oldest complex things about Catalhoyuk is the wall paintings, because they're among some of the most ancient in the world, and they've been the subject of debate since Mellart first exposed them. They appear on the freshly plastered walls, and sometimes on the ceiling plasters of specific rooms. And not all rooms were painted, of course, and the same room was not always painted in consecutive phases. There's no real one-size-fits-all for this. That's just what art's all about, right? People understood that even back then. Be creative. The most common subjects are large animals. Aurochs, the massive wild cattle of the Pleistocene and early Holocene, the ancestor of domestic cattle, basically, standing sometimes as tall as 2 meters at the shoulder, painted with thick black outlines and colored with ochre and mineral pigments. Deer with enormous antlers and, they appear frequently, as do bears, boars, and leopards. You got a little bit of everything. In many of the hunting scenes, tiny human figures surround the animals, raising their arms, apparently dancing or taunting, perhaps ritually celebrating the hunt, everybody having a great time. The scale difference between the animals and the humans is almost certainly deliberate. The aurochs loom over the people like a completely different order of being, magnificent and dominant, even in the scene of its apparent defeat. I suppose that's the point. A specific class of painting requires particular attention. The vulture panels, which appear in several excavated rooms and show large birds hovering over or pecking at headless human features. Well, they are identifiable by their distinctive hunched profiles and featherless heads as Eurasian black vultures, or perhaps a similar scavenger. Mellart interpreted these scenes as representations of excarnation, the practice of leaving the dead exposed on raised platforms for birds to strip the flesh from the bones before burial. Some ethnographic parallels for this practice exist in Zoroastrian tradition and other ancient cultures. Now, whether it was actually practiced at Catalhoyuk, we don't know for sure. But the skeletal evidence from the sites shows bodies buried more or less complete, without the systematic defleshing marks you would expect from excarnation, though some bones do show perimortem handling and secondary movement. What the vulture panels represent, a real funerary practice, a cosmological narrative about death, maybe a mythological story, maybe something else. We don't know. So it's up to your own imagination. There's no harm in that. Now, the paintings themselves were not permanent installations. They were seasonal or periodic expressions, created on a fresh plaster surface and then sealed when the wall was replastered in the next renovation cycle. Each layer of plaster that covered an image was also a preservation. The paintings survived largely because they were buried under the subsequent coats rather than scraped off. In some rooms, the same wall was painted and replastered so many times that entire galleries of successive images are stacked within a few centimeters of wall thickness. But the act of painting was also one of deliberate obsolescence. You put the image up knowing it would be covered. Now, this temporal relationship with imagery, art as something applied, used for a season and then sealed away, is radically different from the monumental and permanent painting traditions that we associate with later literate civilizations. At Catalhoyuk, the process of making and covering may have mattered as much as the image itself. But not all painting at Catalhoyuk was figurative. A substantial proportion of the wall treatments were geometric. Chevrons, lozenges, zigzag borders, dense repeated motifs appeared in red, black, and occasionally orange on the white plaster ground. Well, handprints appear on some walls, made by pressing a pigment-covered hand against a wet plaster, occasionally in clusters that suggest multiple individuals participating in the application. The geometric tradition and figurative tradition appear both in combination and isolation across the site, but both followed the same renewal logic. Applied to fresh plaster, used for a season, covered when the wall was replastered. The geometric designs show formal similarities to patterns found on pottery and textiles from later periods in Anatolia, and also the broader Neolithic Near East, suggesting that the visual vocabulary of Catalhoyuk fed forward into the material traditions of subsequent cultures, rather than just disappearing when the place got abandoned. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. Anyway, one of the most celebrated specific finds from the painted rooms is a large composition known as the town map, found by Mellart in the upper levels. Now, it appears to show a grid of rectangular forms that some researchers have interpreted as a bird's-eye view of the settlement house blocks, with a double-peaked form in the background that may represent the volcanic mountain Hassan Dar, visible from the Konya plain, and still active during the settlement's occupation. Something to watch out for. Try not to get Pompeii'd. If the interpretation is correct, it is one of the world's earliest cartographic images, a representation of spatial organization from above at a time when the concept of mapping had presumably not yet been named. The interpretation is contested, of course. The grid might have been abstract geometric patterns rather than a plan view, but the ambiguity is instructive, because it reveals how close the abstract and the representational are in the visual tradition. A pattern that could be a map, a plan that could be an ornament, a visual language moving comfortably between registers that we tend to separate. But there is quite a disorienting feature of domestic life at Catalhoyuk, at least by the standards of the modern world, and I'm sure you've already raised an eyebrow at it. The treatment of the dead. I mean, not many people in the modern world are living above their ancestors, but at this site, the dead were buried not in a separate cemetery outside the settlement, directly beneath the floor, rather, of the houses in which the living continued to sleep, eat, work, and raise their children. Now, a single house, occupied over several generations, might accumulate 30 or 40 burials beneath its floors, an entire ancestry of individuals arranged under sleeping platforms where their descendants lay at night. Now, once again, we look at a lot of these things and we put it into a context of our modern sensibilities, which we shouldn't really be doing. But may I remind you that there are plenty of people who keep the ashes of relatives in their houses, and while many of us wouldn't blink an eye at that, we look at Catalhoyuk and think that this is quite a strange thing to do. But remains are remains, and there are plenty of people with different cultures even in the modern world. Now, the living and the dead in Catalhoyuk were in the most literal possible proximity, and this was not, as far as the evidence suggests, regarded as alarming or in any way spiritually intrusive. It just appears to have been the standard and culturally expected arrangement. The burial practice were complex, and in some case, suggesting a relationship with the dead that did not end at the moment of interment. The primary burial was typically in a flexed position, so you had the knees drawn up to the chest, the body placed on its side or back in a shallow pit excavated beneath the house floor. This was not always the end of the story. In a significant proportion of cases, individuals were subsequently disturbed. The grave was reopened. Specific bones, most commonly the skull, sometimes the longer bones like tibias and things like that, were removed from the partially decomposed body. They were either reburied somewhere else in the house, placed in different graves, or in some cases apparently carried around the community for some period before being redeposited again. Several skulls at Catalhoyuk were found not in articulated skeletons, but in clusters, sometimes with evidence of ochre coating or other treatments, in locations that suggested deliberate curation rather than coincidental disturbance. One skull, found in the arms of a woman buried in the main room of a house, had been separated from its body long before her burial for the cervicular vertebrae to have been missing. She was buried holding a skull that was not hers. Now, the practice of skull circulation has a specific implication for how we understand identity and social memory at this site. In many historical societies, the management of the dead involves distance. The cemetery is outside of the settlement, and contact with the dead is bounded and temporary. There is that world of the living and the world of those passed on. There's always that boundary. But, of course, at Catalhoyuk, none of that logic applied. The dead remained physically present, and the act of retrieving specific bones, most frequently the skull as we mentioned, and carrying them into new contexts suggests an active, ongoing relationship with the dead rather than a completed separation. Of course, this makes us think a little bit about the spiritual beliefs of the people of Catalhoyuk, which of course would feed back into this larger Anatolian tradition, and whether that reflects a belief that the skull itself retains some of the person's identity. Well, it served as an anchor for genealogical memory, perhaps, or performed a protective function in a new burial context. It's something that we cannot quite recover from the physical evidence. It's like trying to trace linguistics and languages. There's only so far that we can really go with it. But the thing is that the pattern is too consistent across the occupation sequence to be a mere accident, and it implies a cosmological and emotional relationship with the dead that was far more intimate and dynamic than most modern funerary traditions allow. So, who received the most attention in death? That also appears to have varied. The majority of burials are relatively simple, the body in a flexed position, with no accompanying objects or only a few minimal ones, and pretty simple at that. Fortunately, we're not digging up huge piles of gold and silver and all the rest. This isn't Indiana Jones, I'm afraid. But that's not to say that some individuals weren't buried with what the site's excavators describe as grave goods of meaningful elaboration, obsidian blades of strange quality, beads of shell and bone, ground stone objects, occasionally pigment, and we mentioned the ochre. Children whose bones are found regularly beneath house floors alongside adults were sometimes buried with special care. Animal bones would be placed near them, or positioned in the arms of adult women in a posture suggesting a held or cradled relationship at the moment of burial. The pattern of differential burial is quite subtle, rather than dramatic. There's no Neolithic equivalent of the Egyptian royal tomb, at least not what we've discovered. Who knows, right? And there's also no burial so elaborate as to place the individual in a different social category to their neighbors. I mean, a little bit of obsidian and a couple of beads, it doesn't really suggest that the person buried here is running the show. If we find things like crowns and all the rest, but then again, we're talking about Neolithic sites. This kind of forms of kingship and these kind of symbolic objects. Once again, it's hard to know how far they go back. But there is a gradient, you see, and it is real. It has become one of the key lines of evidence in the ongoing debate about whether Catalhoyuk was as socially equal as it once appeared. Spatial distribution of burials within the house is also quite informative. The most elaborate interments tend to cluster beneath the main sleeping platforms on the northern and eastern sides of the rooms, while the southern areas near the oven and the hearth contain fewer and generally simpler burials. Now, what this suggests, if the platform areas were the prestige zones of the domestic space, where senior family members slept and received guests, then the arrangement of the dead beneath them reflects and reinforces that social geography. The honored dead beneath the honored living, hierarchy reproduced in the strata below the floor. But don't think of it too much, once again, in modern terms. It's not typically a dramatic class inequality. It's rather a social distinction operating through space and the placement of the dead, and it places the claim of simple egalitarianism under the same scrutiny that the burial object evidence already warrants. But alongside and intimately connected to the painted images, certain rooms at Catalhoyuk contained installations that incorporated the physical remains of animals into the structure of the house itself. Now, the most striking of these were the bucrania, the mounted skulls of aurochs, with their horns intact too. These were set into plaster walls and platforms in arrangements that range from a single skull displayed on a pillar to rows of skulls embedded on a plaster bench running along the entire wall. The horn cores of the aurochs are sometimes plastered over so that only their distinctive forward curving tips protrude from the white wall surface. But in some rooms, the bucrania are combined with the lower jaw bones of wild animals like weasels, foxes, and bears. They are embedded in rows, creating installations of considerable visual intensity. The care taken in their installation and maintenance is clear from the plaster evidence. Bucrania were sometimes replastered multiple times, maintained across renovation cycles, and preserved as part of the room's identity, even as everything else was renewed. The wild auroch was an extraordinarily dangerous animal to hunt. At up to 1,000 kilograms, aggressive, fast, and formidable, it was one of the apex large mammals of the Holocene landscape. Killing one of them, that was quite the task. You needed coordination, skill, and a degree of collective daring that would have marked the hunters who succeeded, not to mention a little bit of luck. It never goes astray. The wall paintings of auroch hunts at Catalhoyuk may represent specific events, ones that were celebrated, commemorated, and ritually processed through image making, rather than generic depictions of hunting as an activity. If the skulls mounted in the houses were trophies from real hunts, the rooms containing them were not merely domestic spaces, but archives of collective achievement, physical records of the moments when the community had faced something massive and dangerous and came out on the better side of it. I suppose that's a cause for celebration. The animal's presence in the house after death may have been understood as a continuation of their power, their vitality drawn into the structure, the dangerous made domestic, the wild incorporated into the order of the settlement. The specific composition of the aurochs' hunting scenes with their recurring motif of many small human figures surrounding a single large animal, it suggests that the hunt depicted was not an individual achievement, but rather a collective one. That while everyone has to put the work in, everybody gets to revel in the results. And the collective nature of achievement is the entire point. Hunting a wild auroch successfully required coordination between multiple hunters. Driving, corralling, and killing an animal of that size and aggression was a group task, and the group that did it shared both the risk and the outcome. The feast that followed a successful hunt would have been one of the most significant communal events of the seasonal calendar, distributing the animal's meat across the community in proportions that presumably reflected social relationships and obligations. The skull mounted on the wall afterward was not just a record of a kill, but kind of like a journal of the occasion, the gathering, and the shared risk of the entire experience. The house that displayed it was a house with a history of successful community action, and that history was part of what the installation asserted. And as we say, sometimes objects can say more than words do. Some of the rooms Mellart called shrines, and the terminology has persisted in popular accounts despite being largely abandoned by subsequent researchers, contain not just bucrania, but multiple overlapping installations of animal imagery, modeled animal heads in plaster relief, painted animal figures, bucrania, and embedded animal bones in the walls and platforms. They all combined in the same place. It certainly makes a very unique Catalhoyuk style decoration. Hodor's team prefers the term history houses for the rooms that accumulated the greatest density of installations and elaboration, houses that served through continuous renovation and embellishment as the physical repositories of a particular household's history, identity, and relationship with the past. The distinction between a domestic space and a ritual one, so legible in later literate societies with their temples and palaces and private homes, does not appear to have applied at Catalhoyuk in the same way. The ritual and domestic were performed in the same room by the same people, in the same rounds of seasonal activity. You never even need to leave the house. And then there's the leopard, too. That occupies a recurring position in Catalhoyuk imagery. That parallels the bull's prominence, but reflects a different kind of relationship, where the auroch appears most often in hunting scenes with human participants. The leopard appears paired with human figures in postures that are ambiguous between attack and accompaniment. Leopards appearing to climb a human figure, or perhaps two leopards flanking a central human form. There's a bit of variety in these depictions. Leopard skin and claws appear as ornamental elements in some paintings, and as actual objects in burial contexts. The large felines of the ancient Near East were consistently associated across many cultures with power, danger, and the boundary between the human world and something beyond it. At Catalhoyuk, the leopard's recurrence alongside the human figure rather than simply as prey places it in a different category, different from the hunted animals, one whose power was to be associated with rather than consumed, whose presence functioned as an assertion or an aspiration. But there's another contested part of Catalhoyuk's legacy, perhaps almost the most publicly prominent, and that is the interpretation of the site as a center of goddess worship, and more broadly as evidence of a prehistoric matriarchal society in which women held spiritual and social primacy. This interpretation was largely Mellart's creation. He found, during his excavations, hundreds of clay figurines alongside the paintings and bucrania, and he noted that many of them depicted female forms, some of considerable size and detail, with exaggerated hips and breasts
that placed them in the broad category of Venus figurines known from the Paleolithic sites across Europe. He interpreted Catalhoyuk as a society in which a female deity, perhaps a great mother goddess of fertility and death, was the central religious focus, and in which women's roles in agriculture, pottery, and the management of the household placed them in a structurally dominant position. Of course, all of this work fed directly into the more political side of things, and Catalhoyuk became a canonical example in narratives about ancient matriarchy, a kind of age where women and nature were honored, this kind of thing. But the most famous single artifact from the site is the seated woman of Catalhoyuk, a fired clay figurine approximately 16 centimeters tall, showing a heavy-bodied woman, seated on a throne or a chair, her hands resting on the heads of two large figures, leopards or lions, that serve as her armrests. She is sometimes depicted in the process of giving birth, with the small figure visible between her legs. The piece is remarkable in its compositional assurance and its iconographic complexity. It sits today at the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara as the centerpiece of its Neolithic display. The context of its discovery is less dramatic than the object itself. It was found inside a grain bin among plant remains, not in a single shrine or a position of obvious ritual display. This contextual detail has become significant in the reinterpretation of the figurines, because subsequent excavations under Hoder's direction found that figurines at Catalhoyuk were mostly not placed in prominent or sacred positions, but in ordinary domestic contexts. You found them in rubbish deposits, in middens, in the fill of abandoned rooms. And this suggests that their life cycle involved use and disposal rather than a kind of permanent veneration. Unless, it went out of style over time, but you'd think people wouldn't just throw these things away, right? Hoder's team excavated thousands of figurines over 3 decades of renewed work, and the broader corpus substantially complicates Mellart's reading. Many figurines are indeed female, but many others are ambiguously gendered, clearly male or non-human in reference. Animal figurines, cattle, sheep, bears, are equally common and contextually similar in their deposition patterns. The grain bin in which the seated woman was found may have been a deliberate end-of-life deposit. The figurine placed there to perhaps kill or decommission it when its usefulness was over, in the same way that other objects at the site were selected for structured deposition rather than casual discard. The picture that has emerged from the revised analysis is of a figurine tradition that was diverse, flexible, and deeply embedded in the rhythms of domestic life and seasonal practice, rather than a coherent iconographic program expressing a single deity's supremacy. Now, this does not make Catalhoyuk a less interesting place, it just makes it a more honest one, stripped of the wishful projection that both Mellart's error and the popular tradition his work spawned found irresistible. What the figurine evidence does show, once the goddess-called framework is set aside, is a material practice that was widespread, repeated, and apparently meaningful across the entire span of the site's occupation. People at Catalhoyuk made figures regularly in clay and occasionally stone, depicting animals, humans, and forms in between. The most significant finding of the Hoder project regarding the figurines is not what they mean, but how they were treated. Not as permanent sacred images requiring careful preservation, but as objects with a life cycle that included creation, use, and deliberate end-of-life deposition, often in rubbish deposits or in the fill of rooms being closed. A tradition whose ritual objects are regularly produced, used, and discarded is doing something fundamentally different from the monumental temple traditions of a later Bronze Age civilization. The figurines reflect a distributed, household-level practice that required no priesthood, no central sanctuary, and no fixed iconographic program to maintain its vitality across 2,000 years. One of the most significant and persistent claims about Catalhoyuk is that it represents a pre-hierarchical form of complex settlement, a community of thousands of people that organized its collective life without the centralized authority structures like the chief, the priest-king, the palace administration that we associate with the rise of cities in the Near East in the 4th millennium BC onward. The architectural evidence is the primary basis for this claim, with the exception of the variation in mural elaboration and bucrania installation between rooms. The houses at Catalhoyuk are strikingly uniform in size and layout. There's no building that is obviously larger than its neighbors by a factor of 10, no structure that could be identified as a palace or a dedicated temple. You don't even find a granary or redistribution center. Of course, if you found one of them, it would imply centralized control of agricultural surplus, and well, somebody has to have a responsibility, right? Well, the logic of social hierarchy in the archaeological record typically produces a spatial inequality. The powerful live in bigger houses, in more central locations with access to higher quality materials. But not at Catalhoyuk. None of these signatures are clearly visible, at least not in the earlier levels. The biological evidence from skeletal remains broadly supports the architectural picture. Isotropic analysis of carbon and nitrogen in bone collagen, which reflects the proportions of different food types in an individual's diet over the years before death, show relatively consistent patterns across the population in early and middle phases of the site's occupation. Men and women ate similar diets. Children and adults ate similar diets. There's no strong signal of a privileged upper class consuming more meat or higher quality food than a working class consuming primarily grain and whatever they could get their hands on. Similarly, the patterns of dental wear, musculoskeletal stress, and work-related bone modification are broadly similar between men and women in the early levels, which has led researchers to conclude that the sexual division of labor was less pronounced at Catalhoyuk than in most later Near Eastern societies. This picture is not simple equality in the modern sense, so hold your horses. The evidence suggests the specific houses and specific family lines did accumulate more elaborate installations and richer burial assemblages over time, but the inequality was measured in degrees of prestige rather than the categorical differences of a class system. The anthropologist Claude Levi-Strauss proposed a model of what he called house societies, communities in which the fundamental unit of social organization is not the individual, lineage, or class, but the house itself, a named entity with its own identity, its property, its relationships, memory transmitted from one occupant generation to the next through some combination of descent and affiliation. Several researchers have applied this model to Catalhoyuk, and it fits the evidence with some precision. The house at Catalhoyuk was not merely a shelter, but a social institution. It contained the family's dead, its painted memories, animal trophies, a couple of figurines, and of course the tools that they needed. Its renovation and maintenance were acts of social reproduction, as much as physical repair. The inequality that existed at the site was between houses. Some houses accumulated more history, more elaborate installations, and distinguished dead, rather than primarily between individual persons. And I suppose this is a different kind of social difference from what the later urban civilizations would produce.
Understanding it requires setting aside the assumptions that hierarchy necessarily takes the same institutional form across all periods and places, because quite clearly, it doesn't. The practical implication of the house society model is that the question of who was in charge at Catalhoyuk may not be answerable in terms it is usually posed. Power and prestige were distributed across a landscape of competing households, and the decisions that governed the community, when to rebuild, how to manage the food, and exchange relationships with obsidian sources and distant trading partners, that may have been made through the process of negotiation between households that left no legible trace in the archaeological record, than the relative elaboration of their painted rooms and their burial assemblages. It's not an absence of politics. There is a kind of proto-politics there. It's just conducted through a different medium than the palace and the archive. And it sustained a community of thousands of people for 2,000 years on a dry plain, which is an outcome that the later city-states of the same region, with all their administrative apparatus, were not always able to match in duration. We can certainly say that. So the temporal dimension of the site's social history adds an important qualification to this egalitarian picture. The earlier levels, roughly from 7,500 to 6,500, show the most consistent pattern of architectural and dietary uniformity. In the later levels, from approximately 6,500 BCE onward, the evidence for social differentiation becomes a bit more visible. Certain buildings show greater investment in interior furnishings. Isotopic signatures in bone collagen show slightly greater dietary variation, and the quality of burial assemblages diverges more noticeably. And that doesn't amount to stratification in the full sense, but it does suggest that the social framework was evolving. Like it or not, it has to when civilizations get built, becoming somewhat more differentiated over a 2,000-year occupation. Whether this was a cause or a symptom of the broader changes that eventually led to the site's decline is a question the ongoing analysis of later levels will attempt to address over the next few decades. Fingers crossed they'll figure it out, and then I'll get to tell you. But it hasn't happened yet, so be patient. Well, moving on from that, Catalhoyuk sat at the intersection of a farming economy and a hunting tradition that the archaeological record shows persisting with significant vitality throughout the site's occupation. The plant remains from the site are dominated by emmer wheat, einkorn wheat, barley, bitter vetch, and various pulses including lentils and peas. The whole suite of Neolithic domestications that the community was growing, harvesting, and storing in substantial quantities. The animal bones tell a bit of a more complicated story. Sheep, goats, and cattle were present and increasingly managed across the occupation sequence, but wild animals, the deer, the boar, aurochs, and smaller game, they remained an important dietary and symbolic resource throughout. The distinction between domestic and wild at Catalhoyuk was not clean. Cattle at the site show a gradual transition in bone morphology across the occupation levels that suggest a process of domestication in progress, rather than a settlement that arrived with fully domesticated herds. The people of Catalhoyuk may have been living at the threshold of a transition whose full consequences they could not anticipate. The obsidian at Catalhoyuk is one of the most compelling single indicators of the settlement's connections to the wider Neolithic world of Anatolia. You see, obsidian is a naturally occurring volcanic glass, formed when silica-rich lava cools rapidly, and is one of the sharpest natural materials known. Obsidian blades can achieve an edge at the molecular level, thinner and sharper than the finest steel. Pretty good, huh? The nearest sources to Catalhoyuk are the volcanic mountains of Cappadocia.
specifically the Karada and the Goluda volcanoes, approximately 180 to 200 kilometers to the northeast across the Konya Plain and into the hills. So the obsidian arrived at Catalhoyuk in substantial quantities, in both raw nodule form and as worked blades, and it was used for cutting tools, projectile points, and ornamental mirrors. Several highly polished obsidian discs have been found at the site, constituting some of the world's earliest mirrors. The sourcing of the obsidian has been confirmed by geochemical analysis, and the volume of material present indicates a regular, organized exchange relationship rather than occasional opportunistic acquisition. The presence of marine shell at Catalhoyuk, from species found in both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, neither of which is close to the Konya Plain, extends the evidence of a long distance connection further. Specific shell types, particularly spondylus shell from the Aegean, appear in the burial context at the site and other Neolithic sites across southeastern Europe, and in the Near East too, in patterns that suggest a widespread prestige exchange network in which certain materials carried social value precisely because of their distance and the effort of their acquisition. Well, flint from sources distant from the site, pigments including ochre and cinnabar, and other materials of non-local origin, all confirm that Catalhoyuk was not an isolated community sustaining itself purely on local resources, but rather a node in a wider network of exchange, one that stretched across hundreds of kilometers. For a society that operated without writing, money, or state administration, that is a remarkable achievement in organization. The coordination of relationships and reciprocities across enormous distances, maintained over centuries, binding together communities that never even met in a single place. It's all pretty special. Around 6200 BCE, the Catalhoyuk Research Project's data shows a significant shift in the site's patterns of occupation and social practice. The upper levels of the East Mound show changes in architecture, burial practice, and material culture that suggest the community was undergoing a transformation rather than simply continuing as before. Houses become slightly more variable in size. The density of the settlement decreases somewhat. The Bukrania installations become less frequent, and those painted rooms rarer. By approximately 5700 BCE, the East Mound appears to have been largely abandoned. The community, however, did not vanish. A new settlement on the smaller West Mound, accessible directly from the East Mound across flat ground, continued until the Chalcolithic period, and shows the continuation of some traditions alongside the emergence of new practices, including pottery, with distinctive painted decoration and evidence of emerging craft specializations. Whatever caused the transition, whether that be climate shift or soil exhaustion, maybe a kind of social reorganization, it was a managed dispersal rather than a catastrophic collapse. So don't think of it like 1200 when we had all the cities going down in the end of the Bronze Age. It wasn't really like that. The climate evidence is worth noting specifically. A cooling and drying event around 6200, sometimes called the 8.2 kiloyear event, is documented across the northern hemisphere in ice core and other paleoclimatic records, and appears to have had significant consequences for agricultural communities across the Fertile Crescent and Anatolia. Whether it directly caused the changes is visible in the late levels at Catalhoyuk, or simply accelerated a process already in motion. Once again, we don't know. But the timing is rather suggestive, don't you think? A community that had sustained 8,000 people in a wet and productive landscape would have faced severe stress if that landscape became drier and less predictable. The dispersal to smaller, more flexible settlements across the plain may have been a rational, adaptive response to the new conditions that the old settlement was not really equipped to handle. Now, the West Mountain, showing occupation from around 6000 into the 5th millennium, offers a partial view of what the community became after the decline of the East Mound. Its houses are slightly larger, more variable in size, sort of going towards the beginning of spatial differentiation that became more pronounced in the next millennium. And the pottery tradition, too, shows greater elaboration of regional distinctiveness. The Bukarania installations are absent or rare, and the subfloor burial tradition continues but in a modified form. They are signs of a cultural evolution, a population adapting its practice to new conditions, retaining some elements of the earlier tradition, while developing others that would eventually feed into the more complex social landscapes of the Bronze Age. What is perhaps the most remarkable thing about Catalhoyuk's continuity is not the duration, but what was preserved through that transition. The obsidian trade networks that had supplied the East Mound continued into the Chalcolithic period and into later sites on the Konya Plain. The visual tradition of geometric decoration developed in plaster survived the transition to pottery and became one of the defining characteristics of Anatolian Chalcolithic ceramic art. The practice of subfloor burial, modified and eventually discontinued, left its cultural echo in the emphasis on ancestry and house identity visible in social organizations of the later Anatolian communities. You see, cultures don't just simply end, they tend to transform, and what communities choose to carry forward tracks what they valued enough to preserve. What the people who left Catalhoyuk choose to carry forward, like the visual languages, the exchange networks, and the living and the dead, this kind of relationship, that tells us something about what they really valued. So, what Catalhoyuk leaves behind, beyond the physical site and the objects in the museum, is a question that is still being asked. What does it mean that a community of this scale, sophistication, and this evident social energy existed in the 7th millennium BCE without the apparatus of urban hierarchy that subsequent civilization has taught us to regard as a precondition for complex social life? The site predates the first cities of Mesopotamia by roughly 3,000 years. It predates writing by more than 4,000. It predates bronze metallurgy by more than 2,000. Its people had none of the institutional infrastructure of the Bronze Age civilizations we study in school, and yet they sustained a community of thousands. They maintained long-distance trade networks and produced art of genuine complexity. And so they left a physical record, not in writing, but at least so dense and articulate that we are still extracting new information from it. So Catalhoyuk really is evidence against a particular kind of teleological thinking about human history. That is the assumption that complexity requires hierarchy and administration. The significant human achievement is only impossible when someone is in charge calling the shots. Catalhoyuk proves him wrong. The people on the mound of the Konya Plain built their world on another foundation entirely, and it lasted a lot longer than most empires. It's a hell of an achievement. Well, that is it for today. Thank you so much for coming with me to speak about Catalhoyuk. Very interesting site. Turkey is one of those countries, or I should say Turkey, which they prefer now. It's one of those countries that has
a lot to say in terms of its old sites. You know, you've got Catalhoyuk, you've got Göbekli Tepe, got Hattusa, the old city of the Hittites. Certainly back in the day, everything was happening. I've not been to Turkey yet and really need to go. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you've enjoyed. Tell your friends, like, comment, and subscribe, all of that sort of stuff. And I will see you whenever you feel inclined to return. Good night, and farewell for now.